Fire the cannon! How about them Bucs, baby?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another edition of the evolution of Sports Talk Television. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake. And how do we start off this show as we're live here from the Florida State Fairgrounds at the Card Expo? Three things. You know them, you love them, you got to have them. Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. Once again, I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter, along with Abraham V. Cherry. What's going on, my friend, here on a Saturday afternoon, live from the Florida State Fairgrounds?
It's a beautiful day, seeing a lot of Major League Baseball legends and Bucs legends. And we got one of our first guys is going to be that tight end for that Super Bowl roster, Super Bowl team.
It is.
Ken Dilger.
Yes, Ken Dilger is going to come on, yes.
We traded for him from the Colts. I mean, it's a good move by Gruden, man. He's a great blocker, great pass catcher, great overall tight end.
Yes.
Yeah, so Ken, welcome aboard. Come on.
Yeah, come on in here. Come on in here. Let's start it off like we do here on the evolution of Sports Talk Television, as doing some great things here. We'll go out to Mr. Ken Dilger. former Tampa Bay Buccaneer, former Indianapolis Colts, and we'll start out there. Once again, welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television, my friend. How you doing?
Hey, it's good to be back in Tim. It's good to be on your podcast.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we call this the evolution of Sports Talk Television. A lot of people say it's a podcast, and I'm like, it's a TV. It's a / live streaming show here on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram Live, TikTok. We're all live right now. We got phone calls, commenters on here, so it's like a cross between a radio and TV show without the stations,
awesome.
If you will. So let's talk about it. 50th season involved with this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team, of course, Super Bowl 37. Kind of talk about that, being a part of the 50th season celebration there with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Once again, welcome to the evolution.
Yeah, I tell you what, that 2002 season was incredible. I think everybody remembers what happened there. And, throughout the season, throughout the playoffs, it was just one of those magical runs that you never thought would happen. When Gruden comes to town, Doja goes up to Indianapolis, where I just came from, and it just seemed like it was a perfect fit for Gruden, what he was trying to bring to this team. The defense was incredible. Offense, he wanted to get going, and throughout the season, it was just fun to be a part of that. Some special memories of going into Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, shutting that place down. Ronde Barber, my old teammates here, I talked to him a little earlier. What a great interception he had for a touchdown, and just great memories of the Buccaneers 2002 season.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, who's that right there?
Booger.
I thought that was Booger. Hopefully you can get him on later on there. Booger McFarland working for ESPN. You talked about some of those memories. Go back to Philadelphia, because to me, it's a foregone conclusion, Ken, once you beat Philadelphia, especially for this Bucs fan base. Miserable years they're going up to Philadelphia,
right,
making the change to Gruden. Once that team beats Philadelphia, then at that point it's academic. You win that Super Bowl. But go back to Philadelphia at the NFC Championship game, a hostile environment, if you will, at Veterans Stadium.
Well, yeah, if you remember that season, we actually played up in Philadelphia early in the season, probably
Correct.
Like week 5 or 6, somewhere in there. Didn't play one of our better games. We lost by 10 or 14 points, and so we knew going back into the NFC Championship game, it was going to be a battle. The Bucs can't win in Philadelphia. Bucs can't win under 30 degrees, and we proved it wrong on both situations there. So it was just one of those games where Gruden called all the right plays. Joe Jurevicius had a great catch down the sideline to set up a touchdown, I think, by Allstott. And so it's just one of those games where you bring back all these memories of great plays on offense and defense. Philadelphia fans leaving, booing us at the end there, and just shutting down Veterans Stadium. And everybody knows we went back that next season and opened up their new stadium with a win. So it was great to be a Buccaneers fan, probably in those two games, just because we had got a lot of boo birds out of there and a lot of cobwebs out of the closet.
What does Gruden say to you before the game that fires you up?
Man, it was just one of those situations in that game. It's like, you know what? We've come a long way. We've had a great season. Nobody expects you guys to win. You're up in Philadelphia. You can't win in the cold. You can't beat the Philadelphia Eagles. And so it's just that motivation of, you can't do it. Go out and show me how.
What did he say about you? Because you had a big game. You involved in the game plan. They brought you here for a reason. You're not only a great M-line blocker, but you could catch the ball. What did he say in the game plan for you? What excited you about being a part of that game plan?
Well, I think it was just the entire season. I think we were just trying to get that offense going. I think the first part of the season, the first 8 or 9 games of the season, our offense wasn't clicking. Luckily, our defense was hitting on all accords. And just, I think at the halfway point, we were 7-2, 8-2, somewhere in there. And all of a sudden, offense starts kicking in, blocking for Mike Allstott and Pittman, be a part of that passing game with, Keyshawn and Keenan and Joe Jurevicius. It was just a fun group to be a part of, and Gruden kind of kept that going into the playoffs. And going up to Philadelphia, we knew we had to score some points, and I think his offensive game plan was just trying to get whoever can get open, whoever's going to make those big plays, go out and make it.
We're on a former tight end of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Super Bowl winning tight end, Mr. Ken Dilger, also of the Indianapolis Colts. What's the toughest part about learning Gruden's offense? Because it's always talked about. What's the biggest adjustment there? Brad Johnson, we talked to your former running mate there, the guy that threw you the ball, took him a little bit there. What's the toughest part about learning his offense, and why is it so tough, Ken?
Well, I think you can ask Chris Sims that when they had all those NFL memes when he was trying to, as a rookie, trying to get the verbiage of John Gruden's offense out of his mouth. Gruden's offense, is a little bit complicated. It's a very wordy and a lot of shifts, especially for the tight ends. We were shifting on every play. We were motioning on every play. So it was just a lot of things to remember, a lot of things to get used to. And it took us a while to get through all that stuff. But at the end, it was one of my favorite offenses to play a part of.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry about that interruption. Like I said, we had the phone lines on. It's there. Talk about Brad Johnson, because we interviewed him last year. He came in, the first guest we had. Talk about playing with him and what he meant to that offense, what he meant to you in your game for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I tell you what, Brad was one of my all-time favorite quarterbacks to be a part of and play with. Funny guy, hilarious in the huddle, kind of keeps it calm with cracking jokes. He just doesn't make a mistake. He's very smart. Never had a great arm, but he always threw the ball on time and you can catch it. So Brad was a perfect fit for Gruden's offense because he can, get the verbiage out. He can memorize everything that Gruden said to him and get everybody in the right position.
Love it. Good stuff there. All right. Now we have to talk about the other quarterback you play with, and that was Peyton Manning. Talk about playing with Peyton Manning and what that was like. A young Peyton Manning at the time who really developed, and you saw – we always talk about it on this show. We call it the evolution of sports talk television, the evolution of Peyton Manning. Talk about Manning.
Yeah, you're right. One of the all-time greats, and I was lucky enough to be a part of his first year back in '98. And, he came into the huddle right away in the first training camp and took charge of the huddle. And, as a young offense with a new coordinator and everything else, you wanted everything to go well. And that first season, it didn't go so well with Peyton. I think he still holds the interception record to this day. But he was a quick study. You knew he was going to be great. And once we kind of got things figured out with Tom Moore's offense, we knew it was going to be good. And, like everybody else, that offense was complicated. And Peyton wanted that way just because he knew that if he can get that thing down, he can get somebody open down the field. And that's what we did all season long.
Now, you're a part of the Colts Ring of Honor. The reason why I mentioned that is you left Indianapolis. We have the same kind of story going on right now with Mike Evans leaving the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. How hard was it for you to leave the Colts? And what was your mindset? What do you think Mike Evans' mindset? Because a lot of fans disappointed, of course, won a Super Bowl with the Bucs in Super Bowl 55. So what's your mindset leaving the Colts, and what do you think Mike Evans' mindset leaving? How tough is it to leave a team that you started out with your career?
Yeah, it is. At some point in your career, it becomes more than just the game. It becomes a business. And those transactional years of new contracts and signing contracts, extensions and stuff, it comes down to numbers. And just, for Michael Evans and being here for 12 years, 12 great years, for what he's done for this team, the organization, and this city, I think everybody should be grateful for having him for 12 years. I think at some point it's just time to move on. Whether it's a salary cap hit or your game kind of moves in a different direction, and this offense is maybe moving in a different direction as well, get younger as well. So it's just the mindset of, hey, I'm going to go into whatever position I'm going to, whether it's a new team, the same team, and go out there and play the best I can and help this team win.
How tough was it for you to leave the Colts for the Bucs?
Well, I got cut in Indianapolis, and I didn't have a choice. So I was looking around, and Gruden called me up in Indianapolis during the Combine, said he wanted to meet at Hooters. So I met him at Hooters, had some wings, had a couple beers, and fell in love with what he was trying to do here for this Tampa offense. And it all came true, and I was happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, what's the toughest thing, and then we'll move on to what the Bucs are doing tight end-wise. What's the toughest thing to do as a tight end position in the National Football League? Is it the end line blocking? Is it the blocking on the offensive line, or is it the pass catching, in your opinion? And why is it tough?
Well, I think that the tight end position has transformed over the last 20 years, where I was called on to be a big inline blocker, blocking defensive ends. The running game is different now. They really don't double team a whole lot anymore. And so that has transitioned to more of a pass catching tight end, kind of like what Cade Otton's bringing to this offense. He's got, re-signed. So I was thinking about the transformation of the offensive passing game and how the tight ends are fitting now. You take a look over the last 10, 15, 20 years, the great tight ends are on the great offenses, and they really transformed that offense into a top one or two in the National Football League. You saw Travis Kelce the last couple of years. I saw Warren in Indianapolis had a great year. Loveland in Chicago he came on the second half of the season. That offense in Chicago really took off. So I think Cade Otton needs to be that transformational tight end here in Tampa Bay to help this offense really take off.
Yeah, you just re-signed him. And what do you think he needs to work on in order to get better for Mr. Cade Otton? Re-signed for a three-year contract there for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Some people kind of disappointed with him, but 59 catches both years there, 1 touchdown. I think he was more, and you watched this team a lot, he was left more into end-line block instead of pass catch. Is that what you saw? What do you think Otton has to improve on his game to take it to the next level?
Well, I think it's just a route running. I think it takes a couple years for really good tight ends to become really good route runners. I think every tight end is different. I think for this offense, they want Cade Otton to be a route runner, and I think what they need him to do is just go out there and just keep on working. I think he needs to catch 70 or 80 balls this year for this offense to take off now that Mbuka is in there as probably the number one option on this offense. So I think he can be a part of that. It's just whether the quarterback situation is going to trust him to do that.
We'll get back to the Bucs in a moment, but you mentioned Colston Loveland. What do you see from that young man? Because I thought, listen, they needed to move on from Cole Kmet, wasn't able to stay healthy, not consistent enough. What do you see from Loveland in his game and how he can transform that offense for the Chicago Bears?
Yeah, Colston Loveland is a route running tight end. He's very good at it. He did a really good job at Michigan. Not really called too much to do more of a inline blocking in the running game, but I think he would have had some injuries early on in the season, transformed himself to a top 1 or 2 tight ends in the National Football League the last 7 or 8 games of the Bears season. So I think he's going to get better and better. And I think every offense wants a tight end like that who can go out there and be a mismatch versus a linebacker or a safety and get open, because you can't cover everybody in these top offenses anymore, and the tight ends are usually a mismatch.
Talk about the wide receivers, because you mentioned Mbuka, McMillan, now Godwin, Tez Johnson. Those are your guys that are going to have to step up. What do you see from those players, going forward for this Tampa Bay Buccaneer offense in 2026?
Yeah, I see a lot of speed. I see a lot of young legs in there. I think this offense is going to take off this year just because of the talent level of these wide receivers. Watched them last year. It was fun to watch. They just need to stay healthy. I think if you get the top 2 or 3 wide receivers healthy all season long, you throw Cade Otton in there as well, along with this running game, I think this offense can be a top 10 offense next year.
I love it. Love it. Right now on with former tight end Ken Dilger of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Indianapolis Colts. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. Picture up right there. Good stuff right there. Thank you very much, Mr. Abraham V. Cherry in the background. Ken Dilger, can you play tight end in this evolution of the tight end in the National Football League, and how successful would you be, you think, in the modern age of the National Football League when it comes to tight ends?
Yeah, I tell you what, it's a different game than I would have been used to, but I was more of an all-around tight end, catching 40 balls a year, blocking. I was part of Edgerrin James back-to-back, leading the NFL in rushing 99 and 2000. So that was a big part of it. As a tight end, you want to be a part of everything, whether it's run blocking, pass blocking, catching the ball. So I think I could be in there doing it all for everybody.
All right, I love it. So besides yourself, Gronkowski, Tony Gonzalez, who's the greatest tight end of all time in Ken Dilger's opinion?
In my opinion, the last, I would say 30 years, because, before that, it was just, Ditka and Bavaro and those type of tight ends.
Sure.
I think in the last 20 or 30 years, I think Tony Gonzalez is the best that's ever did it. I think he played, 16, 17 years, missed maybe one game in his entire career with Kansas City, then Atlanta. He was one of those guys that just kind of brought the transitional tight end from the late 80s to the early 90s to that pass catching tight end that kind of took off with Gronkowski and all the other tight ends around the league has caught 80, 90, 100 balls over the last 9, 10, 20 years.
Gronkowski, talk about his game.
He's an old school tight end. He likes to catch the ball and run over people, which I love. I love that Mark Bavaro type of catch it and run over people, and that's what Gronkowski was all about. I don't know if he was a great route runner, but he got open all the time, and you throw him the ball, and he would just run over people, which I love. I love that style of football, and I think you got 2 different tight ends. You got Colston Loveland type, and you got Warren in Indianapolis. I think 2 different tight ends that can play the game very, very well. It's just a matter of what offensive type you want to be a part of.
I know I said the last question, but I lied. One more question. Kenyon Sadiq, very impressive combine at this point, 4.39 as a tight end, 43.5 vertical. When you look at this kid out of Oregon, what do you see with him? And is it always when a tight end comes in the league, is it working on route running or is it working on blocking? What's the toughest transition for a young tight end?
Well, I think it's both. I think, for him, I think he's going to be more focused on the passing game. If you run a 4.39, you're not going to keep him in to block in the running game or the passing game. So you want him to be split out wide and use his speed to get down the field. So I think it's more of, is somebody going to jam him on the line of scrimmage? Is a linebacker going to come out against him and try to knock him off his route? So the passing game for him versus these defenses, because the speed he saw in college is going to be doubled what he saw or doubled in the NFL than what he saw in college. So it's the speed of the game. It's getting out your breaks. It's coming back to the ball because these safeties and linebackers are going to be focused on him because he's going to be such a big weapon for whoever drafts him this year.
All right, my friend, I don't know what you're doing now. Anything you want to promote here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television, go ahead and have at it, my friend, here on the Sports Web.
I tell you what, I'm back in Indianapolis, and I do the Colts pregame show on Wish TV.
I did not know that.
I've been doing that for 16, 17 years now.
How about that?
Anthony Calhoun has done such a great job, and every week we have a different guest on. Tony Dungy has been on multiple years. I've got to know him a little bit through Anthony Calhoun and Wish TV and what they do. Great guy. I'm so bummed I never got a chance to play for him either in Tampa or in Indianapolis. But, I love Indianapolis. It's the college football and basketball, and they get the Final Four this year. So it's the sports capital of the world, and want to shout out to that.
Absolutely. Colts. So let's talk about it. Surprising year, good start. Of course, Daniel Jones goes out there. What do you see with this Colts team going forward?
Yeah, I tell you what, they were the talk of the NFL last year for their first 10 games, and not so good for after that, but I think Daniel Jones is going to be healthy for week 1. They just re-signed him. They just re-signed Alec Pierce as our number 1 wide receiver. I think they signed some other guys as well. So I think this transitional phase for the Colts, having won a conference or divisional championship in 9 or 10 years, haven't been to the playoffs in 7 or 8. So it's time to make some changes on defense, get after the quarterback, and it's time for this Colts offense to kind of, put up or shut up.
All right, there you go. Good stuff there. Thanks a lot for joining me here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. Anytime you want to come on the Sports Web, talk tight ends, talk NFL, more than welcome. It's great to meet you, my friend.
Thank
Absolutely.
You,
Ken Dilger, former tight end of your Tampa Bay Buccaneers and, of course, the Indianapolis Colts. Thanks a lot for being on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television, my friend. All right?
Thanks for having me on.
All right, there you go. Ken Dilger right there. Let's go ahead and fire that right there. That's how you start off the Evolution of Sports Talk Television right there on the, the Florida State Expo live here on the Evolution. Open phone lines if you want to talk anything about what he had to say about tight ends, about the tight end position. 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391 as we'll get that off the screen. Listen, man, I told you this is how it's going to be. Like, this is mini Radio Row when it comes to Tampa Bay sports. You're going to have plenty of guests. We're anticipating Ronde Barber being on the show. We're anticipating Booger McFarland. You saw him come up here. And, of course, the thoughts are Mike Evans. There is Doc Gooden. I wonder if we can get him on. Doc Gooden. There he is. I'd love to have him on. Yeah. All right. Well, that's okay. That's Doc Gooden right there. I mean, this is how it's going to be this morning. I'm going to be doing what I'm doing here, screaming out to people while I'm live here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. And I'll be working, and I see Abraham in the background. And there you go. So welcome back to the Evolution of Sports Talk Television as we're live. I want to go out to my other co-host here. Let's see. I don't know if that's a great picture there, buddy, but it's just me talking. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Thanks for taking it.
No problem.
Yes. Let's go out to Harry the Greek as we're looking to get Doc Gooden on here. Okay. Good to go.
I already spoke to Dr. K. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yes, we will go out to Harry the Greek here in just a moment.
I spoke to. Thank you for what you did for our Tampa Bay. Are we still live?
We are live, yes. We're calling.
So I spoke to
calling.
Sean King. He'll come over.
Okay.
He'll be here till 2, so
Okay.
he's coming over.
All right, so we got Sean King confirmed. I cannot get Harry the Greek on, so I don't know what's going on. He was calling me for some purpose. I have no idea why.
Ronde,
so, yes.
I have to talk to Ronde's agent so we can get him over, but probably 5 minutes.
Okay.
Tops.
You know me. I just need 5 minutes.
All right.
Just give me 5 minutes. Just give me a minute, 2 minutes. You know that I'll make it happen here. Let's go out to the web heads here. Let's go out to a Roger Shoe. Hopefully you can hear the sound effects. Can you guys hear the sound effects today?
Acknowledge me.
That would be Mr. Tribal Troll himself, Roger Shoe. Hey, Pete, welcome to the web heads. I got Rays fans in the background. They're looking around. Hopefully we can get some fans coming on here.
Also, one more thing,
yes.
Rays fans. Brett Phillips will join us later when he gets a chance.
Brett Phillips from the Tampa Bay Rays. He'll be on with us, former player there, Game 4?
Yep.
Game 4 heroics. We'll have him on.
St. Pete native.
Yes, now a part of the Tampa Bay Rays organization. That's what you got here. Like, when people work 5 days a week, I'm working 6 or 7. And by the way, this broadcast is brought to you by, and I'm going to go out to this as I'm working on remote here, Up the Block Barbershop. You don't have to go far. It's Up the Block Barbershop, 4946 Moog Road in Holiday, Florida. Whether you need a haircut, beard trim, fade, they got you covered with all the great barbers there. Go go see my favorite barber, Ricky, and all the great barbers. Tell them the Rolex reporter Peter Blake sent you. And this, my new baby right here. Bucs fans, you wanted a place to go 5 days a week for great Bucs content, 10 to 15 minutes. You don't get a chance to call in, but you can comment. It's the Fan Arts Network, Bucs Latest. Every day, like and subscribe to Bucs Latest on YouTube. Please, and we're almost at 500 subscribers, and it's only been, I believe, about 3 weeks there. So, again, Bucs Latest there on the network, Fan Arts Network. Yes, what's up?
Yeah, so I just ran into Booger McFarland, but he just got here, so I'm gonna just give him a minute. All right.
Yeah,
so.
we're planning to have him on here. We're planning to have all these
also
guests
Shelton
on
Quarles
here.
is here for your information.
There you go. You go.
He's a scout for the Bucs, so I already talked to him, but I don't know if he's gonna come. I haven't talked that issue with him. You know,
you're doing your thing, and the lines are in the background there. We're showing it. You know, I like the room in the back that we had last year, but I wanted to take everybody behind the curtain and show them why they should come out to the Florida State Expo here. Plenty of sports cards, plenty of celebrities.
And we got our guy DJ UPS.
Yes.
Jay Pringle.
I want to get him on here. You're going to come on here, Mr. DJ Pringle. There you go. DJ UPS, as we call him, Jay Pringle, on with us, setting this whole thing up really quick. I want to go out to this because I didn't get your.
What happened to Harry?
I don't know where Harry's at, but there you go. There you go. There is your name tag. Let's go back out to the commenters here. Let's go out to Chris Cole. Chris Cole says, afternoon, peeps. Afternoon to you.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Justin Parks. What's up, Pete and Ken? Can you hear the sound? Can the sound effects come through? Hopefully the sound effects are coming through.
Who is Ken, by the way? Oh, Dilger, my bad.
Yes.
My bad.
Yes, I know. My mother, my beautiful mother. Thanks a lot for tuning in. As always, watching the best sports talk show in the Tampa Bay area, the Sports Web. Join him today at the Florida State Expo. Yes, the Florida State Fairgrounds. That's what we do here. The evolution of sports talk television in full effect. With hopefully getting some fans on. Appreciate that, Mom. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Good afternoon, Peter and Ken.
Come and join our show as a fan and talk.
You want to talk real quick? No?
You want to talk? All right.
You sure? All right. So we're trying to get some fans on here because I want to know what they think about Mike Evans and him losing, of course, going to the San Francisco 49ers.
Mike gave this city 12 years, okay? Go ahead, Jay. It's all you, buddy.
We got Dunkin' Donuts in the background in care of me going through the drive-thru. All that stuff is good.
So Mike gave this franchise 12 years, and the fan base got to appreciate that, and Mike's got to do what's best for him and his family.
I agree.
And we are loaded at receiver, so we love to have Mike, but we're fine. We're gonna chug forward as a franchise, and we're building our defense. I like the moves they made. I mean, as far as edge rusher, inside linebacker, address on defensive tackle, interior defense. We needed that size. We got that veteran experience. Yeah.
We got. I believe we got Doc Gooden coming on here.
Dr. K.
Dr.
What's up, man?
Mr. Doc Gooden, go ahead and take those headphones off here. We'll move on to Doc Gooden as we're doing the expo here. Let's go out to Mr. Doc Gooden. Yes, sir. Go ahead and put those headphones on. You're good to go. There you go, right there. Get up into that mic right there. Mr. Doc Gooden, welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing well. It's always good to be back home in Tampa. Sharing some good time with the crowd and the fans here, talking baseball, signing autographs, and just reminiscing a little bit. And thanks for having me on the show.
Absolutely. You like to reminisce. Give me some of your greatest memories. Does it start out with your rookie year? One of the greatest rookie years of all time was 28-4, I believe.
My rookie year, I won rookie of the year. My second year in 1985, I was 24-4.
24-4. Yeah.
But out of 30 starts, I had 20 games over 9 innings. That's what I'm most proud of. But,
right.
Being able to have spring training here in my hometown with all the support and everything like that was great. Guys I went to school with,
right.
Guys I played Little League with, guys I played high school with, all came out and watched me play and live my dream.
What do you think was the key to your success for your career, besides, of course, the obvious striking out people? What do you think made you one of the toughest pitchers in Major League Baseball history?
I think just having the veteran guys on my team, veteran pitchers like Mike Torres, teaching me about big leagues, hitters, what to look for, what to prepare for, and my dad teaching me as a kid what it takes to be a Major League Baseball player, and having Mel Stoudemire as a pitcher coach and David Johnson as my manager played a big part. I was in a good place with a lot of good support. Darryl Strawberry, who went through the media stress the year before, helped me dealing with the media. So I had a lot of success and a lot of support when I came up. So it definitely played a big part.
You talk about that team at the time, the New York Mets. Give me some memories from that team.
It's a great team, and this year we're celebrating our 40-year anniversary.
How about that? Is that crazy how time just flies, my friend?
It goes so fast, man.
It does.
I remember being 19 years old, getting to the majors. Now I have great grandkids, and it's a blessing. 2 years ago I got my number retired. My grandkids got to share that. But this year I'm looking forward to sharing the 40-year memories with the teammates and the fans and the guys who've been there from day one.
You talk about 9 innings. You see baseball now. You barely see that. What do you think of the game today when it comes to pitching? And I asked Ken about going and playing tight end in the National Football League. How would Doc Gooden approach playing in Major League Baseball these days, where 9 innings? You don't have to go 9 innings anymore because you have so much specialization when it comes to the bullpen and everything like that.
So it's a different game. I still love the game, but it's changing so much, and the pitchers get a lot of heat because of that. But it's not really the pitchers, the system with analytics and all that stuff now. Just the way the game is. But I like the old school baseball where the pitchers, if you're dominating, leave them in, let them go 9, because you don't know what the bullpen will have when they come in. And plus, you save your bullpen for the long run. It's a long season to go. But hopefully get back to the way it was. If I was playing today, I probably would dominate.
You probably would dominate.
So.
You probably would definitely dominate. What do you think about this pitch clock? Because people look at it, the pitch clock. Do you think, in your opinion, does it throw off the pitcher's timing? And is it the reason why you have so many pitching injuries these days when it comes to young pitchers going through Tommy John, going through these arm injuries? What is it? What about the pitch clock? Talk about the pitch clock. Talk about the injuries.
My personal opinion, I like the pitch clock as a fan.
Okay.
It speeds up the game. And I think pitchers in spring training, they have the opportunity to make the adjustment and work on that. When I came up, it was about the umpires. You make the adjustment with the umpire strike zone, and you go with that. And I think the injury is just my opinion. I don't think they work on mechanics anymore. I think everything's a big deal out of velocity, the spin rate, and nobody's working mechanics. So we got to get back to the basics. Sometimes baseball is still baseball. Get back to the basics, find out what these guys' mechanics is, break them down. They can do that, and I think we'll keep them healthy for a long time.
Is the biggest problem in baseball, we're on a great pitcher here, Doc Gooden, Mets, play for the Rays for a little bit there also, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
All right. So plenty of other teams there. What's the biggest problem in baseball right now that you think, because people say it's America's pastime, still a game that's being watched, World Baseball Classic, but is it the salary cap? Do you need a salary cap in baseball, in your opinion?
I'm sure some teams, like the lower market teams, would think so. But what the Dodgers are doing now is the same thing the Yankees did in the 90s. I think a lot of these owners have the money, they're making the money, but a lot of them are pocketing the money instead of investing back into the team.
Right.
I think we got to do something about the fans, because the fans are the ones suffering with the ticket prices, because the players are making a lot of money, which is fine. The owners make a lot of money. You got the TV deals. And now these guys are paying the rights to name the stadiums, but the fans are the ones suffering. Some kind of way we got to make it right for the fans.
What do you think about this Tampa Bay Rays team? You know, a lot of questions, get rid of some hitters, have some young pitchers. Shane McClanahan, 2 years removed from, maybe 2-3 years being removed from one of the great young pitchers, dealing with injuries, dealing with that injury. Do you think he can come back from it? You had some injuries yourself, of course. So Shane McClanahan.
He's still young. I think he has time. Take care of himself. As long as he don't try to rush anything back, because a lot of times as athletes, we want to be back on the field and we rush ourselves instead of listening to our body. He still has a lot of potential, so I think he's going to be fine. And the Rays, I like what they're doing. You know, low market team, don't have much, but they're always right there. They're always right there. So a lot of times teams trade for players, but if I'm a top team, I'll trade or try to sign some of these guys, minor league farm directors, and bring those guys in and see what they're doing.
Yeah, good stuff. Doc Gooden, appreciate the time, man.
My
As
pleasure.
always, give me some final thoughts here on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. And like I said, I'll give you my card here. Anytime you like to come on and talk some Rays baseball, talk baseball in general, really quick before I get you out of here, who's the pitcher that you're paying to see right now that you like, that people should pay attention to when it comes to being a baseball fan out there?
That's some great ones. Scooble is one of the guys. Paul Skeens, I had the honor to present him with the Cy Young Award this year. The writers, I'm going to see him on opening day on the 26th when they're playing the Mets. So I'll be there. I'm a big fan of his. I might be a little biased, but I like the pitches. I like the 2-1 ball games. I still like to watch the pitcher field game. But my main guy is still Jacob DeGrom.
Okay.
He's my guy. And if he's healthy, I still say he's the best in the game.
Why is he your guy for? What makes Jacob DeGrom your guy? Or what do you think it makes him so dangerous as a pitcher in Major League Baseball?
I think with him, I got to know him when he first came up and his mound presence. I mean, even when he was a rookie, they brought him up as a spot starter and he ended up staying on the team. And he can swing the bat. I know pitchers don't hit anymore. Yeah. And I used to like to swing the bat. But
do you like that? I mean, it kind of takes it away from the game, right? The strategy of the National League.
Honestly, I think, so I've always been a fan of the hitters. I mean, the pitchers hitting. But in my time, and me and Ron Darling, we talk about a lot. We took a lot of pride in hitting, bunting, moving guys over. But then it was embarrassing where pitchers would get hurt, swinging the bat, hurt, running the bases. So baseball had to go to the DH. So, I understand where they went to, but it changed the game. It changed the strategy a little bit, but I understand where they're at now.
Toughest hitter to face. I know the Cubs. I grew up as a Cubs fan before the Rays got there. Andre Dawson, some of those guys. Who's the toughest hitter? Talk about Dawson. Talk about the Cubs. Talk about some of the hitters that you had to face that were tough for you.
Those guys were tough. Let me tell you a quick story about Dawson. We have time. So
we almost got time. Come on, Doc.
In the minor leagues, I started out 0-3 my year, and they was going to send me down. And I had my pitching coach say, no, we're not going to send him down. We're going to work with him. He talked to me about pitching inside, right? Because I wasn't pitching inside because in high school, I hit a kid in the head and the paramedics came on the field. So I was afraid to pitch inside. But he told me, he said, look, if a guy hits the ball hard for you, the next guy wants you to knock him down. If a guy hits the hard off you, the next guy wants you to hit him. Not to hurt him, but just hit him. And then he said, get the ball back and you stare at the guy. So when I made it to the big leagues, I would knock a guy down and I would stare at him. And if they looked down, I knew I had him. So I'm facing Andre Dawson. I'm a rookie, 19 years old, probably $190. I throw one high and tight on Andre Dawson. I'm staring at him. He's staring back at me, and I end up looking down. He got me to look down. The only guy, very intimidating, but today we're very good friends, and he's a great guy. I'm glad he's doing well. But my toughest hitter was Chili Davis. Barry Bonds probably was the toughest hitter I ever faced, but Chili Davis gave me the most trouble.
Should Barry be in the Hall of Fame?
I think so. I think all those guys that was mentioned with steroids, I think they should be in because you don't know who was doing it, who wasn't doing it. It was just that era. So I say put them all in.
Does it take away from the guys who didn't do it, you think? Because I always think if you put in a Barry Bonds, it kind of lumps in Ken Griffey Jr., which we never knew he was doing anything at all. I know it's a steroid era, but it kind of includes a lot of people like Fred McGriff. Fred McGriff, it took him so long, 300 or 492 home runs, and the reason why he wasn't in it because he didn't have 500. Well, he wasn't like the other guys. He didn't do steroids, something along those lines. It took him a while.
Yeah,
so is it unfair to those guys?
It is unfair to those guys, but again, there's guys that are in the Hall of Fame that took it, that we know who took it, and there's guys that are not in it that hadn't taken it, but they'll mention to it. Like Bonds, his name's there, but he never tested positive, even though Balco mentioned his name. My nephew Gary Sheffield, I know for a fact he didn't take it, but
why isn't he in?
Well, he was mentioning it about some cream or something crazy,
right?
And I think sometimes the writers have too much power. Where if they like you, they put you in. If they don't like you, it works against you. So same with George Steinbrenner. I think he should be in the Hall of Fame, but he's not in.
Talk about Gary Sheffield. How talented he was as a hitter. Defensively, he was really good. I mean, did it consistently. Why, in your opinion, and Doc Gooden's opinion, why should Gary Sheffield be in the Hall of Fame?
I mean, numbers don't lie. He's the only guy in baseball history to have 100 RBIs for 5 different teams.
Yeah.
But he's in my Hall of Fame because when I talk to players that he played with, they say he impacted their career. And to me, I said he's a Hall of Fame player. To me, Cooperstown is more of a museum. It's about people's opinion.
Yeah.
It's not fair. It's not right. But I know what he did. I know the work he put in. We grew up in the same household. And I know that Gary did it the right way, and he should be in the Hall of Fame.
I talked to Jose Canseco about a year ago. He said that he thought there were at least 5 to 8 players. I think it's 5 players in the Hall of Fame. Do you think that's true, that there could be players that did steroids that are still in the Hall of Fame?
1,000%. Jose is right. I'm not here to name guys, but that's what I mean. So it was the era where, at first it was legal, then it wasn't legal.
Right.
It was a time where we don't know who did, who didn't. So I say, put those guys in. I mean, they deserve to be in. Yes, it takes away from the guys who didn't do it. But unfortunately, it's a time and era where guys were doing it.
And it seems like baseball, listen, Doc, they're not going to take away those records. They're not going to do anything about it. They always want that to be the talking point when it comes to Major League Baseball history. So we'll see what happens. But appreciate the time. Here's my card right here. Anytime you want to talk baseball, right there.
I appreciate
absolutely.
Yes,
Doc Gooden right there. Former Rays, Mets, various teams here coming on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. As always, give me some final thoughts if you want. You can stay on as long as you want to.
My rise, I got to run.
All right, you got to run. All right, there you go.
Me,
greatest pitcher, one of the greatest pitchers of all time, Mr. Doc Gooden here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. I mean, you got to love that. How's that first start? Yes, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the time here on the Sports Web as we're live here at the Florida State Fairgrounds doing what we do here. I did not skip your comment. I definitely read it off here. Should we sign a wide receiver like Tyreek Hill or Deebo Samuel? I do not think so. I don't think they're going to do that. They may draft someone at the end of the day, very young at that receiving position when it comes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the Emeka Egbuka, Jalen McMillan, Chris Godwin, Tez Johnson. They have a plethora of wide receivers. So I think they're going to run with that, and they may draft somebody. But, of course, everybody wants to talk about Mike Evans on this show. We can talk about it. Open phone lines. You're going to have to work with me as we got people coming in and out here. I want to get this. You want to come on? You want to come on? Come on, Kevin Benjamin. Come on. Get this guy on right here. You're not Doc Gooden. He is on, but we'll come back to him in a moment. Come on, Kevin. One of our longtime friends. We've had you on here before. Go ahead, put those headphones on. You know how to do this. Get close to that mic. You had to follow Ken Dilger and Doc Gooden. This is Kevin Benjamin. You wrote a book. Yeah. Go ahead and tell people about this book that you wrote.
This was
here on the Sports Web.
Yeah, it was 2019.
Get close to that mic. Yep.
The Stigma of Sports in Florida. It's on Amazon. It was about the history of, why everybody hates Florida sports. But I kind of got to update it because I just haven't had time in the last 5 years to update it. So I'm actually in the process of doing that.
Yeah.
So,
well, some people will say the stigma of Tampa Bay sports right now, losing Evan Longoria, losing
Randy.
Steven Stamkos, and then losing, I don't know if I think Randy's in there, but I think it's Evan, Steven Stamkos, and now Mike Evans. Kevin, how surprised were you that Mike Evans moved on to the San Francisco 49ers?
Well, I collect bobbleheads and a lot of sports memorabilia, and when they announced that Mike Evans' bobblehead was being given away, I said, he's gone.
Right.
And then he had a special event at Fifth Third Bank in Tampa.
Correct.
And ended up giving away 500 of them and taking pictures with everybody, and he signed a few autographs. So it was kind of cool to finally get a picture taken with him, but he didn't sign for everybody. But I got the cool bobblehead. The bobblehead's a really cool one. It's like,
Yeah.
But I got about 80 different Bucs ones, from through the years. It's a fun hobby. But I come here to buy, certain sports cards that I like because I'm an Orioles fan at heart. So I'm trying to complete a Brooks Robinson run, the original, but the rookie card is like way out of my league.
Yeah.
Yeah. But some of these athletes are really accessible, and it's kind of cool that they're here signing. Some of them, though, like Doc Gooden, signs through the mail.
That's it.
And,
we're glad to get him on because we heard we only had like 5 minutes, and I think he stayed on for 10 minutes. There's Chidi Ahanatu right there in the building.
There we go.
So we may get him on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. You also got Booger McFarland out here, Ronde Barber. We had Ken Dilger on here, Keenan McCardell. is expected. So there's plenty of things to do. You got cards out there? What do you got? Let's show us what you got there real quick.
Wade Boggs, former Red Sox legend.
Correct.
He signs through the mail.
Yes.
So I sent him this one, the 3000 Hit Brigade, and he signed it. And I just got it JSA authenticized. I'm not going to sell it, but I wanted to get it.
How much is that worth, if you don't mind us telling?
I mean, it's a $5 card and signed. I could probably get like $150 for it, just because Cal Ripken's on it and Tony Gwynn's on it, and he passed away. Yeah. But he signed it perfectly, like on the side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool. And then I got Richard Petty authenticated. He also signs through the mail. Unfortunately, a friend of mine who I'm gonna call after this, my Emmett is not real. And I'm very upset about that.
So the Emmitt Smith is not real. That signature is not real.
Yeah. So
you got to watch out for that.
You got to watch out.
You said something about JSA. What does that mean exactly?
It's the basic certification. Instead of sending in your item and getting it barcoded and cased, they just put a sticker on the back of it.
There you go. He's got the camera right there. Yeah.
So and then they log it into their computer. And they take a picture of it, so you can go online and find the actual picture of what you have. I think I bought Tony Dungy autograph, his first program from when he was the Bucs coach. And, it's a fun hobby. I don't really plan on selling anything anytime soon, but I got a whole second bedroom of all my sports memorabilia, Rays, Bolts, Bucs. And I grew up in South Florida going to the Orange Bowl, watching the Dolphins, so I'm a Dolphins fan at heart, but I covered the Bucs mostly from 88 to 90, and then again from 94 to
WWSB down there in Sarasota.
Yep, WWSB. And then I did radio for WTMY AM.
Okay.
Right after I got off the air at ABC.
Nice.
With Jake Jacobson and
who is the father of
Pat and Aaron
Jacobson. Yes. Yeah. There you go.
And they do a great show, just like you guys.
Thank you.
It's fun to be able to do this. I miss the TV stuff, but mostly miss being in the press box and being on the field shooting the games.
Sure.
I'm 58 now. I don't think that I could physically run around an NFL football field with a 25-pound camera on my shoulder anymore.
How tough is that? Because we don't necessarily talk about that being a camera guy.
Let me explain to you. Videography was my main pull into the broadcasting. Then I fell into reporting and anchoring. So I did my internship at WFLA with Dick Crippen, Tom Corrin, Dave Cook, the best videographer I've ever seen, and Chris Thomas at the end of it.
Sure.
Came there. But Dave Cook told me, because I was going through broadcasting at the University of Florida, I had just started. And I said, I got a couple years left. What do I got to do? He's like, if you got access to the camera, just shoot any sport, anytime. There's so many different sports at UF. You want to be good at swimming and pole vaulting and baseball and of course football, but there's places where you're supposed to be standing at certain times. In the NFL and college games, you can go up and down the sideline, but only from the end zone to the 30 or 40. In college it was the 40. In pro I think it's the 30. So you can't even get from between 30 and 30, So I got really good at shooting video and football games, especially covering the Bucs in the late 80s. They stunk. And I tell you, one of the biggest lessons I learned was interviewing Paul Gruber at 4 and 10. And you got anything positive to say about this season?
Well, I did the same thing. I interviewed, it was an offensive lineman at the time, and I said, what are the expectations of the Buccaneers? Even though, you should never ask that question because it's always going to be to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
I mean, you don't ask that question on radio, and that was my lesson being on radio at first. You get blown up, and you need that, so then you get better at asking questions. But you're exactly right, and he was one of the lone bright spots, and I always tell the story of the inspiration of covering the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at the time when I was in 7th grade. I used to wear a Bucs starter jacket, and one day this kid took a lighter and burned a hole in it. What? Yes. And he thought that I would stop wearing it because back then they always lost and I wore it anyway. I don't know why I wore it because I was a Bucs fan and that's what she did. But I actually got that signed by Buccaneer great Paul Gruber.
Nice. He's one of my favorites.
So you immortalize that jacket, and then that fire never goes out, and then you learn how to do a TV show, and it becomes the sports web.
You know, in the 90s, you know, the Bucs were good but lost games. I mean, they were always in it until the end, it seemed like, and then they would just like, you know, Joe Montana had one drive left, so you know they lost.
Yes,
you know?
I remember that game, and Ricky Reynolds.
I think the Bucs were up 9-3 with 2 minutes left,
Correct.
and Montana ran down, you know, to Rice and
naked boots,
and then ran it to the right in front of my camera. Well, when I first started,
that's 89, is it not? Is it 89?
Yeah, something like that.
89.
So in 88, it was a lot different. Cameras were a 32-pound camera on your shoulder, with an umbilical cord, and then a 27-pound recording deck.
Right.
And so I was told that you never put that down if you're shooting a football game.
Right.
And I was like 135 pounds back then. And to have, you know, 50 pounds of gear on me for 3.5 hours, you know, and then you got to do interviews, you know, it's a brutal thing. And then when I got to Alabama, I started working my first job out of UF was at CBS in Dothan, Alabama, WTBY.
Yep.
And I got to cover the Knowles and Auburn and Alabama and Troy State and
home of Lawrence Dawsey, I believe,
Lawrence
right?
Dawsey and Ampley and Blair Thomas. And Lawrence was great. When he signed his contract, he opened up 3 car washes around Dothan and hired kids to run them.
Right.
You know, because he saw, you know, how he could be a positive influence on kids. But when I came into the station one day and there was a brand new Betacam on my desk, $42,000 Betacam, which is like the all-in-one.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I had the wireless microphone, and I remember I called up Terry Bowden. He was the Auburn coach, and I said, hey, can I mic you up and shoot from across the field and just isolate on you? So like the second quarter of one of the games, he wore my mic, and I just on a tripod across the field, just zoomed in on him and followed him around, and it was just golden stuff. And if they weren't, you know, in trouble by the NCAA, they were actually better than Alabama in '93.
They were undefeated,
and they
that year.
and Florida State ended up winning the national championship
Correct.
with Charlie Ward.
Yes.
You know, but what's funny about Charlie Ward is that he was so before his time. But Bobby Bowden said, you know what, I'm going to change my entire offense around this guy, and watch, we'll win it all. And what did they do? They won it all. And
Gene Deckerhoff.
Yeah.
He's calling it quits. What do you think about his?
He's legendary. I mean, I was wondering, you should take over for him.
Thank you.
You know, yeah.
That is nice of you, man. I appreciate that. There's a guy, and I got a sound effect, and he'll say to Bucs fans,
"Go away."
That's who should be taking over for him. That's the media icon, Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network. I think he should take over.
You know, they'll probably take a guy that's been around here.
Yeah.
I can't, off the top of my head, think of anybody that can. It's not going to be replacing him, just taking over for the gig. Because nobody is going to be able to. I mean, fire the cannons and all that. I mean, there's nobody that is
Fire the cannons!
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. And I would always like make a point just to say hello and shake his hand at halftime in Bucs games when I was in the press box or something, and just talk to him for a minute. You know, what's cool about covering those games is, you know, halftime in the press box. You've been there.
Oh, yeah.
And you just like mingle.
Sure.
And like, you know, there's
it's really a social event. People will never understand it, but it's people you watch on TV. It's people you listen to on radio. It's national guys. And then you got the Bananas Foster, which is just 1A Tampa Bay Buccaneers out there, catering staff. They do a great job with it. So you get the Bananas Foster, you got the self-serve ice cream, or soft serve.
Well, they used to have the carved roast beef.
Oh, yeah. Well, they have that, too.
Yeah. Well, when they played the Buffalo Bills, I think it was like 1990 or something, they had barbecued buffalo in the press box. It was actually pretty good.
That's great stuff. Good stuff, Kevin.
All right, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll be in touch.
Yes, please don't be a stranger.
All right,
and once again, tell everybody about your book in case they want to go out and look for it and give the information about this great book that you got out there.
It's called The Stigma of Sports in Florida, and it's on Amazon. And it's basically, I got sick of sitting in press conferences and hearing the national media rag on whatever, you know. Everybody outside of Florida hates our teams. It doesn't matter if you're a Dolphins fan, Bucs fan, Gators, especially the Hurricanes, but it's a lot of history of, the 70s, 80s, and 90s and early 2000s. And it's a good read. Check it out.
Good stuff.
All
Kevin,
right,
thanks a lot.
Appreciate it.
There you go. Right there. Kevin Benjamin on the evolution of sports talk television.
And Keenan McCardell.
Okay,
So,
go ahead. Put those. Go ahead. Put those. You got to put those cans. You got to.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. That's because I can't hear you. So you go.
I
Go
just
ahead.
spoke to Brett Phillips and Keenan McCardell. So Brett will come when he gets a second. Keenan said he will also do that, but yeah, so he's busy signing in the back. So
yeah, and we still were looking forward to getting hopefully Ronde Barber and Booger McFarland.
And I haven't spoken to Booger. I talked to Booger, but I haven't talked about this. So let me get to it when I get to it.
All right, Abraham Cherry right there. Let's see, Justin Parks, wide receiver Malachi Fields in the third, 6'4", 220. And that's what everybody's talking about. I want to get to this right here.
I know before I got up for Dr. K, I just wanted to talk about the acquisitions. I like the defensive end, Muhammad from the Lions.
Right. I
know that he's not a big name, but he's very productive in the duties, spot duties he got. 11 sacks, very productive. And I think he's a good pickup. And we need to get either sign a free agent or draft somebody. And I think we will have a better edge rush. I know that we didn't go for the big names like Max Crosby or –
well, to Muhammad, Al Quadin Muhammad, who they got from the Detroit Lions. He had 11 sacks last year. He's 31 years old, turning 31, so he's a little bit up there, but it's only a one-year contract worth $6 million, so he'll have a chance to prove himself. Only year he had double-digit sacks was with the Lions this year, so it remains to be seen, but you have to address that situation. I'm disappointed that they didn't get a Trey Hendrickson or a big name out there, but that's not what the Bucs usually do. Besides the Brady era there.
We'll be all right. I just think that, just have faith in the leadership and have faith. I mean, stop being a hater for our coach and stop being a hater for the GM.
Right.
And just have faith, okay? And it's not the end of the world because Mike Evans left. Mike gave 12 years to this franchise in this city, okay?
Yeah.
Mike's going to do what's best for him and his family, and we got to respect that, okay?
Yeah,
we got to respect Mike Evans, the player, and we got to move on. We got a good receiver core. We will be just fine. Just believe. That's it. Have faith.
That's it. Have faith here, Bucs fans. We'll get your thoughts on that, Webheads. What do you think about Mike Evans leaving? That's the big topic of the day. 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391 right there. DJ UPS gifted me that, so that was nice to get that. Mike Evans. Put that somewhere on the wall. Evans had this to say here from his MK13 Evans Family Foundation. The day I arrived in Tampa, you embraced me and made this city feel like feel like home. Had some incredible moments together, unforgettable wins, tough challenges, the honor of bringing a Super Bowl championship to this great community. Those memories and the love you show me will stay with me forever. Although my journey is taking me to a new team and a new chapter in San Francisco, please know this. I will always be a Buck at heart. Texas A&M and Tampa helped me shape into the player and the man I am today. I will forever be grateful for the unwavering support you gave me and my family. Let's go out to Cole here, CSB brother, as we finish that comment off. I'm excited for what's ahead, an opportunity to start fresh. But I truly hope you will continue to follow my journey and root for me from afar. The bond will always mean the world to me. Thank you for everything, Tampa. Forever grateful. Mike Evans. Cole, your thoughts. Mike Evans leaving for the San Francisco 49ers. Has it hit you yet? Welcome to the evolution, my friend.
It has. I think he's going to be the perfect 49er. He'll be on the training table as of week 10. Look, here's the deal. I think with everybody getting all crazy about the Bucs' decision not to go after the big names and all this, I think honestly they are going to see what happens this year, and if things don't go well, if things go down the toilet, they're going to go after they're going to go after the former Pittsburgh coach, and B, they're going to have a top 10 pick next year, and that's why they don't give away next year's first-round pick. I think they are tanking for next year because there's a lot of good arms out there. That's why Baker didn't get a new contract. I mean, call me the conspiratorialist. Maybe I am because my mom believes in the grassy knoll or whatever. But I just, I don't know. I think it's tanking for next year.
Not ready to say they're tanking for next year, Cole. I definitely understand the thought process there with all the short contracts, but I definitely think it is a big year at this point. Todd Bowles definitely is on the hot seat. Maybe even Jason Light at this juncture. We'll see how they attack this, but they still have the weapons. They still have the talent. You got to fix the defense. That defense has got to get better, and I think what they envision at this point, Abraham, is Todd Bowles takes care of the defense. Zach Robinson, who hopefully will bring that Liam Cohen offense back into the fold here with all the weapons. Where Baker Mayfield goes, this offense goes, and they have the weapons on this team that they can turn this around, which is certainly a possibility. We've seen it before. New England Patriots, great example, 4-13. They're in the Super Bowl. Seattle Seahawks turning it around.
But they were 4-14 first, and then they got Drake May. That's what I think the Bucs are going to do. If we win the division, fine, great, wonderful. We're going to the playoffs and everything. If we don't, we're not going to be mediocre this year. I guarantee it. We are either going to suck for a quarterback next year, or we're going to win the division. We are not going to be in the middle. We're either going to be first in the division or last. I guarantee it.
All right, Cole. Anything else here on the evolution?
Good luck to Mike. I think he's trying to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He wants his 2,000 seasons, his 2,000-yard seasons, so he can get into the Hall of Fame. And if he gets as a first ballot guy, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame regardless. I think, unfortunately, that Levante is not going to be a Hall of Famer. I think the rest of the league views him as Hall of Good, not Hall of Fame.
Oh my gosh, I completely and totally disagree. Look at the numbers at the end of the day.
Yes, I know, but look at how many Pro Bowls. I think the rest of the league, I agree with you. I think he should be a Hall of Famer, but I don't believe the rest of the league and the rest of the Hall of Famers and the rest of the voters, I guess the media guys don't believe he is a Hall of Famer.
All right, Cole. Appreciate the call as always. I disagree with you, but I appreciate the call.
Take care, bro.
Here's the second call as always. Open phone line 727-255-0391 and 727-255-0391. Yes.
Yeah. So I don't agree with him as far as saying they're tanking. Nobody wants their franchise. Nobody's
coming in a little bit.
Nobody is trying to set up their franchise to lose to get a draft pick, and I don't believe that. I think it's just unfortunate things happen, unforeseen circumstances happen. And we're going to people just got to let it go. Baker's a quarterback. At least for next year. Maybe if he does good, they'll extend him. But, we're going to win now. That's a mentality.
All right, Mr. Williams, welcome to the Evolution here on this Saturday as we're live here from the Florida State Expo. Go ahead, my friend.
All right. First of all, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my friend. How you doing?
That young man that just said there's no way Levante Davis is going to be a Hall of Famer.
Yep. I agree with you.
He must have had too much to drink last night.
Well, I agree with you on that because I think Levante David is a Hall of Famer, and I think what people look at is he was a part of a lot of losing teams, but that wasn't his fault. Consistent playmaker.
Look at his numbers. Man.
Right.
Look at his number. Number 13. Thank you for everything you brought to Tampa.
What do you think about that, my friend? How did that hit you?
Hey man, Mike. We appreciate everything you did. It's sad that you had to go. Hey, but you will always be a Tampa Bay Buc for life. And when it's all said and done in San Francisco,
right?
Hope you do get your 2,000-yard season.
Correct.
But also, we already know he's going to come back here. And he's going to retire.
Well, listen.
He will be a first-round Hall of Famer.
I definitely think. Listen, at the end of the day, he'll be in the Bucs Ring of Honor. He may go down as the greatest offensive player in their history, besides not James Wilder. His legacy is there. Again, I think what people don't consider is the fact of the reason why Evans left, and people want to say it's Todd Bowles and management, Baker Mayfield, and even the fans. Even the fans got a little bit of hate on that, but I think it comes down to more of, listen, San Francisco is in a better situation at this point, and San Francisco is in a better situation to give Mike the targets that he wants to make them the focal point of the offense.
Excuse me, Peter. And if they was really listening to his press conference,
right?
Mike said himself, San Francisco was always competing.
Mm-hmm.
They was a puzzle away.
Right.
And I feel that I'm that puzzle.
It feels like he's that piece.
I feel like.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agree.
Yeah, right. And it's not no money thing with him.
Well, he took $14 million.
Yeah. It's not no money thing with Mike.
Right.
Exactly. Mike want one more ring, and he wants to get that other 2,000-yard season, man.
Right.
Hey, man, like I say, and I still say, we thank you over here at Raymond James 13 for everything you did, and we got us 2 Super Bowls over here.
Well, 1 Super Bowl, Mike Evans. Yes,
we wish you nothing but the best.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be rooting for you in a different uniform, but I never put on San Francisco.
No, you won't. I don't think you will. I know there's a lot of fans out there following him, but I think they'll follow him, but they'll still root for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers unless they. I heard some fans want to be now 49er fans. Well, you were never a Bucs fan in the first place.
Put on your colors, but it won't be San Francisco.
No, it won't. No, it won't.
Like TJ Reed said.
Remember what? TJ, hold on.
Go away.
Yeah, TJ.
And I'll call you later.
All right, Mr. Williams. Appreciate the call as always. All right.
All right. Yes, sir.
All right. Good stuff there. Open phone line 727-255-0391 and 727-255-0391.
One more thing I want to add about Mr. Cole. I mean, I know you're getting a little bit emotional, but Lavonte will be a Hall of Famer. Okay. Who cares about Pro Bowls? It's the productivity and the longevity. And he was enduring through some tough seasons, but he hung on with the franchise. And he's a winner, Super Bowl winner, like Derrick Brooks.
I think there's a chance too he could still come back.
Yep, and
we'll see.
If they give him some backup, give him some a good line in front of him, and get him some good complimentary linebacker. Well, they're making that move with the linebacker from the Lions, Thor. Forgot his name.
Alex Anzalone.
Anzalone. Yep, he's a Gator.
Yes.
So, I mean, I like the pickups. Okay, they're not the sexy ones, but they are underrated, good pickups.
When he gets that sign, can you do me a favor? Can you go and get that?
Yeah.
Can we go get him and get that sign? We're going to interview him.
Hold on 1 second.
All right, we got a special surprise for you Bucs fans. So we're live here from the Florida State Expo at the Florida State Fairgrounds. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And for fans of this show, Tampa Bay sports fan, especially you Go Bucs fans, you Rays fans, you Lightning fans, it's your time. Open phone line, 727-255-0391 and 727-255-0391. Mr. Williams again, all the way Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 13 for life. Thank you so much, 13, absolutely. And let's go out to my sister. Hey, bro, it's your sis. I'm proud of you. I knew it was you. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, he's coming. Shelton Quarles is just signing his sign.
Well, you got Shelton Quarles in the house too.
Yep. So
there you go.
The scout for the Bucs. So.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So I talked to Quarles. I mean, I talked to him about that. He said that was a long time ago. I said, but I still appreciate what you did for the Bucs. I mean, that long interception return he had, that was like amazing.
Yes, it was.
Yep.
All right, so we're looking to get Ronde Barber on. We're looking to get Booger McFarland, some others on here, Keenan McCardell, maybe even Chidi Ohana. We'll see. We got you covered here on the Evolution. Already got Ken Dilger on, Doc Gooden, had a guest there, and Kevin Benjamin. Yes,
Can I go back to what Cole was saying? I mean,
yeah, go for it.
So, I mean, Cole, let's just stay positive here, okay? We are not tanking. And
Lavonte, do you think they're tanking?
Nah.
Do you think? Because that's been the talk this week.
That's a conspiracy. First of all, they're tightly strapped as far as money. They restructured Luke Gedicke's contract. They restructured Zion McCollum's contract, but they still got big contracts with Antoine Winfield Jr., Tristan Wirfs. So I think once more contract restructures happen, there'll be more room to sign free agents.
Yeah.
Where is the money to sign these big names if you're paying other players big money?
Well, they're paying their own. That's what it comes down to.
So
and it's
just
tough to see right now because there's a bad taste in their mouth after finishing
Mike
8-9.
Greenberg and Jason Light work their magic.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Just have faith in our organization. Stop being, roller coaster fans. Chill out.
Well, it's okay. It's all right for them to.
Yeah.
You're used to it if you're a Bucs fan with this team.
Yeah.
Let's go out to TikTok Live as we're live on TikTok here. I don't see any comment though, so no comments out there right now. So appreciate you guys tuning in there. Let's go out to Instagram Live. No comments there. Hey, so thanks a lot.
Mr. Dilger's here.
Yeah, there he is again. There he is, my friend. Good stuff. You got to get a better picture, by the way.
All right. Here, come on.
See. See if we get a better. Yeah, he didn't take a good picture here, Ken. He had to get a better picture. Hold on a sec here. Let me get this off of there. There we go. All right, good pick. You ready? All right, come on. Oh, okay. All right. So real quick, what do you think about this expo? Because you came here today. How excited are you to be here? Tell for people why they should come out here the next 2 days, not only today but tomorrow.
Yeah, it's actually my first time being in one of these card expos, so it's pretty cool to see all the fans come out, all the different cards. I mean, you've got baseball, you've got football. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I think we got our picture. You got a picture. Got a picture. All right, man. Appreciate you coming on again. Ken Dilger right there, former tight end of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and of course the Indianapolis Colts. Gave us his time, so that was really cool. You didn't get me again. You got me closing my eyes. I'll just run with it.
All right.
You gotta make sure I'm have my eyes open. For some reason, I'm closing my eyes. I guess it's the light here. So you're killing me, Smalls, with that. So and you're also sitting off. You gotta move in here. You know.
Right. I got it.
I know you're not, always on the sports web. You've been on here before with me. We got Harry the Greek out there calling me. I don't know what he was calling me. Call me back, Harry. Tampa Bay Ray doing his own thing, of course.
Where's Ray?
Ray, I think Ray is out at Fergs at this point.
He's doing that Sports Connection.
Yes, he's doing a St. Pete Sports Connection. So good on Ray at this point.
One more thing we want to talk about is the Rays Stadium. I know the thing is, I'm excited about that new stadium that they're doing.
Right.
For me, living in the Plant City, Lakeland area, it's just a little bit of a haul to get out to the Trop. But
right.
Brett Phillips, told me send me a message. Not message. He tagged me on X about coming, and he said appreciate the support. I told Brett, it's a haul, but I'll try. But I'm excited about the new stadium, and Brett will be joining us soon, and I'm excited about.
So there you go. We got 2 guests already on there, and now we're looking at Brett Phillips. So baseball fans, you're
and
also
Keenan McGardell.
Yes,
Keenan McGardell will join if he gets a chance.
Absolutely.
And Sean King.
Sean King.
Yep.
I haven't seen him since my radio days.
Yeah, I talked to Sean King about. Oh, I loved your mobility. So what you saying? I can't throw. I'm like Sean. I didn't mean it like that.
Right.
No, but
Sean, he knows who I am.
Yeah.
We've done some radio together a long time ago.
That's
yes.
Cool.
So there you go.
Yeah. So Sean King will come. He's.
Let me look at that. Look at that right there. Can they get that in the camera right there? Look at that. Old school Buccaneer helmets right there. Good stuff. All kinds of signings going on. Cards, helmets. This is a sports fan's paradise. You got to get down here to the Florida State Fairgrounds here for the Card Expo. Great stuff they're putting on today. And again, plenty of athletes that are being here signing autographs and everything like that.
Yeah, I talked to a major league analyst, Ron Darling, former pitcher.
I'd like to get him on, but I guess we couldn't get him on. Ron Darling.
It's all good.
Yeah. All right. So good stuff there, man. Appreciate it. Let's talk about it. Not only Evans with his comments, because we kind of got into that, but what the Bucs have done free agency-wise.
So I like that defensive tackle they got from the Panthers.
Right.
I think he addresses a big need. I still don't think the front office is done. I think, they got guys. I know they didn't go break the bank, but that's how the Bucs organization operates. I mean, they're fiscally responsible.
Yeah.
You know, they're not going crazy all in on just one player. Them expecting then what if he gets injured? You know, like we're just being smart with the money and just trust the process.
Yeah.
And have faith in the organization.
Definitely.
Be a real fan.
Yeah.
And
definitely.
then I want these fans to start showing up in the stadium. Ray J, stop letting opposing teams fill up our stadium seats.
Well, that's one of the things that Mike Evans mentioned about Levi Stadium and how it gave him second wind, and some Bucs fans are just
well, you got to do some self-reflection, Bucs fans. You guys criticize us from the outside. You ain't coming to the games. Show up to the games. Support your team. Stop sitting being a armchair quarterback and saying this and that. Be a part of it. Be involved.
Yeah, be involved.
Stop criticizing from the sidelines.
Stop selling your tickets to opposing fans.
Yes.
There you go.
Be a real fan. Stop being hypocrites, hiding behind.
I understand these. Listen, I understand the situation is different down here because it is a transient state. It's where a lot of people like to vacation from up north and everything like that. But that's where Bucs fans got to step in, and they can't sell their tickets. They got to come out. And I know there's fans out there just disappointed with the way, the direction of where this team is going right now.
Then to start showing up to games. Stop criticizing from the sidelines. Be involved. Be a fan. Be a real fan.
Good stuff.
Yep.
You brought it to
I meant it. I'm just tired of the hypocrisy of our fan base.
Right.
Oh, fire Todd Bowles. Who are you gonna replace Todd Bowles?
Well, I've heard enough of that. It's not going to happen. By the way, just to give you a check right now, March 14th, 2026, Todd Bowles is still your coach.
It's exciting.
It is exciting, Todd. And again, I go back to Muhammad. What do you think about that move?
I love it. Okay, I think it's an underrated move. He's got good production. I know that they say whatever, but right. he stepped up for the Lions. Maybe he's hungry for a bigger contract.
Yeah. 11 sacks last year. You can't ignore that.
The Lions did not want to even pay him $5 million. They wanted to give him $1 million for all the production he gave. Well, he came here. So you came to the right place. We love you here, and hopefully you will step up for us too.
Well, you'll be loved by the fans if you can get after the quarterback. And
exactly.
Still, to me, that's the Achilles heel of this team. They definitely got to get it together by getting after the quarterback. Weren't able to do a lot of that last year.
I've been a fan through some really rough seasons, but I'm still a fan. I'm repping my team. I'm supporting my team.
Right.
And one player. That's why I never buy a jersey. I never buy anything with the players. I'm a team fan. You got my Bucko Bruce. You got my little thing inside.
Willie Graham agrees with you, by the way. Right.
Yep.
So there you go.
Yep.
So all right. So another story that came here, and I was talking about here once again. Like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Friend me on Facebook at Peter H. Blake. Facebook stars are open. YouTube super chats are open. If you like the content, give to the content as we're live here from the Florida State Fairgrounds here for the Card Expo, Tampa Card Expo. I don't know if you heard about this, Abraham. Emeka Egbuka, fake account.
Yep.
And he said, hold on. He said, is CTE even real? Now, that caught the attention of a lot of people. And this from Pro Football Talk. They said the Bucs, of course, Bucs Communication came out and said the below account neither owned nor operated by Emeka Egbuka. It is in no way affiliated with Emeka or the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Gold Check Buccaneers communication account posted on Twitter. Of course, what Pro Football Talk had to say, the account has since been suspended, but there's an interesting footnote via Ryan Glasspiegel of Front Office Sports. The Buccaneers have previously tagged the account nearly 60 times. So we always talk about it, AI fooling people with stories, social media, always checking the sources and where they come from. Bucs got duped on this, it looks like, because
I'm going back to the great sideline reporter TJ Reeves. If you're not a fan, I will show you the door. Go away.
That has nothing to do with that.
Well, the thing I'm talking about Buka. I think it's somebody who's trying to generate bad publicity for the Bucs organization.
Okay,
that's what I'm trying to say.
You're just trying to go back to that sound effect right
there. Go away. I will hold the door.
There you go.
All right, thanks. Sorry.
Yes, that's okay. But that's why I always say, check your sources on this. And I didn't know they had a gold check mark. You have to have a gold check mark.
Well, that's a verified, but that's probably some fake profile. There's a lot of fake profiles, on the web.
Right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go back to Reeves, but I just
that's okay. That's okay. We love what TJ Reeves is doing out there right now. Him and my tag team partner of the world, Mr. Jason Powers, out there covering college basketball, and we should be able to get him on the show here.
Oh yeah, speaking
eventually.
Of go Bulls, I mean, they won their conference.
Yeah,
the basketball team.
Yep. How about that? Where is that Bulls sound? Where is that? There it is. There it is. Yes, we'll be watching them and see what they do here.
Yeah, so there was,
you gotta talk to
USF basketball took a hit with, unfortunately, the demise of their late coach, but we bounced back this year. I'm really happy about the Bulls and what they're doing for college basketball in the Tampa Bay area. I'm really happy about that. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Yes, it's it's heartening to hear about what the Bulls are doing. I'm excited about USF football next year with Heartline. So what he's really he don't play around now. The practices are awesome. I've seen the drills.
I think there's some excitement with both of these programs. It's not just the basketball team, it's also the football team. I'm looking forward to seeing what Heartline is going to be able to do, but this basketball team has been tremendous this year. We haven't really gotten a chance to cover it on the Sports Web. Apologize for that. Just been so busy doing other things, concentrating on the Bucs and the Rays and the Lightning, but we definitely want to show them love too. And who knows, maybe we'll have the coach on here, or maybe some players in the future on the evolution of Sports Talk Television.
Definitely.
So, yeah, no, it's okay. It's all right. It's okay.
All right.
All right, we'll go on to the comments here. Again, you guys can comment. You guys can call in 727-255-0391 and 727-255-0391. Heard Mike is uprooting his whole family, moving to San Francisco. Will have no ties to Tampa. Again, a lot of fans are focusing on this, and I just say, listen, if the guy doesn't want to be here, thank him for what he's done and move on.
Yeah.
And let the guys eat. Let the young guys are a part of this team in Emeka Egbuka. And people are too focused on this and trying to look into it. And I understand that you're a fan of Mike Evans, but you also have to be a fan of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's what it comes down to. And then on top of it, you do have Egbuka. You do have Jalen McMillan. You do have Chris Godwin. You do have Tez Johnson. They re-signed K-Dot, and we heard from Ken.
I'm happy Kate is back. I'm really happy because he could have gone to the Giants. He could have gone to some other franchise.
Sure, he could have.
Yeah, but people forget that he was doing more work than he normally does as far as blocking. So that took away from his production on the offense as far as getting his catches and his yards. But, hey, we'll be fine. We just have faith. I like the Kenneth Gainwell signing. So we're not losing anything with Rashad White going.
Right.
So I like all the moves they're making, even though they're not sexy pickups, but they're good pickups.
All right, going back to the story with Emeka Egbuka, because again, the Bucs discredited. They said it was not related. The gold check is now the only way to be completely certain that an account is legitimate. That costs, as of this posting, $2,000 per year for a basic subscription and $10,000 per year for the full access level. So there you go.
Yeah.
So it all cleared out.
Yeah.
It was not Emeka Egbuka. Emeka Egbuka is not hanging out with Antonio Brown, all this other nonsense.
There's a lot of AI-generated picks and also a lot of fake accounts, fake profiles coming up in all the social media.
We got to watch out for that.
Yeah, there's
my mother's watching, my sister's watching. They're always sending me this nonsense from AI and you can tell that it is nonsense.
I mean, a sports enthusiast, and and like you and me, we know because we read we can filter it. But authentic sources, not all sources on the web are authentic.
All right, let's go out to Willie Graham. Exactly 100%. Let's go out to Willie again. We need a taller tight end. You have Devin Culp. He hasn't had the opportunity. I know there's a lot of Bucs fans that would like to see him do something for this team. Hasn't really gotten the opportunity.
Well, he's shown flashes of brilliance under Liam Cohen. It probably depends on the OC we had last year. I just don't think he utilizes all the weapons. First of all, he's a rookie play caller.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Cohen learned under McVay. He's had 2 years in the SEC. That's like the NFL 1.0, you could say, or that's the level of competition SEC. That he was ready for being an OC in the NFL level. So I think I'll see difference with Robinson because he's had 2 years experience calling plays in the NFC South. So let's hold our reservations for now. I think we'll find with Devin Culp, okay? He's got great speed for a tight end too. So
well, they may address it in the drafts. They definitely may address it.
Well, one thing I would like to see. I mean, let me see. We got Cole Keith back. So
yes. By the way, broken by Jason Light yesterday. So it's always good for Jason Light to break his own signing there. I definitely think he's a big part of the reason why the running game struggled to a certain degree. The blocking struggled. It was a good thing to have him back. He's able to come back now, getting signed, and of course, again, Jason Light breaking
and
that
the backup
story.
guard. He was a backup guard. He's
Dan Feeney.
Feeney's resigned.
So he came on last year, and you hope. And again, it's a good depth signing. That's what the Bucs are doing right now. Depth signing some players to come in here. Let me ask you, and I'll ask fans out there. And we'll throw it out there for you web heads. What do you think so far of what the Bucs have been able to do in free agency? Getting an A'Shawn Robinson, the defensive tackle from the Carolina Panthers. Now he's coming over, 1-year contract, $10 million. We talked about Gainwell from Pittsburgh, Anzalone from Detroit, Miles Killebrew.
Yeah, yes.
Safety.
Yeah,
special teamer. Hold on. What do you guys think about all those signings? Give me a 1 to 10. Give me your thoughts on it. 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. Go ahead.
So Killebrew, he will offset the loss of Christian Izien. Plus, he's a special teams ace. He's going to play for his coach at Pittsburgh.
Right.
So I think he's not going to. We're not going to lose anything. Actually, I think Gainwell's going to provide some kick return ability as a kick returner. So he's dangerous. I've been watching him since he was at Memphis. I mean, I think he's Rachaad White 2.0 as far as his skill set, what he brings to the team as a valuable player. Plus, he wanted to be here last year, so he signed a 2-year contract. I think if Rachaad doesn't want to be here, let him go. And hey.
Well, listen, it was not a surprise, and this guy that has this sign, it's so cool. We got to get him on here. He's just moving, doing the signings here. You guys Bucs fans are gonna flip when you see this sign that we got.
Yep.
But you're exactly right. Rachaad White didn't want to be here. He burned his bridge.
Yep.
No surprise that he signed with his former quarterback and Jaden Daniels with the Washington Commanders. So he'll get every opportunity.
And then
but I just think he wasn't that good. Like, there was a lot of expectations there coming in. He was going to be the number one running back, and he lost his spot there. He was decent. He did the things that you needed to do when it came to being a third down back, catching the ball in the backfield, pass protection. I think Gainwell is a better move at this point. What he was able to do with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He
was a valuable player for the team last year. He was the most valuable player for the team. I think I'm being away from the mic. Nobody can hear me.
You are, and I don't know why you're doing that. You got to just don't be scared of that.
It came. So he was the most valuable player for the team last year. He was a great all-around back. And I love what he can bring to the return game. Rachaad showed flashes of brilliance, but when Canales was the OC, they kept giving it to him. He got 991 yards, but it was how many times he was fed and how many times he was stopped in the middle. And then Bucky, he was breaking tackles in the middle. He was, and then he's also good in the pass game. And I don't think we're losing. We don't need players with that kind of attitude on our franchise. We just want guys who want to be here, who want to be part of winning. Oh, it's not a me. It's about us, not me. So he was a me guy, and he can go wherever he wants to go. And we got somebody who wants to be here, Ken Gainwell, and we're embracing with open arms.
I agree with you on that.
Yep.
Again, open phone lines. Tell me what you think about what the Bucs have done in free agency so far. What do you give them from 1 to 10? A quarterback. I'm just doing some producing off air here as I see somebody in the background, which hopefully we can go ahead and get eventually on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. But we promised you some guests here. We'll see if we can work on getting them 1 to 10 at this point. I put it out there on Wednesday. I was disappointed you didn't get an edge rusher. They were able to fill that need. I don't know if it's enough. Again, could they sign a veteran? There's certainly a possibility, but I think they go more in the fact of, going with the Muhammad and then going and drafting somebody. I know it's risky because you get a player to get double-digit sacks. There's only been six players in the last 10 years that have come out of college that got double-digit sacks, so it'll be risky, but that's where they're going to go. They believe in it. Jason Light and crew, they believe in what this draft holds in 2026, and they believe that they can get enough contributions from that, and we'll see how it works out. But you have to improve the pass rush. It's all predicated on that defense up front. You still got to most likely get 2 linebackers. You still have to wait for Levante David to see if he's going to come back. And I definitely think that helps out that back end. But talking about Killebrew, we kind of touched upon that.
Yeah, so going back to Miles, 10 years experience. And I like the fact that, he's big-time contributor to special teams. I think we need some dogs in the special teams was awful last year. Yeah. Blocking, you name it, whatever. And they need a kick in the rear end. A lot of them do.
A kick in the ass.
Yep. And I think we got So we got the I got to be careful about using profanity when I'm on live TV. So
yes.
But we got that kind of coach who's going to be up their butts. He's going to be yelling at him as soon as he gets out of the car. We need coaches like that,
Yeah.
We need coaches that show a little bit of emotion, that are not trying to be, the good guy, trying to get the best out of your players. See me doing what I do for a living. I'm not going to be popular with everybody, but I'm going to get the best out of my people. So get the best out of your people, whatever you got to do. It's not a popularity contest. It's about getting maximum production out of it.
Do you think Todd Bowles is on the hot seat?
If things don't get better, I think he will be. I think because I think our organization is not going to settle for this mediocrity, or this we can't continue to go this way. We got to make changes. I mean, I've had patience. I always was one of the biggest defenders of Todd Bowles, but if we don't see a drastic change in the way things are done, as far as we're us finishing out games, as far as defensive production, as far as morale of the fans, and I know some, but the ones who show up to the games, we got to make changes. But I hope we turn things around. But everybody's patience is wearing thin. But I'm a believer, and he's my coach. I'm gonna support him.
Yeah, we got a dog there. There you go. There's a dog.
He's my coach, and I'm not gonna say fire Todd Bowles like everybody does. We're gonna support our coach. And we're gonna try to see what we can do to make our organization better.
All right, good stuff. Open phone line, 727-255-0391 and 727-255-0391 as we're live here at the Florida State Fairgrounds for the Card Expo. I'm your host, Peter Blake, along with Mr. Abraham V. Cherry himself. Again, your Rolex reporter. Let's go back out to the comments here from Willie Graham. 7, a lot of potential. I think we are our defense is getting better here. I think we're shootings – great for the defense, for the draft, as well as another great linebacker and cornerback. Not sure what he's saying, but he said 7, a lot of potential at the end of the draft there. Great linebacker and corner, so thank you, Willie, for that. Great running back pickup by Gainwell. Justin Parks, the Canadian Akeem Mesidor, we've talked about this player on the show from the Miami Hurricanes, 25 years old, can definitely get after the passer. A lot of people maybe not drafting him because he is 25 years old. You have him for 6 or 7 years, and then maybe that's the best you get out of him. But listen, if he can get after it for the next 5 to 6 years, why not?
We had no pass rush period, so 6 years is better than none.
That's true. That's true.
So
could play longer than that. Who knows?
I just
25.
I just think that if Sonny Styles doesn't fall, we're going to get an edge rusher, and we're going to trade up to get Jacob Rodriguez.
Hey! Yeah, you say, I heard DJ UPS in the background screaming Tampa Bay, so every time he says Tampa, I want to scream Bay. But
go ahead.
What?
Do it on live TV, Jay.
You going to do it?
Tampa
Bay!
Tampa
Bay! There you go, Mr. DJ UPS here live from the Florida State Fairgrounds. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, along with, again, Abraham V. Cherry, talking Tampa Bay Buccaneer football. We talked about Miles Killebrew. I love the move. Yep. It's a special teams guy. Special teams struggled last year. It's all about the 3 facets of the game: offense, defense, and special teams. Too many blocked punts last year, too many blocked extra points, too many missed assignments, especially when it comes to kickoffs. So I definitely think Killebrew will help. And then on top of it,
Danny Green, is that his name?
Well, Danny Smith.
Danny Smith, my bad.
He's familiar with him. The coach there, 72 years old, a longtime special teams coach with the Pittsburgh Steelers. So him coming over should definitely improve that unit, and that unit has to improve for this team to go forward. Again, you have to have all 3 facets, and I love the Killebrew move
I like the
Plus,
move.
he plays safety, just like you said, because
yeah.
Christian Izzy has
He's
moved
gone.
on to the Detroit Lions.
So,
So Bucs switching players around there.
I like the moves they've made. The defensive end or the outside linebacker, edge rusher.
Yeah.
He's got good productivity. 11 sacks. Okay. How many sacks was the most sacks our best defensive lineman or outside linebacker had?
You had Yaya Diaby with 7.5.
Yeah,
so 7.5. You got to get better with that.
I think if we get another good edge rusher, we'll be okay. And maybe I think Jadeveon Clowney is available as free agent, but I don't have much confidence. Chris
Joey Bosa's out there. Maybe that's somebody
Yeah.
you take a flyer on at this point.
I like Nelson as a special teamer and as a glue guy, but he's not a starter.
All right, let's go out to this. I always love doing this. YouTube Super Chat from the Tribal Troll.
Acknowledge me.
$20. Love that. Thank you very much, guys. Follow suit there. YouTube Super Chats. If you love the content, give to the content here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. Like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Friend me on Facebook, Peter H. Blake. Follow me in all the social media platforms, whether it's X, Twitter, TikTok. We're live on TikTok. Well, come on. You don't just no. You got to get on camera here. Come on. Give him the headphones. We're gonna go ahead and talk to some fans.
I got a wife waiting on me.
Oh, come on. Just come on for a little bit.
I'm already in trouble.
You're already in trouble?
They ran late. So
All right. See, they come up. They show their footballs. You want to come on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm good. I appreciate it.
Okay. So shy when they see the camera. It's
Yep.
crazy to
It's
me.
weird.
It's absolutely nuts to me. They see the camera and they're just like, I don't want to get on. But, that's what you show the Bucs football being signed right there. So thank you very much for the super chat right there, Roger Shue. As always, appreciate you. Again, we're live on TikTok. I'm excited about that. You know what I was really excited about?
Go ahead.
Because I got here and the Wi-Fi for me was not working. And then they gave us the Wi-Fi. And guess what? It's just spectacular. I love it. And it's not Spectrum, by the way. It's Frontier. So there you go.
Yep.
It's the small things, but really those are the big things that you have to be looking at. What are you looking at here?
I'm seeing if Brett is available, but we'll just talk about something else.
Yeah, definitely. Let's talk about their move there with Ashawn Robinson. They get him 6'3", 6'4".
I like that because he's got big. Look, no offense.
Well, Todd Bowles wanted to get bigger.
No offense to Logan Hall, but he's not bringing that thing that.
His best year was 2 years ago.
Yeah. So
and yes, he's versatile when it comes to playing defensive end and defensive tackle. But Bowles talked about this last week at the combine.
We need some beef in the middle.
Yeah, 6'3", 320-pound defensive.
I just
tackle.
hope they don't stop here. They want to get a draft one. They want to get another free agent. We need some beef in the middle, and we need some edge rush, and we need some better inside linebacker. I just hope that we're not settled with just getting Anzalone. That's why I just think that if they get an edge rusher in the first round, they will move up in the second round to get Jacob Rodriguez. Or
he may be there in the second round, but you're exactly right. I think that's the pick for me, too, is Rodriguez to go in this draft, and hopefully that's where the Bucs are going in the second round.
Because that's what they did.
It'll be interesting to see, is it edge rusher, is it linebacker? People will talk about C.J. Allen. I think very questionable coverage skills. That's been the Achilles heel, if you will, of the Bucs. Getting Anzalone at that point doesn't pigeonhole you, doesn't necessarily mean you won't have to go after a linebacker. I think more of edge rush, a Cassius Howe, that would be somebody that you could definitely consider there. Akeem Mesidor, he's been talked about. A Falk from Auburn. Those are the type of guys at this point. Maybe you get aggressive. Maybe you get up there. Get a Reuben Bain Jr. I don't think he's going to be there, but let's just happen to say he does fall. Then that's the consideration of trading up, because a lot of people looking at right now, he has short arms.
Okay.
So they're saying, there's a possibility of him dropping.
They said that about Luke Gedeke as an offensive tackle, and he's just he was killing it. So the cynics, the pundits, going to slice and dice, but.
Sure.
It's all matters what that translates on the field, what they do on the field. It's not what, measurables or projections.
Sure. Absolutely.
That's what it's all about.
Well, that's what it's all about. But a lot of scouts, a lot of teams will will not look at enough tape as we see some guys in the background there.
Yep.
That we may be trying to work on getting. Is that Booger right there?
Yes, Booger McFarland. He fist bumped me as soon as he got in here. So,
okay.
Because I said his name. So I was like,
let's see if we get Booger McFarland on, of course, from ESPN. Get him on the evolution of sports talk television. I'm curious to hear what he has to say.
Yep.
When it comes to the state of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and what they've done in free agency. The question is out there, Bucs fans and Tampa Bay sports fans, web heads. What do you think about what the Bucs have done in free agency so far, 1 to 10? Are you excited? Are you disappointed? Open phone line, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. So going back to it, A'Shawn Robinson again. Todd Bowles wanted to get bigger. 6'3", 320 pound
great
defensive
size.
tackle.
Great size.
According to Pewter Report, big, powerful run stuffer for the Bucs, can push the pocket versus the pass.
We need that.
With 10 years of experience. And on top of it, you're exactly right with Logan Hall. And they're kind of similar in that his production kind of dropped. Logan Hall's production kind of dropped from last year to the year before. His best year was Robinson was 2 years ago in 2024. But he's going to be a backup, which is a good thing because they anticipate Kalijah Cansey coming back from injury. And hopefully he does come back from injury because we see how different that defensive line can be and how much more energy, how we can bring the pass rush. That line is different. They got more pressure on the quarterback, so you definitely have to get Cansey back in the fold.
He's going to back up Vita when Vita comes out. He's also going to be part of the starting 3 rotation of 3-4 defense. So,
right.
So he brings a lot of immeasurables. And
I don't think he's going to be on the field when they go passing downs, but he'll be on the field for the base defenses and stuff like that. That's where Cansey comes in.
Yep.
So Justin, go back to that. Yeah, right now I seen Rodriguez getting mocked to us in the first 2. See, I haven't seen him as a first-round player, but then again, you just don't know because the stock is somebody, again, it comes down to need. It comes down to best player on the board. A lot of people would say if the best player on the board is a corner, do you take the corner over the need? I don't know. I feel differently about it because I go back and forth on it, and I always share the story of, 2007 at the time where the need is Gaines Adams, and John Gruden wants to trade up for a Calvin Johnson, but the guy that's on the board at the time that goes after Gaines Adams is Adrian Peterson. But because you had Cadillac Williams locked in, you don't drafted Adrian Peterson in the first place. You go with the need. Gaines Adams, of course, doesn't work out. Adrian Peterson turns into a Hall of Famer.
Let me go back to the 2012 draft, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So they signed Doug Martin. They drafted Doug Martin in the first round.
Right.
And they moved back in the up in the second round, and they drafted Bucs legend Lavonte David. Okay. So Lavonte had a lot of knocks against him coming in because of his size. But what has he done for this franchise?
Yeah.
A legendary career. And he's
absolutely.
And I don't care what anybody says. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. Okay.
Yeah.
He's going to be a Hall of Famer. I don't care about Pro Bowls. Pro Bowls are just another title.
Yeah.
That don't mean anything.
Go get him.
Who?
Go get that guy. You come here. Come on.
You can't. I'll get him. Hold on.
Go get him. Bring that sign with you too. I want Bucs fans to see this. And knock my headphones down. Always producing on air. I love the fact of this. All right. Yeah, come on, bring your sign. I got to show you this. This is cool, Bucs fans. You're going to like this.
Booger McFarland is coming when he gets a second.
Okay.
He's done. When he's done signing, he'll be coming over.
Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's get this guy on here.
All right, come on.
Come on. Show this. I want you to put your headphones on here. Well, yeah, go ahead. Well, I'll hold this. You just sit down, and we'll have this in the background or something. Let's do this. All right, get close to that mic here. We'll see if we can have somebody.
That's how those things work.
Hold this right there. Look at this. All right, get close to that mic. Go ahead and tell people who you are.
Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. I'm John Urbanski. I'm the crowd control guy here for the event. People are lining up in lines for autographs, things like that. I'm just kind of here to give direction.
And again, what do we tell the Bucs fans out there? What do they got to look forward to if they decide to make it out here today?
I mean, we've had Booger McFarland, we've had Shelton Quarles, we've had Ronde Barber, we've had just all kinds of legendary Buccaneers players here. It has been awesome. Lots of really, really cool stuff going on here.
Yeah, so tell us about this sign right here. How many signatures do you got?
Well, I had 2 to start the day, but right now I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and working on 9.
Okay.
So we have 8 so far. I have Jimmy Giles and Dwight Smith, and then today we got.
We had Jimmy Giles, we had Dwight Smith on the evolution of
Correct.
Sports Talk Television. What else?
Correct, and then we, today I've added Ronde Barber, Shelton Quarles, Sean King, Keenan McCardell.
So
and
cool.
Mr. McFarland just now. So
So cool.
Worked out pretty good.
All right, what gave you the idea of this? This is quite heavy, but what is this all made of?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I spent a lot of time in the Tampa area in restaurants, and every once in a while I would order some fine wines like Opus One, came as special selection, that sort of thing. They came in these nice pine wood boxes. I was always kind of like, what am I going to do with these boxes? And so I ended up taking the corks that I would open up all these bottles of wine, these boxes, and I made a kind of like a canvas with the wood, split the corks in half, and then glued them, according to the image, and painted them. It's really a simple thing.
It is tremendous. It's quite heavy because it's on my knee right now, or on my yes. There you go. There it is. That is tremendous right there. Take a look at that. Once again, it covers your head up there. There you go. You're back in there.
It's pretty heavy, but it works. And it hangs on the wall in a man cave, that sort of thing. I've got it on my.
And these are wine caps.
Those are corks. Yes,
corks,
correct.
wine corks.
Yeah, and I found a way to kind of ascend them through like some PVC and split them in half. It's a really pretty simple process, but
so you put this on your man cave wall, which is and you don't have any feelings that this is a curse because of all the losing that's associated with it. You say the hell with that.
Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, I've made a bunch of these for a bunch of different teams in different sports, and even like FC Barcelona and that sort of thing. But once I got the Buccaneer design, the Bucco Bruce, and I put it together, I finished it. I said to myself, what should I do with it? Might as well bring it to one of these events and see if I can get a handful of Buccaneer legend signatures. So
excellent.
Why not?
So cool, man. So cool. Thanks a lot for coming on the evolution of Sports Talk Television.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for allowing me a chance to highlight
this is so cool. I love this. I love this in the background for us. Yeah. But we want to show the fans. We wanted to show, the reason why people should come out to the expo. Once again, remind them, highlight this, or why they should come out.
We have these events, twice, maybe 3 times a year, and it's really a whole lot of fun. There's a huge, card show going off over here on the left side, and then we have the autographs, over here. Just a ton, of fun stuff going on. Something for everybody. I spend my whole day here.
You do me a favor. Can you take a picture of us without my eyes being closed, please? All right, let's take a picture of this right now. We're live on the Sports Web. I swear, if you take a picture of me with my eyes closed.
All right, well, pretty cool. Give me a second. Let me get there. I got to get everybody. Yeah, better. Okay, can you come a little bit closer to that slide, Peter?
Yeah.
I got to get one of me, too.
Okay, there you go. Come on. All right, good. Hopefully my eyes.
I got you.
All right, hopefully my eyes are closed. All right.
Would you mind taking one?
Take one more here. We're live on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. As you see here, the photo op right there. There you go.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, good stuff.
Thank you very much.
Once again, tell everybody who you are here on the evolution.
Again, my name is Johnny Yu, John Urbanski. I work for the Rays and the Bucs. I also do the crowd control for Guy and for the thing here. I'm really excited. What's that?
Well, what do you think about Mike Evans leaving for the San Francisco 49ers, John?
It's upsetting. It definitely is upsetting, but it is something that I almost kind of expected. I was at that game, the Atlanta game, where it was 3rd and 28 or something like that. And as soon as they completed that pass, I was like, and Mike Evans was on the sidelines. He was just furious about that play. And it seemed almost from that point forward.
Yeah,
man, I'm not sure,
Yeah.
It's too bad, but I understand it. I understand it.
Okay.
So,
all right. We got Booger McFarland coming on here in just a little bit right now.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll go out to that really quick. Let's see here. Let me go out to Booger McFarland.
All right, go ahead.
All right, we got Booger coming.
All right, so we got Booger coming. All right, let's get him on here in just a little bit as he's signing some autographs in the
All right,
background.
the great Anthony McFarland.
Yes.
Two-time Super Bowl champion.
Yes. Hold on a sec. I'm always ready, my friend. We got Booger McFarland here.
Let's do it.
Of the ESPN fame right there. Booger, welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television there. You could come in a little bit closer there, right there, into that camera. And let's talk about it, my friend. Let's talk about the state of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, your thoughts. How disappointed were you to witness that? Because they started out 6-2. People were talking about Baker Mayfield being an MVP, and then the wheels preferably fell off. Welcome to the evolution.
Yeah, you know what, man? It's one of those things that, they start off 6-2, then the injuries pile up. The defenses wasn't playing very well, and then things kind of snowball. The injuries, the defense. Next thing you know, you get in a little bit of a rut, man. It's kind of hard to get out of. They had an opportunity down the stretch. I think by all accounts, by everyone's account, it was a disappointing season. So now the focus should be, you never can control from a health standpoint. You got to get lucky there. But the areas we can't control from a defensive standpoint, how do we get pressure on the passer? How do we tackle better? How do our special teams become better? Because those were a very weak part of the team. So I think those are things that Jason Light and Todd Bowles got to work on.
Do you think they've done enough in this offseason? A lot of disappointment with Mike Evans. We'll get back to that in a moment, but no, big name edge rusher. They got Muhammad. He had 11 sacks from the Detroit Lions. You get Gainwell. You get Anzalone. But in your opinion, have the Bucs done enough in this 2026 free agency period to get better? Have they got better? What should they do to get better?
Well, most of the time, free agency is one of those things that it's all for show. Very rarely do free agents change hands that are going to make a meaningful impact. There's 3 or 4. Could they have been in on Jalen Phillips? Man, that's a lofty
$30 million from Carolina.
I mean, that's a hard price.
Right.
Max Crosby, I think they were in on. 2 ones, that's tough. Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
So Jason has always done a really good job of drafting. Edge rusher, he tried to fix it a little bit with Tryon Sharenka.
Mm-hmm.
You get Hassan Reddick. Those guys really didn't pan out. Yaya Diaby's played well. Yaya's just not a 1. Yaya is kind of a 2. Mm-hmm. You need a fastball coming off the edge. So they got the kid they drafted last year from Arkansas State. Go see what he's got. Chris Braswell. Like, they've tried to fix the edge position. But you're right. It doesn't matter if you can go back and get Buddy Ryan. Doesn't matter who's calling the defense. If you don't have guys to make the ball come out, it's going to be really, really tough. So the draft is coming up. It is a deep, deep, deep draft when it comes to edge rushers.
Is it risky for Jason Light to, because it depend on a rookie, because you said, again, Chris Braswell, they tried with Joe Tryon Sharenka. It's higher now, 15. Do you think the Bucs should be aggressive in trading up? Again, 6 edge rushers in the last 10 years to have double-digit sacks. You're going to have to try to get that production because this team struggled, especially in the second half, with only 12 sacks. Who are some of the guys you're looking at? Is it risky for Jason Light and crew to depend on those edge rushers, in your opinion?
No, because I think it is a deep draft, man. I mean, you got the 2 guys from Miami, Bain and Mesidor. You got the kid from Missouri who I love, Zion Young. Obviously, you look at Arvell Reese, David Bailey. I can go on and on. Like, it is a deep class. R. Mason Thomas, who is a guy who I think fits very well from Oklahoma. It's a deep edge rusher class. And so if I'm Jason, I don't think you need to jump up and give up next year's 1 or whatever to kind of move up. I think you could set back at was it 15?
Yeah.
And you'll be able to get an edge rusher that can make an impact. Because the key is, here's what you're trying to do with the draft. You're trying to get a super talented player cost effective.
Yeah.
On a rookie deal.
Yeah.
That way you can take advantage of that rookie deal for the next 3 or 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody talks about the quarterback. It's not just the quarterback. When you can get young players that can produce, it just makes your salary cap flexibility that much more.
Talked about Todd Bowles. In your opinion, should he be on the hot seat at this point?
Well, I think Todd and Jason both, I think, are in a situation now where they know next year's got to be really good. Anytime you start 6-2 and you crumble down the stretch, I think when you look at Jason Light and the Bucs' inability to get edge pressure, and now don't get me wrong, Jason has done a hell of a job. You look at a lot of the talent that he's brought in, but kind of the one glaring weakness has been defensively. The edge guys hadn't been able to solve that issue. Todd Bowles being a defensive coach when your defense doesn't perform well, I think both of those guys have a lot to prove in 26.
Absolutely. We're on with Booger McFarland here. ESPN does a fantastic job. You've done a great job transitioning from a defensive tackle, defensive lineman to now being an analyst. Why is it such a tough transition for young pass rushers, in your opinion, from your experience, over to the NFL level?
Well, because most of the time you're young guys, and these guys are, 20, 21, 22 years old.
Yeah.
You're going up against, like when you're playing tackle in this league, not only are you the best of the best, these guys are also 25, 26, 27. Sometimes when you're really good, you're 30 years old, or you're like Trent Williams, you're 37, 38 years old.
Yeah.
Like these are experienced guys that have seen it all. And pass rush is not just about athletic ability. It's about technique and can you be an artist? It's not science. It's not just because you're big, fast, and strong. There's an art to pass rush, and you got to learn the art. Michelangelo wasn't Michelangelo the first time he picked up the paintbrush.
Right.
You got to learn how to paint. You got to learn how to rush. And so it's not like wide receiver or running back that are very instinctive.
Yeah.
Pass rush is a learned skill.
All right. Akeem Mesidor, 25 years old. Is that somebody that you think the Bucs should be interested in? A lot of teams would shy away from it. He's 25. Well, people say he's 25 years old. You only get 5 to 6 years, Booger. I mean, this is what they're saying. I'm not saying it.
What's wrong with that?
I have no problem with it. I would like to see.
What's wrong with 5 years? Everybody gets caught up in this thing when you're drafting a guy. You're not trying to – every guy you're drafting is not for 10 years.
Right.
If you draft a guy for 5 years, then, okay, that's great.
Right.
As long as it's not 1 year. I mean, you're drafting I have no problem drafting a guy in the first round and saying, okay, I got 5 good years out of it.
Yeah.
And if I get no more, so be it.
Right. Elijah Cansey, Elijah Roberts, what do you see from those young kids?
Got to stay healthy.
Right. Especially Cansey.
Cansey's got to perform, got to stay healthy. I like what he can do. He reminds you of a lot of what Aaron Donald, Grady Jarrett are because of the quickness and the size.
Right.
But I got to see it a lot more often.
Baker Mayfield, you still a believer in him with this offense? I always say where this offense goes, where Baker Mayfield goes, this offense goes. Can they do enough with the loss of Mike Evans? We'll finish off with that because young kids, Emeka Egbuka, Jalen McMillan, Chris Godwin, a veteran, Tez Johnson, they re-signed Cade Otton. Are you still a believer in Baker Mayfield? What do you think Baker Mayfield has to improve on? What do you see on film with him?
Well, Baker's got to be more consistent, number one. Number two, they got to protect him up front. I think Baker has shown more times than not when he gets protected, there's an opportunity for him to go out and make some plays. So, yeah, I'm still a believer. Like when you look at what Baker makes relative to the production that he's getting, you could argue the Bucs have the best quarterback in football. And here's what I mean by that. You look at the money he's making relative to – he's a 4,000-yard passer.
Yeah.
Making, $30 million a year.
Yes.
He's not making 60 like that.
Yeah.
So relative to salary – from a production standpoint, you could, like I said, you can make an argument they're getting some of the best quarterbacking in football.
How surprised are you with Mike Evans and going to the San Francisco 49ers, choosing them? I say it comes down to this. Not only does he feel like the 49ers are in a better position to win a Super Bowl, but on top of it, they can give him the opportunity to have that volume to where he can leave no doubt. He can get in the top 10 for receiving all time because they can feed him the ball.
Well, I think when you've been somewhere for 12 years, sometimes change is good.
Yeah.
His kids are a lot older. He's seen Tampa. Sometimes you don't know what else is out there till you go see it. And so I think there's a lot of intrigue from Mike about other organizations like San Francisco.
Yeah.
An organization like Mike's won a ring here. Like, what else can he do? He's a Hall of Famer. He's won a ring here. He's done so much here. So there's a little intrigue. It's kind of like LeBron. LeBron left Cleveland the first time because he said, I wanted to see what – he'd been in Cleveland his whole life.
Correct.
He wanted to go to Miami.
Evans is a fan of LeBron James.
Evans just wants to go see what else is out there. I got no problem with it.
All right. So give me some Super Bowl memories for you. That Super Bowl year, winning Super Bowl 37. What do you remember about it most? And being coached, of course, by the great John Gruden.
Just how close that team was. A lot of the guys it's crazy because as time goes by, you usually lose contact. But a lot of the guys that you were close with on that team, I'm still close with now. So I think the relationships are what we always cherish when we see the guys, when we see each other. So that's been like the cool part about it.
Tony Dungy, talk about him and his impact on your career.
Tony's great. I mean, Tony drafted me. Tony traded for me. I still keep in contact with him today. He's a Hall of Fame coach, but more importantly for me, he's a Hall of Fame person that gave us an opportunity to play football, but also be mentored by one of the great men in football.
Love it. Good stuff, Booger McFarland. Thanks a lot for coming on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. Here's my card. I don't know what the the limitations of ESPN, but anytime you want to come on and talk football, let me know.
Will do, buddy.
All right, Booger McFarland right there. Let's get a picture here real quick. I got you, Peter.
Yep.
All right, appreciate you, man. There you go. Booger McFarland right there on the evolution of sports. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Oh, yeah, one more thing. I spoke to Chidi Ahantu. He said, I love Peter. Yeah.
Well, I've interviewed him before.
Okay, so
we've interviewed him before. So
yeah, he knows
we will definitely get him on. And
Sean King's got to run, but I told him if he got a second, stop for a couple of minutes. He's got to go see his mom, but
Sean knows me too.
Yeah, I know.
You got to tell, and that dog right there. Hello, dog.
It's all good. I love dogs.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I believe this is Chidi Ahantu coming on. Yep. Yes.
You bringing that linebacker, Nick Jackson? Yeah, Chidi. That's the linebacker, Nick Jackson from Iowa.
Okay.
He's got 6 years of college experience, man.
Okay.
Great. He was at Virginia, Ronde Barber's alma mater. Man, we love to have you on the team, man. Rooting for you. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. Let him do your thing, and if you want to come back on, we'll get you on. Okay. Okay. Cool. Sounds good, man. Appreciate you. So we'll just yes. So we'll read these comments. Go ahead, sit down. You okay?
Right.
You're all right.
All right.
So a lot of things to unpack there. He still believes in Baker Mayfield. Still says Baker Mayfield could be the best quarterback in the league. Brent O'Neill, did you hear that?
Yes. Look. Baker carried that team the first 8 weeks.
Come in here closer.
Baker carried that franchise the first 8 weeks, and and they had a collapse the second half. I just think he just took a loss, sustained a lot of injuries in one of these games. I think against the Rams or the Patriots.
Yeah.
And he was playing hurt, and it takes a lot of guts to do that. But it was to the team's detriment. Picks happen, bad decisions. I think he had some serious injury on his throwing arm, and that affected his ability to direct his throws.
Both shoulders being hurt.
Yep.
And then on top of it, you have an oblique, so it definitely limits your mobility. We always talk about it with Baker Mayfield. What I noticed is I think and this goes back to what Ronde Barber said, and hopefully we can get him on. I don't know if he's still in the building or not. Have you seen him?
Ronde's in the back, but he's hard to get. You got to talk to his agent.
Okay.
And through his agent, we could get him for 5 minutes. We're lucky, but
we'll take the 5 minutes with Ronde Barber at this point. But again, going back to it, it's what Barber said that he noticed, that I noticed also, is the fact of it looked like he was trying to run and didn't need to run. He didn't have a lot of faith in his offensive line. He was real jittery, happy feet with him, and there was no need for that. That's what I noticed. Now, whether that's a thing or not, I don't know, but I think it comes down to, again, you have to have the consistency in your offensive line, and when you have multiple injuries to your starters, especially both of your guards, and you're reshuffling and all that, I think it has an impact. And again, Baker Mayfield, he knows that he has to play better because, again, that's where your offense lies, and you start out 13-2. And then you finish up 13-9. That's not going to get it done for this team going anywhere. And then you have problems with scoring. And I think that's more on not just Baker Mayfield. I think it's more on an inexperienced offensive coordinator and a Josh Grizzard.
Yeah, it's Grizzard. I mean, yeah. I was not a big fan of that hire. I'm going to be honest with you. I just thought, you had Shieldhouse available. And I was like, God, why didn't they let him go? But now he's the offensive coordinator for the Rams because, what's his name? Mike. I forgot Matt LaFleur's brother.
Matt LaFleur, yes.
Mike
LaFleur moved on to Arizona.
So they moved Shieldhouse up.
Yes.
And but I like the fact that we got one of Sean McVay's disciples, and I have confidence in him.
I think that's the plan. I really do. I think that's the plan with Zach Robinson at this point to get back to that Liam Cohen offense.
Exactly.
Of course, and we'll see if that works out. For this
franchise.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. All right, open phone lines. A lot to unpack there from Booger McFarland. We'll definitely, hopefully talk to him more, but great stuff there from him. Thanks a lot for giving him his time as I'm producing on air. Open phone line, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391 as we're hoping for some more guests to come on.
So there's Cheaty. If he's, let me see if Cheaty's available.
All right. Well, Cheaty might be going to
those guys.
That's right. The Frozen Pyro podcast.
Okay.
We don't hate those guys. They do what they do. That's good for them.
All right.
But again, we'll continue to read comments here because we didn't get a lot of comments. But let's see. Let's go out to Justin Parks. It was the Bills late in the first. Willie says, Booger McFarland, tell him what he said. What's up? Brett, thanks a lot for tuning in there on YouTube. What's up, brother? What's up with you?
Oh, yeah.
I hope you were watching that because I think that was a great comment there. Well, Baker Mayfield could be the best quarterback in the National Football League. You're talking about a 4,000-yard passer. So we'll definitely cut some of that up there with Booger McFarland. Booger, yes. Roger Shue, thank you. Baker Mayfield has to play better in the fourth quarter. Brent says 4,000 yards, not hard to get any more in today's game. That doesn't equal wins. Brent says has to play better in the fourth quarter. Yes, I did. Shake and bake. Yes, shake and bake. You'll be my best friend for life.
Shake and bake.
Right there by Broadway. Thank you. Yes,
one more thing
ahead.
I want to add.
Mm-hmm.
We got to go back into time when Baker was playing with the Cleveland Browns, okay? He really led a big victory in the playoffs against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
And what happened is the next year, following year, he played hurt. He had a torn labrum in his shoulder, and he was doing it last year.
Yeah.
So even if he's hurt, he wants to play.
Yep. He definitely wants to play. And I think it also comes down, and we didn't get a chance to talk about this, but Jake Browning. They get him, not necessarily the best year for the Bengals, but when he's been able to start, when he started a couple of years ago, 4 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 70% completion percentage. The fact of the matter is he's a veteran quarterback who's had to play in critical times. Even though he's 0-3 last year with the Bengals, he's been able to win some games. So I think you feel more confident if you're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in him than you were in Teddy Bridgewater last year.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. On the phone lines, what do you think about the Bucs and what they've done in free agency? The draft, I asked Booger about, going with an edge rusher, and he said, hey, let's do it. Let's go with an edge rusher at this point. That's what they're doing. Young-wise, is it risky? He put it out there. He says there's not. It's a deep draft when it comes to these young pass rushers. So,
I mean, I like the fact that we're going to get a solid rotation of guys, and then just what if we went all in on Max? What if we went all in Trey? We paid all this money. It's absorbing a lot of money that could have gone elsewhere.
Sure.
And what if one of them just don't produce?
Well, that's what you got to pay. That's what you got to pay for an edge rusher. That's what you got to pay these days. You got to pay the.
But I think we got to bargain with that with Muhammad, and let's see how things go. But we'd like to have somebody. I mean, like Max Crosby, or Trey Hendrickson, or even Bradley Chubb. But
Bradley Chubb, Bradley Chubb with Buffalo Bills now. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, but there's still Jadeveon Clowney and Joey Bosa still available.
Right.
So they can be bargain signings.
Yes.
With veteran experience.
Yes.
And productivity. So let's see how things go. But
all right. Brent says, come on, man. This is what I've been talking about. Why not just say he played bad? I mean, we never said he didn't play bad on this show.
He played hurt.
He played hurt. He played bad, but he played hurt. We give him that credit here. I mean, it's not just
he played hurt.
Let me see if you.
It's very obvious he was hiding some injuries that he had.
That's a good picture right there. That's a great picture with Booger McFarland. Good. You improved. Yeah. I like that. At first, you didn't improve. It wasn't good.
Yep.
He has me closing my eyes, damn it, and that's my fault. But you got to take better pictures.
I'm getting better.
Got to get on this.
Every podcast.
Got to do it.
Every podcast we're getting better.
And it's not a podcast.
It's a live broadcast.
It's a live broadcast evolution. Because listen, if I screw up, I look like an idiot. It's on a podcast. You can record. You can edit that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was just stuttering right there. I can't do anything about that. That is live. That's put out there. Look, I sound like an idiot.
Yep.
You could sound like an idiot. You could sound good, but there's no recording. There is no editing when it comes to this. That's why I call it the evolution of sports talk television. And it is a fluidity. I like that word, fluidity. Like the roster is fluid. The Bucs are fluid here in 2026. We're moving new talent in. You never know who's going to come on.
Mm-hmm.
Booger McFarland's right in the back. There he is. He's on. That's it. Shoot and go. All right. I can't just do the excuses every year for Baker Mayfield. Baker is Alex Smith, not a trash quarterback, but don't seem like he can get you over the hump. Let's go out to Brent. But I do love your show. I'm rooting for Baker Mayfield. I'm not anti-Mayfield. Okay, Brent. Appreciate that. We are going for a pass rusher in the first round. I would think you're going for a pass rusher in the first round. But going back to it, if there is a corner, if there is a linebacker at that point, I don't think Sonny Styles is there. But let's say they like C.J. Allen. Do you take a C.J. Allen because he's the best player on the board? Or once again, do you go with your need and you go with the edge rusher?
I would address needs because we have neglected that. We have neglected that. I mean, I like the Abuka pick, but we're lacking an edge rush. I'm Anthony Walker. I don't know what he's going to bring on the field. He was injured last year, but hopefully that year.
Deion Jones is a free agent. I mean, you got to get some bodies in there. You definitely probably have to get 2 bodies at this point, and you still have to figure out if Levante David is coming back. Do you think Levante David comes back?
He may come back. He wants to know what they're doing as far as he's going to be on limited reps.
Yeah,
he's probably going to be a pitch count.
Yeah,
but you need to get a good beef in the middle as far as D-line. I mean, and you need to load up, and you need edge. You need to sack the quarterback, like I've been saying for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
You need pressure from the edge, and you need linebackers that can cover and that can tackle, that can do everything from sideline to sideline. I think you're going a step in the right direction, but I hope they don't settle for Anzalone. We need more guys in there.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Nick Jackson, he provides a lot of promise, potential, but he's still an unproven rookie. So he's an unproven second-year player. So he's had some. He's done good things on this. In the practice squad, he's done good things on special teams. I think he's probably going to be a special teamer, and I think he's going to earn his way into starting reps, being a special teamer. But he's still, we need guaranteed production.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely need guaranteed production. So, thanks a lot, guys, for tuning in. Caleb Banks, what do you know about? I don't know about Caleb Banks. I have to definitely do some more research on him. Let me go out to Bella Bell here. Hey, Peter and crew, love seeing you shine. Mark my words, the Bucs are about to show up this year. Baker's going to thrive with young talent, no holding back. These young Bucs are fire. Let's go. Let's go. I agree. And again, a lot of people, we talk about Mike Evans leaving and everything like that. But at the end of the day, he mentioned it. I mentioned it. It's about, LeBron James maybe going back and something along those lines of, experiencing something new. And if that's what he wanted to do, fine. If he feels like it's a better situation with the 49ers, fine. Is he going to get the most volume with the 49ers? I don't think the Bucs can provide that because, again, you have so much young talent. I know I'm sure, again, that Zach Robinson can find a way to scheme up again, a Mike Evans and get him open better than Josh Grizzard was able to do last year in his limited time. But you have lots of talent in that room. It isn't a Emeka Egbuka. It is a Jalen McMillan. It is a Chris Godwin. And we know what Chris Godwin can return to form. He could be one of the best wide receivers in the league. My question is, do they have enough? Will it come together? What's the veteran presence in that locker room with the Mike Evans leaving?
Mr. Barber, how you doing? Ronde Barber, the legend.
Try to get him on, and I don't think we're going to be able to get him on.
No, you got to talk to his agent.
Okay,
he's very hard to get. So
okay, well, we'll see if we can get him on. We'll see if we can get Ronde Barber on. Can you go find me DJ UPS if you can? Right. Find him. We'll see if we can get Ronde Barber on here on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. So there you go. Lots of guests on. We'll see what we can do. What do you think about free agency? What do you think about the Mike Evans situation? Of course, leaving now, gone, going back to Muhammad again, 11 sacks. We're playing a rotational role. Now he'll get that opportunity. I don't think he's a rotation player. Most likely will come in as a starter. And then on top of it, you'll probably try to pair him up with a young player. As Booger said, it's a deep draft when it comes to edge rushers at this point. So that's where they're going. That's where they're gonna hit. So we'll see what transpires here coming up. All right. Yes. On the evolution.
Ronde just went home, so I don't think it's even happening.
All right. Well,
so we
unfortunately we thought we were gonna get.
Well,
Ronde.
we will get Sean.
Well, hold on.
Oh, Ronde's back.
Ronde. Is there an opportunity I can get you on? I'm with the JP Peterson Show. Love to talk to you for a couple minutes about Mike Evans. All right, man. Appreciate you. All right. So, well, we couldn't get him. So there you go. I did my best.
All right.
So sorry if you're looking for Ronde Barber to come on here. We didn't get him on here. We did get Booger McFarland. We're looking forward to some other guests here on the evolution of sports talk television. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Sometimes it happens. He's in a rush. I get it. We promised you guests. It's always fluid here on the evolution of sports talk television. So there you go. But I'm curious to see. He does his own show. He does great things there. I want to go out to some of the things he had to say. Well, actually, we'll get back to that in a moment. But going back to Muhammad, 11 sacks while playing a rotational role. In your opinion, do you think he's a rotation player at this point? They paid him like it. 1 year, $6 million.
I think they're going to go for a good edge rusher in the draft. And then they're going to see what he brings on the field, and they're going to bring him on special downs, and they're going to use him a lot.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to be the key starter.
Right.
Because even Detroit didn't want to pay him $5 million. So because it depends on what you bring on what production you bring. They're going to pay you. So
yeah.
So I think he's just lucky. I think he just feels like he's lucky to get the deal he got, because even Detroit didn't want to pay him $5 million.
Right.
So
well, their loss. I mean, again, coming here for $6 million, you get a guy. Again, he's played in 80 games for the Saints, Colts, and Bears before landing with the Lions, and that's where he showed out.
Yep.
I guess what a lot of Bucs fans are looking at, what a lot of people are looking at, is why did it take before his contract year here to have the 11 sacks? First time he has double-digit sacks. Why did it take so long? Did something turn? Because guys develop differently. So maybe this guy's developed. Look at Shaq Barrett, right?
Yeah. So
comes out of nowhere, never got the opportunity.
Yeah.
Then the 1 year gets the opportunity, had 19
my
and a half
thing is,
sacks.
I'm suffering from PTSD from Hassan Reddick. So
well, that's what. But here, and you got 59 sacks.
I'm sorry, but
yeah,
I was big on him, that signing, but even Vita Vea and Antoine Winfield Jr. were they were not turning on Tabo. They were turning on Hassan Reddick. What you said? What the F are you doing, man?
Yeah.
I saw it on live TV, man. What the F are you doing?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, but it happens.
Yeah,
but
it does.
I still got a little PTSD from that last signing, so I'm cautiously optimistic.
Do you think that's the reason? Again, I'll ask Bucs fans. Do you think that's the reason Jason Light, besides the money aspect, do you think that's the reason why they didn't go after a big name at that point, or spend the money in free agency because of Hassan Reddick? As crazy as that sounds, do you think that's one of the reasons why they didn't do it, because of the Hassan Reddick experience?
Yeah, I think so. But
that's crazy to me, but you could definitely, throw that out there. You could definitely throw it out there.
That's Ronde's agent.
So, well, we heard from Ronde, so we couldn't get him on. We apologize. We were told something, and it didn't happen, and that's okay. That's okay. Sometimes it happens like that. I did the best that I could here, and of course, I represent the JP Peterson Show. He was just on there with them.
You want little Jay Pringle here?
Well, I'd like to get Jay on. Little Jay Pringle? Where's little Jay Pringle at? Jay? Go ahead. Sit down there. We got little Jay Pringle. You know what you're doing? No. Okay, let me help you out here. See, the problem is we don't have enough people on this show to help us out, so we just do it ourselves. All right, let's see. You're too short?
I'm too short.
Yeah, the mic is push the mic down right there. Okay, there we go. Let's try this again. Hold on a sec. How not to?
Oh, I thought you twisted around.
No, you don't have to twist it around. All right. Okay. I think you've been on this show before, have you not?
No.
You haven't? Get closer to the mic.
So.
You don't think so?
No.
So how have you enjoyed your time there on the expo? You having a good time?
Yeah.
Yeah. What have you done so far? Who have you met?
Ronde and.
What'd you think about meeting Ronde?
It was fun.
Yeah. Well, who else?
Uncle Mickey.
Uncle Mickey. Who's Uncle Mickey?
The guy over there in the Yankees hat.
Is that Mickey Rivers? Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what did you get? What did you eat here today? Did you get wings? Did you get any wings at all? Anything?
Wait, there's wings?
Well, my friend brought me wings. I don't know if there's wings here. There may be hot dogs and stuff like that. There's some food here. What's going on?
Maybe you got to introduce Mr. Quarles.
Oh, Mr. Shelton Quarles. How about this? Can we get you on? You got to give up your seat. I got to get Shelton Quarles on here with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, all right? All right, so let's go out to former linebacker for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right here, part of the Tampa Bay Buccaneer organization, Mr. Shelton Quarles right there. Listen, we couldn't get Ronde on. We tried to get Ronde Barber. We had Booger McFarland on. We had Ken Dilger on, but we got Shelton Quarles, great defensive player. Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television. How you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Your capacity with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, in case people don't know, go ahead and you were a linebacker with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Talk about the experience of the 50th season.
It was fantastic. You know, after playing here in Tampa for 10 years, I took about 6 months off and played nothing but golf every day for about 6 months. And then John Gruden was like, hey, we need to get you involved with the organization. You meant so much to us. And so it offered me an opportunity to start out in scouting. So I've worked my way up from scout to coordinator for scouting to director of scouting. And now I'm senior director of football operations.
Awesome. Good stuff there. And it took a lot of hard work and just kind of talk about some of that hard work to get there. I mean, some of the things you had to go through, some of the challenges you had to go through to get to that point.
It's just a daily struggle, just knowing what you need to do and how you need to get things accomplished. But like, there hasn't been a day where I've said, man, I just don't feel like going in today. So I'm one of the old school guys that say that you need to be in the office every day. So there's pretty much 7 days a week unless I'm out of town. So I was actually there earlier today and then sprinting home to get changed and get here. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Part of the Tampa Expo here at the Florida State Fairgrounds. I'm your host, Peter Blake, along with former linebacker Shelton Quarles, of course, a part of the Tampa Bay Buccaneer organization. Go back to that season, that 50th season, being a part of, in my opinion, the greatest defense of all time. And the only reason why you're not considered that is because of the Super Bowl rings. If you have an offense at that point, I definitely think you win more Super Bowls. But talk about being a part of that season, that great Super Bowl 37 team.
It was fantastic. We had Brad come in and lead us down the right path to get us a Super Bowl win. We needed somebody just to take care of what we're doing offensively, not to force things on us. And so we used to tell all the quarterbacks and all the offenses that we had prior to that season, hey, just get us 14 points, 17 points, and we'll win the game.
Yeah.
And there were games that we would lose 17-14. It'd be a pick for an interception for a touchdown, a fumble for a touchdown. And it was just not the right way. And so when we got Brad in, everybody felt confident in what he could do and lead us the right direction as an offense. And we ultimately won the Super Bowl. We had some great players on defense with Ronde, Derek, Sapp, Lynch. It was just like, it's fantastic.
Talk about your responsibility. Yeah, it was. Talk about the responsibility in that defense for the great and late great Monty Kiffin. How much responsibility did you have? They always talk about it's the Tampa 2. Kind of talk about what the Tampa 2 entails, being a linebacker, being how athletic you were. You had to cover the deep part of the field, correct?
It's different because people think that Tampa 2 is not what it is. It's really a 3-deep defense.
Okay.
And like if they have receivers running deep, I was responsible for 1 yard outside each hash. And so they knew that I was going to cover. I never gave up a touchdown in cover 2.
Yeah.
And so they knew, our safeties knew that I was going to handle that part. And so they were able to sit down on all the routes.
Yeah.
And so because of that, it made Derek who he is. It made Lynch who he was. It made Ronde who he was. But nobody ever sees that part of it because they just, I don't have the stats for that because I was basically covering the middle of the field, making sure that we didn't give up many touchdowns deep.
Yeah. Talk about Derek Brooks. I mean, just Hall of Fame linebacker, now involved with the USF. What's it like to play with him? Yeah, I talked to your guy, Dwight Smith, your former teammate. He had a crazy story about Derek, how he made it really hot in the sauna there. He was laughing about. First, talk about playing with Brooks, and then give me some story that nobody knows about Derek Brooks.
one of my favorite players, but he definitely made it hot in the sauna.
So that's a true story then. Dwight Smith is
yeah.
not okay.
He would put water on the walls and then fan it and make sure it was it run you out of there. So we were trying to figure out ways to like keep him from doing that.
Right.
But like he was an unbelievable player. So Derek played behind Warren, and so because Derek played behind Warren, you had to pick your poison. Either you're going to double Warren, or come off quick and go to Sap, or double Warren and then come off quick and go to Derek. So it's pick your poison. If you came off quick, Warren made the play. If you came off late, then Derek made the play. So all the underneath plays were made by those two guys. And then you had Simeon on the outside that was an unbelievable pass rusher. We had Crane on the other side that was an unbelievable pass rusher.
Greg Spires.
Yeah. So we had a lot of great players. We had Ronde playing the nickel. We had D-Jack, who was the Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
At safety. We had Lynch, and we had we just had people in position to make plays, and they were unbelievable players at those positions.
I want to get back to the players in a moment, but Monty Kiffin, the late great, again, how much did he mean to your career? What do you remember about Mr. Kiffin?
My most favorite story of Monty is every year that we played, once we moved into the NFC South in 2002, one of my favorite stories of him was he would have one of the front office attendants come in and do Wheel of Fortune,
right?
And then they would play the song that the Saints would play all the time, and so like it was like dun, 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 dun,
when the Saints come march, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Saints come marching. Okay.
And so he would play that song, but then he'd have one of the girls imitating Vanna White, and so she would be on the board like writing letters in for whatever it was that he wanted to do. But he was an unbelievable coach. I can remember him. People was like, he's about to pass out. Like he would always run down West Shore, and come back to the office. He stayed in the office multiple times during the course of the week. So we get back in town on Monday. He would be there from Monday until Friday, and then he would go home. So he spent his days during the week in the general manager's office, Rich McKay. He would he would sleep on his couch every week. And then once we moved to the new building, he would have sandwiches that he would have, and he would still sleep in the general manager's office. He was an unbelievable coach.
Give me a memory from that year, because again, it's an affectionate year for a lot of Bucs fans. First Super Bowl 37. I know you had a big play. I believe it was against the Cincinnati Bengals return there. How long was that return for you? Because
I believe it was about 40 yards.
40 yards, yes.
I started celebrating right as I got to the goal line.
Yes.
And then I crossed the goal line, and then the receiver batted the ball out of my arms. And so they were figuring out whether or not it was really a touchdown.
Right.
And I remember Brooks coming up to me. He's like, hey, make sure you get into the end zone before you celebrate, whatever. But like that was an unbelievable year. Brooks had I think in 2001 had the longest play in for Buccaneers was a 98 yard interception return over Brett Favre and Bubba Franks for a touchdown. And then that year, I think Derek had an interception return that was 95 yards, and that was against Baltimore. That year. So that was one of the things that I can remember from that year. But it just everything started clicking. Gruden said we needed 8 or 9 touchdowns that year from a defense perspective, and we were able to accomplish that. We did it in the Super Bowl. The guys between Dexter Jackson and Brooks with his touchdowns, Smith with his 2 or 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
It was just unbelievable experience, and I knew that that year our Super Bowl was against Philly.
Mm-hmm.
And so once we beat Philly in Philly, we knew that it was a done deal once we got to the Raiders.
Absolutely. And I was say that, I was put that out there, and I think a lot of Bucs fans felt like that once you guys defeat Philly, because it was a house of horrors for so many years, going up there and losing, and finally exercising that exercising the demons, closing down the vet. Let's talk about Levante David. Your thoughts on him and what he's been able to accomplish, and then I'll throw this out at you. Do you think he comes back for his, I believe it's his 15th year, 36 years old, still has something left in the tank, coming off a knee injury? Levante David, his legacy, your opinion of him?
I get to spend a lot of time with Levante. I stand around during the season when when the defense is off the field. So I walk over and listen to the corrections or the comments that are between him and his linebacker coaches that from the past, and listen to how he communicates with them. He's such an inspirational person, and has been an inspiration to all of our entire team.
Yeah.
Between him and Mike, and I'm wearing a Mike Evans hat tonight.
I see that.
So those guys have been inspirational into what we've been able to accomplish from an offense and a defensive perspective.
Talk about Mike Evans. Mike Evans leaving. It's disappointing once again to a lot of Bucs fans here. The legacy. Talk about it from your standpoint, your opinion. Maybe give me a story about Mike Evans that nobody knows about from your standpoint.
Mike is the most giving guy. He lived and died Buccaneers, and from a generous perspective, he would give more than he should have to everybody in our organization, from a financial standpoint, because he's been blessed. And he would always make sure, like during Christmas time, he would take care of everybody in the organization, and it was like over and above what you thought that he should give. But like that was Mike. Mike was such a great player and so inspirational to not only the Tampa Bay team, but also to our community. He gave a lot back. When I got here in '97, one of the things that Coach Dungy told us is that we are blessed with what we're able to do, but make sure that you give back a portion of that blessing to our community. And Mike was that type of guy.
Kind of expound on Tony Dungy, because a great coach, definitely gets credit. I think a lot of credit for not only building a defense that was groundbreaking, but also bringing the Bucs out of the doldrums. How much does Tony Dungy, not only as a coach, and you always hear it, but as a man, mean to Shelton Quarles?
He was like a father figure. I didn't have a dad growing up, and so being with him and then my position coach, Lovie Smith, they were my father figures when I was with the organization. The very first team meeting we had for training camp.
Yeah.
Coach Dungy came in, and his words made me understand that I had the opportunity to make the team in '97 as a rookie or a second-year player. He said that it's not going to be the most talented 53 guys that make our team. It's going to be the 53 guys that give us a chance to make to win.
Right.
So that was his statement. I'm like, I can play for that guy.
Right.
Yeah. So he didn't care. And he said that it doesn't matter where you got drafted, how much money you make. If I can get to a point where I can get rid of you because I don't agree with what you're doing on the field, then I get rid of you.
Right.
If not, you're going to be the best practice squad player that we can get.
Yeah.
Until we can get rid of you from a contract standpoint.
Two more. I know you got to rush, and I really appreciate the time here. Shelton Quarles, a part of the Tampa Bay Buccaneer organization as a player now, in the scouting department. Of course, congratulations to you and all your success. Simeon Rice, why is he in the Hall of Fame? What are we missing here, my friend? This guy can get after the passer. It's one of those things now. It's one of those you've got to pay 20 to 25 million or more. In your opinion, why isn't Simeon Rice in the Hall of Fame, and how much of an injustice is it that he's not in the Hall of Fame by now?
It's not fair for him as a player. He meant a lot to our defense. He set the tone for what we did from a pass rush perspective. Between him and Warren, they were unbelievable. Booger McFarland was fantastic. From a rush standpoint.
Yeah.
And then Greg Spires was great as well. We just had a bunch of people that should be in. And I think he'll get in at some point. But I'd rather be sooner than later because he was an unbelievable player for us.
You guys just picked up Alex Anzalone, 31-year-old linebacker from Detroit. How excited are you to have him a part of 2026 at this point?
Happy to be playing with him than playing against him.
Right.
He made a ton of plays, and he's made a ton of plays over the course of his career.
Yeah.
And so I think that he'll come in and fill in and give us a better defense than we've had in the past.
Good stuff, my friend. Thanks a lot again for the time here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. Anytime you want to come on and talk Bucs football, we're always here for you. Right there, Monday and Wednesday nights, we talk Tampa Bay Buccaneer football, and we're hoping for a turnaround in 2026. And I continue to be the eternal optimist. I definitely think it can be turned around. One last question. Todd Bowles, your thoughts on him? Fan base, not necessarily the biggest fans. A soft-spoken guy, much like Tony Dungy. You can comment on that, but Todd Bowles, your thoughts on him as a coach of the Bucs?
He is the most prepared person that I've ever been around.
Right.
I'm in the office usually around 4:30 in the morning. He's there at 3.
Yeah.
And he's watching film and preparing for his days. He is the most intelligent person from a defensive perspective. Like, we've had multiple injuries over the course of seasons with him, but he makes sure he gets the guys that we have available to play that game in their right positions to be the best person that they can be.
Yeah.
He won't call defenses with people that aren't available to carry out what he wants to do.
Right.
He's unbelievable. So I enjoy the conversations that we have at 4:30, 5 in the morning before everybody else gets in. So just stick with them, believe in him, trust in what he's doing, trust in what he's building, and he's unbelievable in regards of football knowledge and as well as our general manager, Jason Light.
I love Jason Light. I think he's one of the best general managers, if not the best general manager in the game with the way he's built this team. People don't give him enough credit. They always say Tom Brady, but listen, you have to build that team in the first place to make Tom Brady come there. You build a defense, you build an offensive line. I think he's trying to do the same thing here, even though they lose Mike Evans. You got plenty of young receivers there. Fix that defense, and I think it can turn it around. It could be a story. 2026, Shelton. What do you think?
Oh, yeah. Super Bowl bound, baby.
Yeah, I love it. There you go. That's how you end the show. Shelton Quarles, appreciate the time. As always, don't be a stranger here on the Evolution. All right, my friend?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, there you go. Shelton Quarles of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Good. You got to pick? All right. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Yes, there you go. So picture opportunities. I see you, Eric White. Come on. Where you at, Eric White? Come on, Eric White. Eric White of NSPN. We've been down this road together, haven't we?
A little bit.
A little bit, huh?
A little bit. How you been, man?
I've been good, man. I'm talking to Shelton Quarles here. Get close to that mic, my friend.
What's going on, dude?
What's going on here at the Tampa Expo here at Florida State Fairgrounds on the Sports Web, live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, X, whatever the hell they call it, Instagram Live, TikTok. What's new with you, bud? You're doing big things. So you're in the area still? Well, what's going on, man? Go get close to that mic. Come on, don't get shy.
No, I'm good. You know I'm not shy.
Oh, I know you're not shy.
Warm up.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
You think this Bucs team could turn it around or what?
Yeah, I do. It's
Sheldon gave me he gave me a promise. They're Super Bowl bound at this point. So listen,
Buccaneers.
He's a part. Listen, he's a part of the
hold him
Tampa
accountable
Bay.
for that?
Yes,
All
I think
right.
he can, and even
If we
he
can
had
hold
some
him
great
accountable for
things
that,
about
that's cool.
Todd Bowles. So
Yeah.
yes,
Honestly, dude, they say you never actually appreciate what you have until you don't have it.
Right.
And I think it's true.
Right.
I think it's very true. I'll be honest with you. I'm still hurting over Mike Evans. I think like we all are, right?
Right.
You know, it's heartbreaking, and I think the dagger in the heart was hearing him say that the crowd at Levi Stadium excited him.
Yeah.
More than
gave him a
us.
second wind.
It did. And but here's the thing, I understand it. And I'm not comparing my experience to his, but I'll be honest. So I've only gone to I think 3 or 4 away Bucs games.
Uh-huh.
So last season I went to see the Bucs and the Rams.
Right.
And
get close to that, Mike. Get close.
No, I know California is California.
There you
Florida's
go.
Florida. Florida's not California.
Right.
Right. But I'll be honest with you, we got our ass blown out.
Yes.
And I was in awe still of their production.
Right.
Everything that they did was better than us.
Right.
Everything, hands down. Pyrotechnics, lower thirds, video introductions. You would think that another language would be a barrier. It's not. They have a whole mariachi band. Everything is translated. They cater to the fans. And keep in mind too, obviously they have a lot more money. LA is not Tampa, so I'm not comparing those two.
Right.
But in my experience, hearing what Mike Evans said about being excited, keep in mind he was an away player going to Levi Stadium, and he still was excited.
Right.
So I can kind of empathize with that. Going to the Ram Stadium, being there, and I'm looking around.
Well, you're going
like,
to San Francisco, and you're you're going to Levi Stadium, and it's tough. It was a hostile environment, and it's been hostile for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's just a lot of it the last couple years, whether it's Todd Bowles or not winning enough, if you will, because I don't take it for granted for winning the NFC South, even though a lot of people say it's a bad division.
Yeah.
You don't take that for granted because you could barely get a playoff win, let alone win a division. They win the division. Sometimes that crowd is opposing fans, and that's kind of disappointing, Eric. And I understand it.
It kind of was a gut punch to hear him say that, but then I thought about my own personal experience, and I resonated with that. I said, man, just as a fan, I went to an away game, just like he's saying he played at an away game, right?
Yes.
Not comparing our experiences. I'm not Mike Evans, obviously, but being in that environment, seeing something different.
When you see Eagles fans screaming EAG
in our own house,
and your own house,
that's what I'm saying.
That's tough.
So in a sense, I feel like we let Mike Evans down, in a sense. Now, you can, for what it is, as a fan base, as an organization, I think we just kind of got used to it, dude. After 12 years, we just always, especially after that lost contract, when they emailed everybody the picture of him that said "Buck for life," as that punch to get everybody to sign up for season tickets.
What changed from then to now? And I think, again, it comes down to the 49ers being in a better position.
I do. I mean, they're loaded. They're loaded. The 49ers, Brock Purdy's not Tom Brady, but they've got a lot of pieces, man.
Yeah, they do.
They got a lot of pieces.
Christian McCaffrey, Greg Kittle, who recruited him. And then on top of it, for me, they can give him that production that I don't necessarily think the Bucs can give him, because they have so many young wide receivers. When it comes down to it, I don't think they can make Mike Evans the focal point of this offense. And I think if it comes down to Evans wanting to get those numbers like he's been able to do in the past, I don't necessarily think that opportunity is here, because there are so many mouths to feed, if that makes sense.
No, I mean, there's a lot of mouths to feed. There's a lot of business that you obviously have to take into account. Obviously, it hurts because it's Mike Evans, man.
Right.
We watched this young man grow up. We raised this young kid.
Yeah.
With the baby face coming in, getting drafted to Texas A&M. And you remember how high Johnny Football was rated on the draft board.
Yeah.
And that wasn't because Johnny Football was Johnny Football. It was because he was throwing to Mike Evans.
Well, Jason Light was looking at him at the time. They were looking to draft him until they realized,
it was Mike
catching
Evans.
it.
It was this kid out of Texas, Galveston, Texas, and the dude's just an absolute stud. So, it hurts. It's always going to hurt. What hurts me the most is, I'm not talking about your average fan who's probably watching this. I'm talking about those fans that you just mentioned, the ones that sell, their tickets for double the price. I'm talking about the ones that leave at halftime if we're down by more than one score.
Right.
Those fans. We could do a better job as fans.
Yes, don't curse.
I almost said we can do a better job as fans. I truly believe that. I
yes.
feel like we let Mike Evans down in a sense as an organization, as a team. With that being said, business is business. It's understood. GD. It's understood, and we understand it. And then we also know that obviously Mike Evans' childhood hero is Jerry Rice.
Right.
So, when he says the rich history,
and he's also a LeBron James fan.
Is he? I didn't know that.
He is.
I didn't know that.
He
I
is.
didn't know that. So
that's what you get here.
So it all goes into play. It's can we make a run? Absolutely. It's still the NFC South. I still have faith in the team. I really do. It's like one of those things, man. When you lose now, obviously we have to figure out what's going on with Levante David. Is Levante David going to retire?
Sure.
Is I don't think Levante David's going to go anywhere else.
I don't think so either.
I truly don't believe it. He's going to hang it up or not.
From his comments, it certainly seems like Levante not only wants to pass Derrick Brooks, he doesn't want to be tied with them, so you have that there. And then he feels like he could still play. And I think people look at it and they say, well, he wasn't the same player. Well, Eric, he was dealing with a knee injury. That comes out. I think it's a bad taste in his mouth. I think Levante comes back, but I may be wrong. I thought Mike Evans would come back. So
did I. It's business is business. Let me ask you this, because we haven't had a chance to talk about this. How do you feel about Todd Bowles?
I'm supporting Todd Bowles. I just think
you have to.
Right?
It's like rooting for the pilot of your plane to crash.
Right.
Which I will never do.
And I hear and I hear from Shelton Quarles on it, and how he says he's most prepared player. And I start to buy in. And I also would say that players that played for him besides last year, and I think again, the bad taste is in a lot of Bucs fans' mouths from starting out 6-2 and then finish out 2-7 in that second half. Some people just don't like Todd Bowles, and that's just how it's going to go. And I think it also goes back to Dwight Smith saying this a couple months ago, because he was handed the job. He didn't earn the job. That's the perspective, and the fact that the defense gave up the 0 blitz in the 2021 divisional playoff game versus the Rams, and that still bothers them. And the fact of what happened this year, and the fact that in the middle of the year this team seems to struggle, and they do it over and over again. And because
those are all relevant points,
right? And he's not the guy. He's not the rah guy that John Gruden is. But that stuff is kind of over. Right? That stuff is kind of overrated sometimes.
No, it is. But I think that a lot of what the fans had to say in the Johnny rah, he's not Bruce Arians, he's not John Gruden, which we already knew, kind of came to fruition when we saw what came out with him saying that him leaning in to Josh Grizzard kind of took away from his defensive schemes. You heard that, right?
Grizzard,
that he was spending a little bit more time.
Well, he had those plans during practice, and you're not doing that during the game time situations.
But I will die on that sword and die on that hill. That I think if you search back and you look at just NFL history, it's not hard to look into. If you look at head coaches, NFL head coaches, right, since the history of the NFL, who have been head coaches and then also coordinators of their respective team, how many of those have won a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
You got like Tom Landry.
Yeah.
I think you got Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's the only two.
That
have been a head coach and a coordinator of their team. I can't name another that have done it. I'm talking about that have won Super Bowls. I think there's two. From my research that I've seen, you have Tom Landry, you have Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick obviously was defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Right?
There's probably more, but we're not thinking of it right now.
I looked it up the other day, and from what I saw, there was two. So what I'm getting at is I'm not trying to throw Todd Bowles under the bus. What I've said and what I've always said is I thought he was, to this day, I think he's spreading himself thin. I think you're spreading yourself thin. Even if it's just for keeping your job, you have a barrier in between you and what's going on. That way, if something happens, there is, quote unquote, a scapegoat, but you have somebody to coordinate that. I don't think that Todd Bowles being the defensive coordinator and the head coach at the same time will work. I just don't think that that's a winning recipe. I think that you're trying to rewrite history. If you're talking about, if we can only name two, maybe there's three. We're talking about maybe 2 or 3 since the beginning of the NFL. That's kind of a precedent set that the history has shown us that's not really a winning formula.
Yeah.
So are you going to take, knowing everything you know about Todd Bowles, not to undermine him or throw him under the bus, but knowing everything that we know about Todd Bowles, are you going to say, okay, this guy is a Tom Landry, this guy is a Bill Belichick? He's just not.
Right.
He's just not. Does that make him lesser of a head coach? No.
Right.
But he's just not on that level. You're spreading yourself.
But those are
thin.
Hall of Fame coaches.
Those are Hall of Fame coaches.
Not
Bill
every
Belichick,
coach.
not first ballot though. You got to remember,
Which is ridiculous.
Ridiculous
in itself.
Right? Yeah,
Yes.
it's
Eric
absolutely
White here,
ridiculous,
NSPN, man. It's great to talk to you and see you again, man. Doing great things.
Good to catch up, brother.
Yeah, man. Absolutely.
Keep running.
All right.
Go
you know
Bucs.
me, man. Yeah, go Bucs. He says it. Go Bucs.
Wait up, no, boy. Stop. Wait up.
Go Bucs. Go Bucs.
How about them Bucks, baby?
Go Bucs.
Fire the cannon.
Go Bucs. All right, guys, we'll go on to the comments here. Boo Ronde, that's okay. Ronde had things to do. We'll try to get him back on here. He got to say Super Bowl bound because he works for the Bucs organization. That's fine, Brent. BS comment on Bulls, 3rd and 28. Brent says Bruce Arians has to go. Roger Shue, Bruce and Bulls got to go. They can't get you over the hump. All right, whatever. Bruce and Baker, I think he said. Bruce and Bulls got to go. He didn't say Baker. Okay. Alex says, no, bro. The fans didn't let us down. The Glazers did. That's your opinion. Of course, fans aren't going to support a sub-500 coach and GM. And exactly, Peter. So what are you talking about? He's a bad head coach, and Jason is tanking. Jason's not tanking. I think that's again, that's a big time assumption that this team is tanking at this point. That does it make any sense for this team to tank if your jobs are out on the line?
Let me say something. Who made that comment right there?
Alex.
Why don't you get in front of camera and make that comment, please?
No, that's all right. He has the right to have his opinion on that. That's how he feels about it. I just, again, this whole tanking thing. There's
people just got to let that anger and hatred just go and just support your team. And that's all. I'm not baiting anybody. I'm not trolling anybody, and I'm not saying names, but.
There's no guarantee at this point that if you do change coaches, at first you keep Evans. Second, it turns around and you have success at the end of the day. And a lot of people point to Liam Cohen, but I will point to, again, and I think this is the reason why the Glazers kept Bowles in the first place in the entirety.
The players support him and players love him. That's why he's there.
We've talked to Levante David. We talked to Kalijah Cansey on this show. I can't say they're lying. That they play for the coach. They're there. They're on the football field.
A bunch of these armchair quarterbacks, I'm not naming anybody's name, need to come to games
I'm not taking the call.
Actually support their team.
Yeah,
and I am not baiting you. I'm just talking from a rational, objective point of view. That's it. I'm not even having this conversation any further with you.
Yeah, Bowles is a good defensive coordinator, not a head coach. Remains to be seen at this point. Again, the record doesn't lie. What did you 35-33, 36-36 overall? We'll see how it works out. And again, if it doesn't work out, then you move on. But not necessarily the greatest moves in the offseason, but we'll see how they turn it around. They still got time. You still got the draft. And according to Shelton Quarles, Super Bowl bound. So I will take it.
You need that positivity.
Yes.
You need to be positive. You need to be positive instead of negative, and
I need that.
Support your organization as coach. Okay,
I need that in my life.
He's our head coach, whether you like it or not.
Do we know what the case of Sean King? Did he leave?
Sean left. He said look you up on X or Twitters, and
right.
he'll make it happen. So
all right, so we're not going to get Sean King on. We got a lot of the guests on. We want to get on. We didn't get everybody on, but that's okay. That's what we do here on the Evolution. What's the status on Chidi? Is he still?
Chidi's coming back. They just give him 5 minutes. He'll be back. Chidi was headed over to you.
Okay.
Then Jay said, give him 5 minutes. He's coming. Jay will bring him to you. So,
okay. All right. So we'll wait for that. Let's see here. I mean, you know what? I will. Yeah, I'll take Alex's call at this point.
I'm not taking any kind of anything towards me.
Well, you don't have to.
Okay.
Just
okay.
Yeah,
Leave me out of it.
We'll go ahead and take his call.
If he comes at me, then it's like I'm.
Just don't.
Okay.
Again, open phone line 727-255-0391 and 727-255-0391. Alex, are you there? He's not there. So there you go. So we're almost done here. We'll wait around for a little bit for Chidi.
Chidi's coming.
Okay.
So
all right. So we didn't get a chance to really look around here. You can kind of see in the background what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll go out to Alex. Alex, go ahead. Have your say. Welcome to the Evolution.
I don't know why this guy Abraham keeps coming at me, but whatever.
Okay. There's no animosity here. He just has an opinion like you have an opinion. Relax. Guys, relax.
Anyway, who was the last guy that was just on? Who was that last guy?
Shelton Quarles.
Man, that man was spitting some facts, man. And listen, he said something that I want us all to realize.
Well, you mean Eric White? Eric White or Shelton Quarles? We had
The
Shelton
last guy you had that works for NSPN.
Yeah, we had Eric White on. Go ahead.
Okay, well, your boy Eric. He's right. Listen, Todd Bowles is a good DC, but you just can't do both. He said that dead on.
Mm-hmm.
Todd Bowles, when focused on that defense, you saw it in the 2021 Super Bowl. That defense was lights out. Who was leading that defense? Who was on top of that defense? That was Todd Bowles.
Right.
But sometimes I've said this many times, you just can't do two jobs. It's like me coming to take over your job and you doing my job at the same time. It ain't going to work. It ain't going to work. And I'm sorry, but, you want to say we're not – I don't want to say we're tanking, but we are rebuilding. If you're not seeing that this is a rebuild, I'm sorry. You're blind.
This is a rebuild? How's it a rebuild?
But
you saw
we're downgrading. We're downgrading.
Hold on. You threw it out there. You're tanking. You're rebuilding. How are you rebuilding? You're tanking. I just talked to Booger McFarland. He thinks that Baker Mayfield, when healthy, could be the best quarterback in the national.
Absolutely. I am not debating.
Hold on.
I'm not even concerned about our offense, even with Mike Evans leaving.
Listen, you had your say. Now I asked a question on my show. Why do you think it's a rebuild? If you have Baker Mayfield, if you have all this talent offensively, we know that there's defensive questions. We know some of the contracts they've signed at this point are prove-it deals. Why do you think they're tanking or rebuilding?
I'm going to ask you a question.
Well, ask me the question.
Why are you changing your tune from 2 days ago?
I didn't change my tune.
We didn't get no veteran presence.
Hold on.
We didn't get no veteran presence in that defense.
Hold on.
In anything.
First, you're calling me out, and that's not going to happen. Okay. Second, I didn't change my tune. I said at the time I was disappointed of what the Bucs have done. Now, this has changed. Again, fluidity.
What's changed? We haven't done that in 2 days.
They haven't got Muhammad from the Detroit Lions, who had 11 sacks last year.
Okay.
Okay, for 11 sacks. That's a take.
Where's the pass rush? Where's
11 sacks from last year, Alex? What are you talking about? 11. This is why. Okay, and I know the question you want to ask me. Why do I not think it's a rebuild at this point? Because if it were a rebuild, and if it were a tank job, then you would just tear it all down. You would get rid of Baker Mayfield. You would get rid of Vita Vea. You would get rid of the majority of the team. You would rebuild it. They're not tanking. They may be retooling. I don't know if it's a rebuild. I think again, there's short-term deals here for prove it. And again, we know that if it doesn't necessarily work out, then yes, heads are going to roll. But to say they're tanking, if they're tanking, they wouldn't have Baker Mayfield. They wouldn't have some of the weapons that they have on this team if they were fully tanking. Make sense?
Agreed.
Okay.
Hey, listen, I'm not saying that the Bucs losing, Mike Evans was a big loss. I told you that I was okay with him going. At the end of the day, I love Mike. I appreciate his 12 years here, but he couldn't stay healthy with the Bucs, had multiple hamstring issues. I think what pisses people off the most about Mike Evans, and I wanted to ask you guys this question, is I think he came across, and he is coming across, very cocky. To sit there on the media and say, I'm the missing piece. Whoa. Weren't you the guy that continues to have hamstring issues every single year, missing at least 6 games a year?
True. Well, he thinks he's the missing piece. He's excited about, being a part of that 49ers organization. And I will say this to Bucs fans, as much as they're disappointed, and I know there's disappointment there, you got to turn the page. And if Evans didn't want to be a part of this organization, there are 4 other guys in that wide receiving room who do want to be a part of it, and you let them eat. And you see what Emeka Egbuka has in store. You see if Chris Godwin can return to form as that veteran wide receiving presence. You see what Jalen McMillan in the short time period there, the last couple of years, can give to you. You see what Tez Johnson, if he can build off that momentum with the 5 touchdowns and the exciting effort, and having a Zach Robinson try to get those pieces. That's where you got to turn the page. And I know that's tough for a lot of Bucs fans to do that. But you don't want to be part of the organization. You can't force the guy to stay. And whether you think it's Todd Bowles or Jason Light or the Glazers or the fans or whatever excuse is out there, he has moved on, and so should Bucs fans, period. Go ahead.
Agreed. I agree with that. I do. I agree with that. It's like if we want to do a job but we don't want to do it no more, we just move on. Like, yes. I get it.
Yes.
I get 1,000% what you're saying, but I just want to make sure that we're going into the 2026 season improving on the defensive side. I'm not worried about anything with that offensive side of the ball. I think we can score 30-plus points a game even with what we have, and I think we've even improved. I'm sorry, for all the Mike Evans fans, I'm gonna be real. This team is no different, in my opinion, with or without Mike Evans. I'm just being honest with you, because if I can recall, this team looked better without Mike Evans, and then we got these guys back, and we looked even more worse.
Yeah,
so
yeah, it's true, and I think that's more on the offensive coordinator, being over his head, not being able to
agreed,
scheme
and that's
those
why I
players
didn't
up.
agree with him getting let go either. I'm just being honest with you. I didn't agree with Josh Rizard being let go after his first year. I didn't like the move.
Right.
And that's the part that angers me with the Glazers is you're letting Todd Bowles fire his entire coaching staff, but your defense that you ran was the reason we lost all of those games at the end of the season.
Agree.
And we're all going to look at the one pick. This is what we're all going to look at, and this is what I can't stand with all these Bucs fans out here that piss me off. We're going to look at the one interception that Baker had that ultimately ended the season and blame it all on number 3.
Well, I think Baker, and again,
or number 6. Sorry, number 6.
Yeah, it's all right. So you confuse the two with Jameis Winston. Listen,
yes,
I get it. Baker Mayfield has his fair share of turnover problems. He definitely has to improve, especially the second half of the year. I don't think he's the biggest problem of this team, but does he have to wear it with the offense and their struggles? Absolutely.
Agreed, Peter. I absolutely agree. It's a team loss.
Right.
I mean, but I want people to remember, do y'all recall the offensive line that he had to work with and the changes every other game that he had to work with and what this dude put Tom Brady in his spot. Tom Brady would be running for his life.
Exactly, because the offensive line was not good last year.
It was unhealthy. Now you get that offensive line healthy.
Yep.
Gee, it's just going to come down to that defense, man. I don't know if I see too many improvements. I'm with you. I don't know what's going to happen with Levante David. Is he going to come? But who is going to be that guy that steps in on the defense and leads the defense, even if Levante David decides to retire? Who is it? We don't know.
Yeah. All right.
Let me get Chidi.
All right, man. Alex, appreciate the call
good
as
stuff,
always,
Peter.
bro. Yes, sir. Good stuff there. I mean, that's how he feels. And that's what you get here on The Evolution. You get a chance to have an opinion, whether I agree with it or not. And we'll see how it all plays out in 2026 with this team. It's a start to going into the future. Yeah, I definitely think it is. That's why I'm not mad about the Mike Evans situation at this point.
He's headed this way. So.
Okay. All right. We'll get him on. We've had him on the Sports Web before. I had him on an interview before. We'll see how it all plays out with him and talk to him a little bit about what happened with the Bucs and his opinion on the situation, as we get opinions all the time here on The Evolution. Look at who it is. I haven't talked to you in a while. Yeah. Well, you want to sit down with us? You want to sit down? Go. Let him sit down first, and then we'll take that picture. How you doing?
Good, man. Good to see
Long
you
time
again.
no
Yeah.
see. Yes. All right. All right. Good stuff. My eyes better be open on that. Put those cans on right there. You know how to do this.
Yeah.
You've done this before. Mr. 34 and a half sacks.
It's been a long time, though.
Man,
I actually don't know how to. This is the brand new stuff. It's the new technology.
Can you hear yourself there? They're good? Get close to that mic right there, Mr. Chidi Ohana, too. Yeah, it's good. No, it's good. You got it. Yeah, you got it. It's good. Yeah, put it there. You're good. Get close to the mic.
This is the high-tech stuff.
Oh yeah, it's a high tech. We got a little competition over there. I helped that guy out a little bit, but yeah, Chidi Ahanatu here with the former Tampa Bay Buccaneer defensive end. I will mention you were a franchise player. You were franchise tagged, as you mentioned. Everybody, let me just put this out there. Get close to that mic for me, real quick.
Yes, Peter.
Because you know I'm an old school guy.
Yeah.
I grew up watching you, so I appreciate your accomplishments.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, with that being said, can we kill this Sapp thing? You and Sapp, you guys are good. Is that not done? What the 50th season with him? You're celebrated with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Did you guys get a chance to talk, hash this out? Because the last time you were on this show, we talked about putting a fight together. It never happened, which is I would have liked to seen it. So. Can we put this to bed with Warren Sapp, or are you guys still?
I think it's already put to bed because he didn't want to fight me. So, but listen, Peter, I have the spirit of forgiveness now.
That's
in my
good.
Heart and spirit.
That's good, Chidi.
That is what has happened since I last was on your show.
That's good.
And there's a young lady I've been going out with, and she's been preaching to me and ministering over me.
Isn't it amazing what a good woman can do for you, and what a bad woman can do for you? But good, congratulations,
so
boss.
It's not easy. I'm a defensive lineman, bro. Like,
sure,
I want to bite your head off.
Right.
So
don't bite my head off. I won't talk about the Rams because the last time I talked about the Rams with you, you're ready to bite my head off. So we won't talk about the NFC Championship game.
Okay, don't talk about that. But no, I have the spirit of forgiveness now. So I'm trying.
Okay.
And the last time I saw Warren was in the tunnel.
Okay.
For the 50th celebration.
Okay.
For the 50th season.
Right.
And I stopped in front of him because for some reason, anytime we do an event and guys come out, Warren acts like he's the host or something.
Mm-hmm.
And he's standing at the entrance.
Right.
Welcoming everybody.
Right.
And I'm like, bro, go sit down, bro. Like, you're not the host. You one of us.
Right.
You're just another player right now, just like the rest of us. Okay.
Right.
But he's standing in the door like he's the host of the damn thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, so he was standing at the tunnel like the host, before we walk on the field.
Yeah.
And it's the first time throughout the whole evening, the whole event, that we finally crossed paths. And I had that spirit of forgiveness in me, Peter, and my friend girl who would have been proud of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I had no animosity. I said, oh, hey, what's up, Warren? And he's looking at me like shocked, like he didn't know, like you say, you kill him with kindness.
Right.
He expected me to probably, throw some F-bombs around or something.
Sure.
Because we have never really been in front of each other's faces through all these years. It's all been social media banter. So finally we're face to face, like a face off, like how they do in the boxing.
Yes.
And I was just like, oh, what's up, Warren? Like normal. You know what I'm saying? Like there wasn't no thing to it.
Yeah.
So I think he was shook from that, Peter. And I walked away to go into the field, and I look back, and Warren's guffawing. Is that a word? Guffawing, like this is a podcast, so everyone can see like that. This
is live, man. This is not
live.
This is not a podcast. This is on all those social media platforms. By the way, like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Friend me on Facebook at Peter H. Blake. We're on Facebook, YouTube. They can see you. They can hear you.
So guffawing, just guffawing,
right.
And I'm looking back, and after I was so nice, right, and he's like guffawing, right, and then I look back, and that's when the Oakland came out of me, Peter, and I was like, I curled my upper lip, and I was like, wow, like what? Like what? What's up? The spirit of forgiveness ran away, man.
You're right.
Because he was challenging me.
You
man.
guys have gone back and forth over the years. We'll see. But you said you're cool with that. With that being said, give me another story.
My kids told me to leave it alone.
Okay,
like it's gone on too long.
Well,
I got three
kids,
sons.
I think your sons are smart,
Yeah.
and we know that your Mayan is very successful. You're very proud of him.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
I believe he's in the rap and also
that's
playing.
My youngest son.
Youngest son's in the rap, and mine is the one that played at Rutgers. Correct?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, mine is on his way to the CFL to try to make the BC Lions team.
Good.
Yeah,
good.
And that just happened, and my youngest son We're talking to Empire Records in San Francisco that might sign him, and he can get off of the daddy program and finally have a label. So I'm excited. So hopefully that works out for us. Pray for us. And then my oldest son, he's in this crypto stuff. Well, I don't understand that crypto stuff, bro.
I don't understand it either.
I don't know what the hell's
I just
going
have
on.
I got money in my bank. I'm happy with that.
I don't know what the hell's going on with this crypto stuff.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
Yeah, but the kids are doing it. But they told me to leave this Warren Sapp thing. It's gone on long enough. Their whole life, they've, it's like, okay, it's enough. You two old guys ain't never getting in the ring. Just shut up,
Right.
So that's where that's at.
Give me some other stories there. Your guy, Hardy Nickerson, you've kind of gone out there, say he should be in the Ring of Honor. You got a chance to see him. Give me a story there when you guys all reunited for that 50th season celebration. I guess it was against the Jets, was it not?
I think it was the Jets,
game?
Yeah.
I was out there. I saw you guys. You're all in your 50th season.
Yeah. No, it was a great event, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I was upset because I didn't get picked in the top 50. And
I know.
I was upset, and I let them know, like, man, I played here 10 years as a starter.
Yeah, I know.
How am I not top 50 played a decade, man, as a starter?
I know.
How am I not top 50? And they got kickers ahead of me. That's the ultimate insult. I love my guy, Michael Houston. Sorry, Allstott. Michael Houston. I got some kicker friends.
Right.
Some of my best friends are kickers.
Yes. You still talk to Martin Grammatica, by the way?
Yeah, I love Martin.
Love him too.
But don't put him ahead of me. All he did was kick the ball, for God's sakes.
Pretty
I'm
important.
over here getting
important,
CTE and getting knocked out and concussions.
Yeah.
And he's over there drinking Gatorade and having a tea.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. You can't put no kickers ahead of me, bro. I'm sorry. I love you guys. Martin, Michael Houston. Come on, bro. You just kicked the ball.
Yeah.
And for our team that couldn't score, I understand that we're very crucial, but come on, bro. I played 70 to 80 snaps a game.
Yeah.
Not back in the day, not like now where they are professional situational players.
Oh, yeah.
I played every snap, brother, and you're going to put a kicker ahead of me for for a decade. I'm out there banging my head, and you're going to put a kicker ahead of me? Come on, man. That's not even right.
34 and a half sacks in Bucs history. We're with Chidi Ahanatu.
Top 10 quarterback
Yes,
sacks.
sir, Mr. Chidi Ahanatu here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. Talk about Hardy Nickerson.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about Hardy Nickerson. I got off topic.
That's all right. I expect this from you, Chidi. I interviewed you before. I'm used to this. We had like an hour and a half interview of you sitting back and smoking a cigar.
Yeah.
It was great stuff, man. I never forget it.
That was a good one.
We sat down on that night and started talking. No matter we agree with each other or not, you've been always candid and you respect what I do. You know I'm old school, bro.
I love doing your show, man.
Thanks,
it's been
man.
too long.
It has been too long, my
I
friend.
really love doing your show. But Hardy, man, come on. Derek Brooks at that 50th Buccaneers celebration, they had the press conference, which I didn't know they're doing pressers. Hardy's sitting next to Derek, and Derek says on camera, Hardy deserves to be in the Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
So what are we doing? There's nothing else to wait for here.
Listen,
the man is 60, almost 65 years old, by the way.
I think they'll get to it. I think he definitely deserves a lot of credit because, again, at that time, and you remember this all too well, the Bucs were in the doldrums, and he was one of the main free agents, if not the main free agent, besides the Thomas Everett at the time, coming from the Dallas Cowboys. This is what I remember, like 93, 94, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I remember. Hardy Nickerson, the hardware man, comes from the Pittsburgh Steelers, and nobody thinks that he's going to go to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which at that time was a losing franchise, and he transforms that defense and gives them an identity where he's ripping people's helmets off. I remember him ripping the running back's helmet off for the Chicago Bears. You don't forget about that, how much he was a leader, how much he meant to that Tampa 2 defense. Talk about Nickerson. You played with them. Give some stories about Nickerson here on the Sports Wire.
Yeah, man. I mean, first and foremost, Hardy, the first day, I came in 93. Hardy came in 93.
Yeah.
And Hardy went to Cal Berkeley. I went to Cal Berkeley. Hardy took me on his wing as soon as I got here. And I'll never forget that. I owe my whole career to this man. He would invite me to his house for dinner, for Bible study. He was a mentor and a leader, and he's a sheriff in that locker room. And, man, people don't understand. I think people don't understand that Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, John Lynch, he came in there with me, and he want to talk about me. Who set the tone was Hardy. Hardy
Yes.
was vocal.
Yes.
He was ripping people's face masks off.
Yes.
He was setting the tone. He set the attitude.
Yeah.
Derek wasn't out there yelling. He's a quiet guy.
Right.
John Lynch wasn't out there yelling. He was a quiet guy. Warren Sapp, believe it or not, the mouth of the South wasn't very loud back then. So who was going to lead us? Who can you say, you can point to and say, this is the reason for the turnaround? It's Hardy Nickerson. Hardy Otto, that's his middle name, I believe.
Otto Nickerson.
Otto Nickerson was the reason for the turnaround, and it's high time that we go ahead and put him in our Ring of Honor. I mean, it doesn't make sense why it's taking so long. And like I said, Derek Brooks even said it at the 50th season celebration at the presser that no doubt Hardy Nickerson definitely needs to be in the Ring of Honor.
I talked to Shelton Quarles. I talked to Dwight Smith. Derek Brooks, there's a story going around where he made the sauna too hot. Is this a true story? Third person here. Say that.
Wait, who made this sauna too hot?
Derek Brooks did. He made the sauna too hot. That's what Dwight Smith says, and that's what Shelton.
On a regular, you always get it. Yeah. I mean, I didn't go in the sauna too much.
And maybe there's a reason why, TD.
I'm not a sauna guy. Do I look like a sauna guy?
Listen, I don't know. I have to ask the story. I was surprised. I said, Dwight, give us a story. And he goes, I'm going to give you a story that you're not going to believe. And I'm like, oh my God. And he's like, Derek Brooks, you deserve criminal time for making the sauna so hot at this point.
Yeah, I don't. Listen, man, I'm from Oakland, California, bro. We don't play that. I don't do the saunas with other men like that.
No. Okay.
I don't know, bro. I was in the cold tub. I got ice in the ice. That's what I would do.
Give me a memory about this defense, because I always go back to the first game of 1997. That's my favorite season, by the way.
Yeah.
That's when you change the colors. It's the first game versus the San Francisco 49ers where Sapp takes out Young
Steve
at the
Young,
time, and then Jerry Rice.
Yeah.
What do you remember about that game? What do you remember about the first? Because for me, that was kind of like, okay. And actually, you go back to the year before, 96, against Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers, who, by the way, they turned into a Super Bowl champion. But your defense goes up there, holds them to 13 points.
Yeah.
You have an offense, you probably beat them. But to me, that's when the defense arrived. But also, you had that game against the San Francisco 49ers at the old Sombrero. So talk about that game a little bit.
Well, I mean, when Tony became the head coach, Tony Dungy, like as players, you can feel momentum, right?
Yeah.
You know when you're building something.
Sure.
So when the 97 season started, we were all like, okay, this is our year.
Yeah.
Like we're ready.
Yeah.
And so that game was already like we put the X on the calendar. Like we knew these are the Niners coming, right?
Yeah.
And this is our chance to show that we aren't the same Buccaneers.
Mm-hmm.
And the defense went nuts that game. I forget what the score was. But
I believe it was
cover
13
Sports Illustrated.
10?
Yeah, something like that.
13
probably.
to 10 at
that
the
was
time?
all our games were 13 to 10.
Yes. Very close games,
Yeah.
yes.
So,
not a lot of blowouts
yeah.
that year.
But Sports Illustrated covered Sports Illustrated and our defensive line. I didn't make it in the picture, but it was Reagan Upshaw, Brad Culpepper, and Warren.
Yeah.
All jumping on Steve Young or something. But no, we kind of already felt that. We felt that this is our moment.
Right.
And I think, we answered the call and we didn't look back from there. That was like really the turning point where we say, okay, we can play with the best.
Yeah.
And dominate them, not just play with them.
Yeah.
Dominate it.
Yeah.
And
best game for you that year besides the 49er game that you can remember, or best game in your career that you go back and say, man, I was on one that day for that Buccaneer defense. What's the memory for you?
Yeah, I mean, 97, I had 10 and a half sacks,
you did.
I think. So that was a big year for me. But really, the game where I was on one was when I went up in 99 to Philadelphia, and Donovan McNabb's first game as an Eagle, I had 3 sacks.
Did they win that game? Did you guys win that game 21-5?
So I don't know the score.
I think it's 21-5.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
And
I think it was 21-5. Yeah.
So that was that game. I was on one. I don't know what I don't know what came over me.
Right.
And Donovan McNabb was a bull. Like he was strong. Man.
Yeah.
He shook me off, and I was holding on like a one of those rodeo guys. Like man, I'm like, man, what are they feeding this rookie? He's a rookie.
Yeah.
but I got him 3
They
times.
booed him too, by the way, because they wanted at the time, I believe it was Ricky Williams, and they booed McNabb. And McNabb, with what he had, because besides Owens, he really never had that number one wide receiver. It was always, and I think that was the biggest, for me. What if Donovan McNabb has a number one wide receiver? That's not like if you have a Mike Evans.
Yeah.
What's his career like? Do you win a Super Bowl? Although Owens, coming back from injury that year when they went to the Super Bowl versus the Patriots.
Yeah, I was hanging out with Donovan in
how's he doing
in San Francisco, just by chance.
Yeah,
a couple times I ran into him and hung out with him, and he's very large now.
He's pretty big.
He's very.
We just
big.
had Sean King here.
Yeah,
he's pretty big too. Not as big as he used to be. I think he's lost a little bit, but we were trying to get him on the show. Love Sean King. Did some radio with him a long time back.
Yeah,
first time.
That was the first thing that shocked me. He's like a linebacker now. Like,
right.
Donovan is, but he's still the same goofy Donovan. Making his jokes. And
Ronde Barber had his number.
Yeah,
definitely had his number. We're on with Chidi Ahanatu, former defensive end, franchised a player for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time, and of course, for you, Bucs fans, it's your time. Talk about this Bucs team this year. How disappointed were you? I mean, it started out 6-2. They finished off 8-9. The defense, a big-time culprit. I won't leave the offense out of there, but your thoughts on that 2025 Bucs squad?
Disappointing. Is a lot of momentum going forward, and it was a steep crash.
Yeah,
like we jumped off the cliff there, and honestly, I was like, how are we even winning these games? Like, I didn't understand. Like,
right.
You watched the game, and somehow Baker would get a throw in. Like, it wasn't like a systematic.
Yeah.
Okay, these guys are great. It's a great team. I didn't know how we were winning those games. For real.
Even Todd Bowles said it. They weren't executing the best. They weren't. It wasn't necessarily the best execution, but they were able to do the things, the critical things in the fourth quarter to win games.
Yeah.
That didn't happen in the second half. Defensively, you've got to look at it. Do you? A lot of people say players. A lot of fans say that players gave up on Todd Bowles. You don't. Did you see that? Did you see players giving up on Todd Bowles? And then furthermore, your thoughts on Todd Bowles, because I know you've kind of been critical of him. Do you think they can turn it around? Can he turn this team around in 2026, Chidi?
Okay, when you say critical, I'm critiquing as an analyst like yourself, Peter.
Yes,
I'm not being. I don't have anything against him.
Okay, that's fair enough.
When all the fire Bowles memes start going out, I'm the main one saying, "Stop it, guys!"
Right?
Because that's what we always want to do is fire head coaches, and that's it
doesn't
insanity.
work.
It's
It
insanity.
doesn't work. It doesn't work in the National Football League.
It's
The most
insanity.
consistent franchises keep their coaches around. I'm not saying that Todd Bowles is without blame, but I will tell you that I've talked to Levante David, and I've talked to Kalijah Kancey. I've talked to multiple players who say they love Todd Bowles and they will play for him. I just got done talking to Shelton Quarles, and he says that he's the most prepared coach he's ever been with. Where do you lie on the Todd Bowles hate?
I mean, I don't know Todd, and I don't know what's going on in one buck behind the scenes.
Right.
And I think there's some kind of disconnect because the Todd Bowles that the public sees and the Todd Bowles that the players see every day, I think it's two different people.
Right.
Because like you said, the players say they love this guy, right?
Yeah.
And then the fans, I don't think Todd is giving the fans and the public his true charisma and personality.
Right.
That's what I think.
Right.
It has to be because the players always say, "Oh, we love Todd,"
Yeah.
So, listen, man, I just said it in another interview just now. I said, listen, Todd is a fellow NFL brother. He played.
Yeah.
And he's a Buccaneer. Yeah. And just from a human standpoint, I said something don't look right. The man does not look healthy to me. He did not look well. And then when he had the F-bomb tirade that's out of character, I said, let the man take a step back and take care of his health, take care of himself.
Right.
And that's what I was hoping that would happen. Instead, we're into him for like 10 mil if we, move on from him. So
sure,
I think the money took a priority. as far as like the organization trying to, push those buttons.
Right.
And we already did that with Gruden, right? When we had him, when we fired him.
You fired him, you fired multiple coaches.
We had to pay.
Yeah. You had to pay him, and you fired Schiano, and you fired Lovie Smith.
Yeah.
And it doesn't always work out. And when you hire and fire coaches over and over again, you got to change the systems. You got to change this. You got to change. That's a bad team. That's the Cleveland Browns. That's the New York Jets. In your opinion, do you think the Bucs can turn it around in 2026?
If they get a pass rush, then we have a shot. We got a shot.
What do you think of their pass rush?
We didn't have a pass rush last year.
Right.
And really, there have not really been many standout pass rushers for the last, I don't even know. Has there been one under Bowles? I mean, Shaq Barrett.
Right, Shaq Barrett and JPP.
Yeah.
I think those are your most consistent pass rush. And, oh, by the way, when you had that consistent pass rush, you were able to win Super Bowl 55. That's the difference.
Yeah.
And I think some of that is on
some of that.
Right.
They're good. They're bringing in some defensive linemen. Right. I don't know these guys' names.
Muhammad. Yeah.
And
Alquan Dean Muhammad.
But we already have the guy in the locker room. His name is Anthony Nelson. Play this man.
See, and people say he's a rotational piece, and he showed some flashes. I'll throw a name out there. What do you see from this kid, Yaya Diaby? 7.5 sacks last year. What do you see from him? And from your analytical standpoint of playing the position, what does he need to improve on to take the next step, Chidi Ahana, to?
Well, first, Yaya was asked if he knew who Chidi Ahana was, and he didn't know who I was. So he needs to learn his Buccaneer history first.
Okay.
That's fair.
Okay. If
you're going to be out there, and then he played the same position as me. I mean, we don't really play the same position. Everybody who lines up on the outside is not the same position. There's linebackers out there. There's edge rushers out there, and there's defensive ends out there. I was a defensive end.
True.
You wouldn't call Reggie White an edge rusher.
No, I would not.
Not that I'm a Reggie White,
right?
But I was 290 pounds.
You were.
So listen, I wasn't an edge rusher, and no disrespect to the edge rushers, but they're little tweeners. We used to call them tweeners. They're linebackers,
right?
Who can rush the passer. Great. But don't put me in that category because I was a defensive lineman, bro.
Gotcha.
I can line up inside, outside, where you want me. Yeah. Nose, tackle. I've done them all.
I remember you playing inside. You played some inside.
Yeah. So don't call me edge rusher.
Did they play you at 3 technique, or am I? I thought they played you at 3 technique.
Yeah.
And I think it was your second stint, if I'm correct, or if I'm wrong, correct me. They played your second stint with the Bucs, and it was against the Falcons. Was it not?
Yeah. I was playing defensive tackle again,
okay.
and I don't remember who we were playing, but I was.
You played the Atlanta Falcons. I think it was the Falcons and Michael Vick at the time. I think it was your second stint.
Oh yeah, and I had some good film on that in that game. Like I
remember.
I was shocking myself because I was like keeping up with Vick in the pocket. I was bow. I take him down. I was like, damn, old man, calm down. You know? I still got it. You know?
You did.
But yeah, I got drafted as a defensive tackle out of Cal. I was all Northern California. I mean, I was all Pac-10.
Right.
Defensive tackle.
Main differences, you talk about it because we're kind of going all over, but main differences between playing defensive end and defensive tackle. Explain that to people.
Well, I mean, first of all, there's 2 defensive ends. The one I played was the left defensive end on the strong side.
Correct.
And the other defensive end is usually a smaller, skinnier guy coming from the quarterback's blind side is really more of a pass rusher. I was a run stopper.
Yes.
Who could also rush the passer.
Yeah.
And I had to go up against tight ends, and I had to rush the quarterback sees me coming. That's why the guys on the right end, the blind side, they have more sacks usually because the quarterback can't see them coming.
Yeah.
If the quarterback can't see me coming, I'm getting more sacks. I'm getting 10 sacks every year.
Right.
No, I am. But the quarterback sees me coming, so he knows to release the ball.
Yeah.
Right? Or to move up in the pocket or whatever. So, it's not fair what they do to this left ends, and they pile us all together in one group.
Yeah.
And even for the top 50 that they had me under edge rushers with Shaq Barrett, JPP, Simeon, Leroy Selman, and I maybe said Shaq Barrett already. But I wasn't that kind of player. I was 290 pounds.
I know.
I'm not an edge. They call it edge now, right?
Yeah, it's an edge. Well, it's an edge in this Bucs defense, especially with running a 3-4 and doing various things, but you still have to have a defensive end. I know Yaya forgot your name or didn't know who you were.
Yeah,
you have to
Yaya,
excuse. I don't think he's disrespecting you.
No,
I just
no,
think
it's
he just didn't.
I have kids Yaya's age,
Yeah.
so it's
Yeah.
just that generation.
So what do you see from him? What do you think he needs to improve with his game, in your opinion?
I'm surprised that you're telling me he had 7 sacks.
7.5 sacks.
When
yeah.
did that happen?
Yeah,
like
last
I
year.
watched every game.
Yeah.
I mean, are these real sacks that he got, or he's like? I'm just saying, like
they're real. All of them
were
are
they
real
covered
sacks.
sacks, or he just fell on a couple sacks?
Hey, they're sacks.
I was just wondering,
Yeah.
Peter. I'm just saying because I didn't see. I just, he has that. What is that vulture or no? What he does that video game where you fighting and you finish him. He does that celebration thing.
Yes.
And I didn't see too much of those celebrations.
We need to see more of that in 2026,
Yeah,
and
so
I hope
I'm
you see that.
surprised that you're telling me he had 7 sacks.
Right.
I don't remember seeing them. So I watched every game. I thought I would have saw him. But I think Yaya, listen, man, I love you. Actually, Yaya's my favorite player, actually. I'm just giving him
Give him trouble.
Yeah, I'm giving him a hard time.
That's all right.
But I love his name. I love his game. I love his brand,
Right.
Yaya, what's this, 4th year? Third, 4th year?
I believe this is 4th year, I think.
Yeah, something like that. I
yeah.
think this is a time where you got to elevate your game.
Mhm.
3rd, 4th year, that's when it's like, okay, now you're doing all right, but you got a lot more left in that tank that you have not let out yet.
Mhm.
That's what I feel about Yaya. I feel like he's out there, he's doing his thing, but he has a lot left in the tank to tap into to find his inner chi and bring it out. He has a lot more in him, and I don't know if he knows that or not, but I think that's what he needs to find.
Going into his 4th season, yes.
Yeah,
4th
and
season.
find it.
3rd round pick out of Louisville.
Yeah, and find that, because I believe he can be that kind of player. I believe he can really be that kind of dominant player.
19 sacks right now, so and I think he's taking a leadership role.
Yeah.
For me, because I'm always about X's and O's. Is it hand placement? Is it hand fighting? Is it different moves, counter moves? What is it? Do you think what you see from him that you think he should improve on?
I would like to see all the above.
All the above.
Because what is his signature pass rush move? I
Right.
don't know what it is.
Right.
And are you a speed rusher? Are you a power rusher to speed? Like, I think he just finds a way. He's one of those guys that just finds a way to get to the quarterback,
Right.
Because he has a motor, And don't be mad at me, but we're usually like, teams aren't really afraid of our pass rush, so they're holding the ball longer.
Yeah.
So he has more opportunities to get sacks and pressures and whatnot. That's the thing that really pisses me off, man. The community, the fans don't get it. Man, when I played, it'd be 3rd and long, 3rd and 20. They throwing the ball check downs because they know we're coming. They know our ears are pinned back. So how the hell am I going to get a sack? And this guy's throwing the ball in 3 seconds on a 3rd and long.
True.
But see, when you are on a bad defense, the teams hold the ball longer, and now you have more time to get sacks and pressures.
Right.
And now because you got all these sacks, everybody thinks you're great. No, it's because that offense has no respect for your defense, so they're going to hold the ball longer, run longer routes, and take more chances, and they don't care about your pass rush because they know it's not coming. But that was the opposite when I played, and people are like, oh, you didn't get 100 sacks. Like, bro, the quarterback sees me coming, and our defensive line was dreaded, bro.
Yeah.
So it'd be 3rd. What's this 3rd and 28 that everybody keeps talking about?
Against the Atlanta Falcons, and they think that one play, because they saw Mike Evans walk off the field, bang his helmet. It was 3rd and 28. He's walking off the field, saying that, even said it on the sideline. And then, of course, the Bucs defense gives up a 4th and 14. So they're not able to close out Atlanta.
The defense gave up a 3rd and 28 and they got a first down?
They had a 3rd and 28, and then they had a 4th and 14, and they weren't able to make any stops at all. None.
I was going to say Atlanta when Kyle Pitts went nuts.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Yes. 3 touchdowns, probably why Kyle Pitts got the 1-year franchise deal off of the Bucs defense at this point. Mike Evans, talk about it. Everybody's been talking about it. How surprised were you that he left the Bucs? Is it just the fact of San Francisco is in a better place right now than the Bucs? Or is there something more? Some people will say Bulls, lights. Even the fans have been mentioned. He mentioned the fans at Levi Stadium giving him second win. I mean, what's your thoughts on Mike Evans?
Oh, did he say that? Listen, I played for the Niners 1 year, and I'm from there, so I'm a little biased. I'm excited.
Play for the Rams too.
I did play for
We won't mention that though.
No, we could talk about it. But
you know, Bucs fans, Bucs media, we don't really like talking about the Rams. There's a lot of bad memories there, Cheaty.
Yeah, that's why some people have some hate for me because I went to the other side, but
Gerald McCoy went to the Panthers.
That's worse, I think.
A lot of people was saying Mike Evans could go to the Saints. Like, there's no way Mike Evans is going to the Saints. He's not going to a division rival.
He's not gonna do that.
Listen, you do what you got to do for yourself. What's best for your situation. You did that at the time, and that's fine. Is that what you see with Mike Evans?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's an older player. To get that kind of money at that age and then going to that system, I think he's going to thrive. I think in the system we have now, you mentioned Liam Cohen leaving.
Yeah.
That kind of hurt Mike, I believe. But if he goes, he is going to a better system than we have here for him.
Yeah.
And they need, because Brandon Ayuk was the Mike Evans.
And they're releasing him.
Yeah. So they need a guy like that, and that's who Mike Evans is replacing. And you saw how Brandon Ayuk thrived in that system.
Yes.
So I totally expect Mike to thrive there. I think, John Lynch made a great decision picking him up. My brother John Lynch. And I don't know, fans, he played here 12 years.
Yeah.
I mean, how much you want from a guy? Like, good guy.
They want him to finish as a Buck, be a Buck for life. And then sometimes that's a reality with this team with Derek Brooks. And, John Lynch wasn't a reality, but Derek Brooks, Ronde Barber, finishing Leroy Summon, playing with the Bucs for his full career. It just didn't happen. And I get it. I understand it. And I think it's more of, not only the opportunity to play with the San Francisco 49ers and his idol and get closer to his idol in Jerry Rice, but also get into the top 10 when it comes to receiving yards all time. He'll get that opportunity. I don't necessarily think he'll get that opportunity here because they have Emeka Egbuka, they have Jalen McMillan, they have Chris Godwin, they have Tez Johnson, they have a lot of mouths to feed. And I'm just not sure, even with Zach Robinson coming over and hopefully getting back to that Liam Cohen offense, that you're be able to make him the focal point, which is what he wants. It seems like that's what he wants at this point. Is that what you get from his comments and why he would move to San Francisco, that he will go off and he will get into that top 10 for yards all time when it comes to wide receivers?
Yeah, like I said, I think he's going to thrive in that situation. And he has not been thriving like that. Like, honestly, if you look at his games, and I love Mike Evans, so like everybody else, but he hasn't had monster games in the big games. And I think, the writing was on the wall. Like, he's not satisfied. Like that tirade he had when he, was, cussing all the way out to the out the tunnel. Yeah. Which is uncharacteristic of him. He's frustrated.
Yeah.
And he's an older player. Listen, when you get older, you don't have much time left. You don't have time for rebuilding.
Sure.
You don't have no time for we're gonna get better next year. You want it now, because this is football. This ain't tennis, man.
Right.
You don't have much more time left. And he did. How many Super Bowls Mike got? 2? 1?
Well, 1.
The one.
He's got one with
Tom.
With Tom, yeah.
Okay, so the man wants to go to another Super Bowl, and with that team he's going to with the Niners, he got
an opportunity. You're going to be in a tougher conference, though, with the NFC West. You have the Seattle Seahawks, the Super Bowl champion, the Rams. There with Matt Stafford. How long can he stay healthy? But he's playing like an MVP. Let me ask you this, because this has been talked about. One of our webheads throws it out there. He's called the Warrior. I call him the negative Warrior because he hates Todd Bowles. He always says, why are guys playing in coverage? You talk about Anthony Nelson playing in coverage. You got Diaby, other players, Hassan Reddick playing in coverage. How do you feel about defensive linemen or edge rushers playing in coverage?
I mean, I did it.
Thank you. Wait. Hold on. Say it again.
I had to play in
coverage.
And
why didn't anybody focus, Cheaty, on you playing in coverage?
I don't know. No one had anything to say, but I didn't like it. I don't want to be in coverage. I want to rush the passer.
But you did it.
But it's called a zone dog. and I got to go back there and cover the flat sometimes.
And by the way, Monty Kiffin was your defensive coordinator. He kind of knows something a little bit about defense.
Yeah, and then it was effective. So I go back in coverage, and the linebacker would blitz, and it worked like magic every time, almost every time. But I didn't like it, but it was effective. So sometimes you sacrifice your own personal wants and glory for the better of the defense.
Do fans make too much of that? A big deal about that with Todd Bowles' defense, that he plays so many defensive linemen, edge rushers in coverage. Do they make too much of a big deal about that? Because it's been done. You just said it. How long ago was that, Cheaty, that you played? I don't want to make you feel old.
20 years ago.
20 years ago, and they were running zone dogs.
Yeah.
Jamie.
Who was Jamie?
Jamie is the negative warrior. He's on TikTok right now. They're never going to get sacks because they do too much coverage. But you just told me 20 years. I see Micah Parsons, who plays for the Green Bay Packers, who's great when he gets after the quarterback, but also the Packers with their defense, which, by the way, their defensive coordinator became the coach of the Miami Dolphins. He played zone dog.
Yeah. Listen, I mean, sometimes you zone dog because you know that guy's not going to get any pass rush anyway.
Right.
So you might as well. It's a blitz. Mm-hmm. So the linebackers come in the weak side or the nickel. It depends how you run it. But those guys, listen, man, we don't have the most talented pass rushers on our defensive line.
Right.
Clancy.
Kalijah Cansey, yeah.
I always say Clancy. Kalijah Cansey
hasn't been able to stay healthy, yeah.
But he was a pass rush. He knows how to pass rush.
Yes.
But other than that,
Vita Vea in the middle there. Elijah Roberts came out as a rookie. We talked about Yaya. You said Anthony Nelson. Hassan Reddick was a bust last year. Very ineffective, rough year. Not what they expect out of a $14 million player, right?
Okay. Vita Vea, thank you so much. You're a great player. But a pass rusher? How is he a pass rusher?
Yeah, I don't think he's a pass rusher, but he's a guy that will
fill
that
sacks.
metal. He takes on the double and triple
sacks.
teams.
He gets sacks.
He's essential to the defense.
Yeah, he's essential.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call him a pass rusher.
No.
I'm saying we don't have a whole bunch of Aaron Donalds and Michael Strahans and Simeon Rices and, dare I say, myself, Warren Sapp.
I knew you were going to say it.
We don't have those kind of guys on that defensive line.
No, you don't.
So if you're not going to get pass rush anyway, you might as well drop that guy out in coverage and try to fool the offense,
Is that why he does that with the zone dogs? And this is what I try to explain to people, because the linebackers have not been good when it comes to coverage. That's why you're doing zone dogs. That's why you're going with defensive linemen and edge rushers in coverage in the first place.
Yeah, and he likes to blitz. At least he was the first half of the season.
Right.
And then I think he stopped blitzing as much.
Right.
Trying to play more conservative. But
people hate that zone, by the way. They hate it, especially on third down, because they see this Bucs defense give up first downs over and over again, especially when you're in that critical third down, like you said at the beginning of the interview here. And again, Chidi Ahonatu, Buccaneer defensive end, Buccaneer franchise player. You're a franchise. I'm not saying anything that's not wrong here. You're a franchise. We're going to make that clear here on The Evolution. I'm your host, Peter Blake. You talked about it. Nobody wanted to play that when you were 3rd and 28. You pin your ears back at that point. You're not converting a first down. With Todd Bowles' defense, you're not seeing the same thing. You're seeing those teams be able to accomplish that third down.
Yeah, so I'm saying to everybody out there listening, to everyone who might watch this, we do not have the most talented pass rushers on that defensive line, on the defensive front.
Right.
So what are you going to do with them? Because, listen, you can pass rush them all you want to, but they're not going to get to the quarterback, and they've shown that.
Right.
Okay, so how do you utilize their talents a little more effectively? You let your linebackers and your defensive backs and to blitz. Yeah. That's why Todd has been blitzing so much, because that's how they get the pass rush.
Yeah.
Those guys are not able to get it on a consistent basis. So that's why they're zone dogging, they're doing different things. And that's what you have to do. Or you just get some more talented pass rushers on the team, right? And like I keep saying, I don't understand. Anthony Nelson, I love that guy, man.
You love him.
Put that guy in the game.
He showed out against the Saints. I mean, that one game against the Saints, he played better, in my opinion, than Hassan Reddick played the whole year.
That guy knows how to pass rush.
Okay.
He has a good feel.
Yeah,
I never met him.
Right. You're part of the Anthony Nelson crew here. You're the fan club. Love him.
Anthony's game, and I don't understand why we don't play him more.
All right. Well, we'll see what they do when it comes to pass rushers. Again, they got the kid Muhammad, not a kid, but 30 years old, had 11 sacks. We'll see if he's able to duplicate that, earn a second contract with the Bucs, and then they'll be able to go into the draft, and we'll see. In your opinion, why is it that, I don't know if I asked this question or not, but why do you think it is so tough for edge guys to come into the NFL and trend? What was the toughest thing for you when you got drafted? I believe 5th round out of California. What was the toughest thing for you to transition over to the National Football League? What is it? The speed of the game? Is it technique? What is it, Chidi?
Well, yeah, it's technique, speed of the game. It's a whole different game. Like I remember in practice, and I was a pretty, accomplished pass rusher. I wasn't getting double digits in college, but who was double digit sacks? But I remember one time I was like, nothing is working.
Yeah.
Like I threw the book at these guys, everything I know, and they are like, please spare me.
Yeah.
Like that. Take that college stuff somewhere else. So that's where you have to really start studying the film and look at your own game and look at how they play in this league is a lot different. My first game as a rookie, I played against Joe Montana, his first game as a Kansas City Chief. And like the first pass of the game, I beat my guy and I knocked Joe out the game. So I thought, I can do this. This is easy.
It was 115.
You remember that game?
I do remember that. One of the hottest games of all time. They lose at the old Sombrero. They lose 23-7 the Bucs. That is Joe Montana's first game. Nobody thought he was going to leave San Francisco, but of course they moved with Steve Young. Never forget that game. You're exactly right. Wasn't on TV, but I remember listening to the great Gene Deckerhoff, who, by the way, is going away and retiring.
Yeah, thank you, Gene.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that was I just finally met Joe and you said tell some stories at this year's Super Bowl in San Francisco. I grew up in San Francisco. I played against the man. I had never met Joe Montana. I met Jerry Rice. I hung out in the box suite with him. I met Roger Craig, Ronnie Lott. I never met Joe Montana. So Joe was there signing autographs, and I didn't get a picture and I didn't get an autograph, but I got to talk to him. And I said, Joe, my name's Chidi Hantu, man. You remember when your first game as a Kansas City Chief and you threw that pass to I forget the name, and I'm talking real fast because he's on the move, and I'm like talking real fast, like he's probably thinking I'm some fan or something. I'm like, Joe, Chidi Hantu, I played against you my rookie year, blah, 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 blah. And I remember I knocked you out the game, but you threw a touchdown to that receiver. Forget his name. He's like, Willie Davis? I was like, no, not Willie Davis. The other guy. He said, J.J. Bird. I said, yeah, J.J. Bird.
J.J. Burden.
Yeah.
Wow.
So he remembered that play.
Yes.
That just happened this past Super Bowl. And it's a full circle moment for me, man.
It's awesome.
Yeah. But the game is I thought I had it all figured out that game because I knocked out Joe Montana.
Yeah.
But I didn't have it all figured out because they watch film too, and they know how to adjust.
Well, they pick up on your what you're going to do, your tendencies. That's why it's always tough to duplicate that year after year because there's offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators picking up. Yeah. We talked about Monty Kiffin and how much he meant to the defense.
Yeah.
Talk about Rod Marinelli. How much did have an impact did he make on your career? What's the greatest thing or what's the best thing you learned from Rod Marinelli? Because he was your defensive line coach at that time.
I'm sitting there like we didn't end well. First and foremost. But Rod Marinelli, he knows what he did. I'm not going to talk about it because you're trying to get me in trouble again.
No, I'm not. No. I'm not. I didn't know.
I would love to talk about it, but then people are going to be like, he's just salty or whatever.
Right.
This really happened, man. I don't care. Like, I have nothing to gain from this.
Right.
Like, these things really happen, and you want me to tell the story, but not everyone, a lot of people in Tampa Bay always think, he's just, and they have bad things to say about me.
Sure.
Because I'm just telling what happened. I'm not saying the guy is a jerk or an asshole. Can I say that word?
We can say it.
I
just said it.
I mean, you guys can edit that. I'm not saying MF this guy and this guy. I'm just saying things that happen.
Right. Yeah.
And I get this label on me like I'm a bad guy because I can't tell what happened to me.
Right.
Like everybody is on social media telling what happened to them.
Tell it. I mean, if you want to tell the story here on the Sports Web.
Man, how much time we have?
We have plenty of time. I
Oh, we
mean,
have a lot of
I'm
time?
nearly at 4 hours.
Are you
Nearly
4
here.
hours?
I'm at 4 hours going live with commercial free.
Commercial
You have
free.
to you have to realize it's like I need more sponsors. I need more commercial breaks. But live here at the Expo, Florida State Fairgrounds, talking 4 hours of football and baseball and everything else. We were supposed to get a baseball guy on here, but I don't think he came on. But we had Doc Gooden on here for the second.
Oh, yeah,
guest.
Doc. Oh,
yeah,
nice.
Doc.
Yeah, I still
you get a
haven't met
chance to
him.
talk to
I
Doc.
saw him walking out the door when I got here, so I was upset that I didn't get to shake his hand.
Doc is tremendous. He was a tremendous guest.
Oh, yeah.
We had Ken Dilger on here.
Yeah.
We had him on, a former tight end. We had Booger McFarland.
Yeah, I saw Bug back there.
Yeah.
And Brad Culpepper and Ronde. So it
Culpepper
good to
was
see
back.
him.
You didn't
And
get a chance
Sheldon.
to see Brett. I seen Sheldon didn't get a chance to get Brad on.
Yeah.
And then wanted to get Ronde, but Ronde had to run. We tried even on air. We said, Ronde, can you come on for I got to run, Okay.
Yeah, Ronde is a jet setter. He's probably off on a plane to Paris or something.
He has his own show on WFLA
I'm
here
telling
locally.
you, he probably has to run off to the jet hangar to go fly off to Tahiti or something.
That's what it is?
Yeah, he's a
He's
jet
going to
setter.
do my show. He don't care about my damn show. I know your guy JP Peterson. He's like, I already did that show. I'm not doing your show too. So okay, cool.
Yeah.
No
If I tell the story and we're 4 hours in, no one's ever going to hear the story because they're not going to watch 4 hours. No disrespect to you.
I mean, they may. There's still people watching.
So if I say this story right now, it's just going to get buried. And I want to say, if I tell the story, I want to tell it in the first 10 minutes. I want to open the show.
All right.
And I will do that. I got a lot of stuff I want to say.
I know you do. I know you do.
Why you say-
give me some
Why
good.
you say it like that?
Because I know you. Because I've talked to you before. We had great conversations. I never had anything.
I'm old now.
You got to do me a favor though.
Yeah.
My friend Paul Stewart.
Yeah.
He loves the Bucs. I call him the official historian of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, he has some good history.
You got to forgive him. Because you guys had a little bit of a. You got to forgive that man because he's great for the Bucs. He's great for the Bucs organization.
He started it.
Yeah, I love that guy. He's my friend.
He started it, Peter. Like the school ground.
That's my guy right there.
He started it.
Yeah.
Like I had never had any problem with Paul.
Cool.
I don't think I ever met him, but
yeah. Paul's a good dude. He's all about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We need more people like that about this organization.
I followed him. Like he's good. Like I've learned history from him. Like
good.
Like I said, learn your Buck history. I had to learn my Buck history.
Right.
And we all need to take that upon ourselves. And Paul was one of those historian guys that I would see the social media, and I don't remember what even happened. And I don't think around. I don't have any bad. I don't.
Okay.
I don't even remember what happened.
Good.
I'm
glad, man. I'm glad.
Paul, you can stop shivering in the back, thinking I'm going to beat you up.
He's not like that at all. It's all good.
I'm just playing.
Listen,
I'm just joking.
Rod Marinelli got some good.
Oh.
Give me a good story. Give me something you learned from that coach that helped your career
See,
out.
this is traumatizing for me, and I have to. Why can't I have trauma? See, this is what
I don't want you to have trauma.
I mean, yeah, but you don't take it serious. Like I could actually have trauma.
I'm
because I'm this big football player guy, I can't have feelings.
Chidi, I know you got feelings.
It was very traumatic. And see how you laughing? Why are you laughing?
Because it's so crazy to me. And Chidi Ohanatu's getting after the quarterback. Chidi Ohanatu says on my show, I got feelings. Listen, I know you got feelings, bro. I get it.
So I'm just saying, I can't just flippantly talk about these things. I need a drink, a beer, and a tequila. Can I have a drink first?
I don't have any drinks.
You just want me to go right in without any painkillers. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Come on, man.
I love you, brother.
Yeah, man. Love you too, man. Have a tequila, a shot, and a.
I'm not a drinker, dude. I'm just naturally
saying,
like this. I'm always like this. I always have this energy. This is what I love
but
to
you're
do.
asking traumatic questions now, and I need something to take
ask the tough
edge off.
questions. I'm the Rolex reporter now, buddy.
Well, you gotta have something to smoke, something to drink over here, man. Because we are fragile creatures. Just because we played this sport of NFL football,
I've heard it all. Chidi
we still have
Ohanatu
feelings.
is fragile creature.
I am, especially now. I'm 55. I'm an old man.
Oh, you're not old.
Help me cross the street. If you see me fall down, pick me up.
I feel like you would make somebody
buy me an ice cream cone every once in a while in the park.
Ice cream in the park.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm an old man.
You got your girl doing that now.
No. The girl I was
I
talking
bet she's
about
younger.
before.
Yeah, she's younger now.
She's not.
Your age?
She's not my girl. She's like my friend girl.
Okay.
She's a friend.
Well, that's okay.
Yeah, but she's not doing all that.
Whenever you're ready to commit to her, that's when you.
No, it's on me. It's not even on me.
Well, it's
on her.
There you go. It's on
and
her.
She's not going to hear this because she's in California.
You're the prize.
Yeah, I'm the prize. She needs to get with the program, man. Come on. I don't know if I like to. You laugh when I have feelings. You laughed at on the prize. Like, man, what is this stuff anyway? What is all this?
These are sound effects. You want to hear this?
Yeah, give me a excited. Oh,
Todd Bowles.
Oh.
Here's Tom Brady.
That's good enough to suck right there.
Here's this. This is when the Bucs win, which was not a lot. We could play this in the second half. Victory! I was in the boom like there. I like that. I pumped the gun.
See,
it's not as big as you, but
this technology, man.
all
I've never
of it.
seen this before. I used to work radio. We didn't have all that.
Yeah, I mean, you got TJ Reeves, who a part of the Buccaneer Radio Network. This is what I say to fans when they call up and throw nonsense.
Go away. Go away. I will hold the door.
You got Ric Flair.
You don't have John Cena on there, do you?
I do not. I should. I got the great Gene Deckerhoff.
Fire the cannon.
I got Byron Leftwich.
How about them Bucs, baby?
I got the old Buccaneer tune here. I got Bob Barker.
This guy sucks.
And I got Mickey right there, and I got this.
Yeah, that's a pretty good line.
I got all kinds of. I got The Rock.
What is your name?
I told you.
It doesn't matter what your name is.
You're a wrestling fan. I went back to this. I believe that I saw you because I was going back. I was watching the other night. This is what you do when you're bored, and here's I'm 47. I was watching a Monday Night Nitro. Were you part of a Monday Night Nitro when they came here in Tampa and WCW?
Yeah, I used to be really famous, man. I got in the ring. I came down the ramp through the smoke.
That was the Sting appearance. When Sting comes down, they got like 30 Stings or something, and they're all in the mask. Is that correct?
No, I walked Conan out.
Okay.
Down the ramp through the fog or whatever, the smoke.
Yeah.
And got in the ring, and then Conan goes berserk and then introduces me, and the crowd goes wild.
Odele, Arriba la Raza. Yes. By the way, I think he's sick right now, so I don't know if you still talk to Conan.
Oh, man, is he?
Yeah, he's
no,
sick.
I just met him that time, man.
Dealing with some complications.
Really?
Yeah.
No,
I'm
I
a big
didn't know
wrestling
that.
fan. Keep track of that. But I see
Hulk
you.
Hogan,
Yeah.
rest in peace. He's my kid's uncle. Well, by marriage.
Really?
Yeah. So I've been around the wrestling thing.
What did you think of Hogan?
We run into each other and it was no problems, man. It was a mutual respect. And, as a kid watching him, who didn't love Hulkamania?
They booed him when he came out, his last appearance, which was despicable because it was in California, I guess. And again, they held it against him with his comments, even though he apologized.
Yeah. Well,
what did you?
Some things you just can't apologize away. That was pretty brutal.
Right.
And it was a private conversation. And listen, man. I'm a black guy, so I get it. And listen, man, I don't appreciate that kind of language. I was very disappointed. And I think I put together a nice statement in my social media when Terry Bollea passed away, which I said the Bolleas are my kids' cousins. So
Didn't know that.
Yeah, man, through marriage. So
good stuff. Good stuff, man.
So I just think, it's a tough situation. And, some private moments, because you don't see him acting that way or saying that in the public.
Of course not. Right.
And I think it was his daughter.
Yes.
Like, if we really want to be real about it, it's your daughter.
Yep.
Your only daughter, I believe.
Mm-hmm,
and then you don't want her going out with certain people.
Mm-hmm.
And he used some choice words, to say the least. And now you're going to get me in trouble because all the black people say, oh, you just sidestepping the issue, how am I supposed to? I know this man.
Yeah.
My kids are related to his family. I never saw that. I never got treated that way. My kids never got. Terry invited my kids to his house for Thanksgiving, for God's sake. This is one time that I ever even heard anything remotely close to this out of this man for how many years?
Right.
So I think we need to have a little more. What's the word I'm looking for? Not empathy. It's a little
Empathy.
more,
I was thinking empathy. That was the word. Empathy, sympathy. At this point, there's a lot of people just basically crapping on his death, saying, "Oh, it couldn't happen." No
he
better
said
for-"
some bad stuff,
right?
man.
But look at his legacy overall. What he did for the professional wrestling, what he did for pop culture when it came to the '80s.
Yeah, you can't. I don't like when
Can't deny it.
I don't like when your whole life gets boiled down.
One moment. Like if it's
Yeah.
O.J. Simpson with him, murdering somebody, which I definitely think he did, whether he's guilty
So you
or
just
not.
did it. You boiled OJ down to one moment, and it is murder. But
It's murder.
You got to prove it, man. You got to prove it. Sorry,
I'm not a lawyer, but there was some evidence in there that didn't necessarily get admitted. We'll stay away from that one.
We're going down.
Let's go
the
down
dark
this
hole.
road. You take me down here. You start talking about feelings and drama,
Oh, my God,
and then
man.
it just goes
Yeah.
off the.
It's my fault.
No,
it's
it's not.
It's
your
always
fault.
my
I
fault.
don't want to hurt
I'm
your
used
feelings.
to it. My kids and their mother. Everything's my fault.
You're good, bro. You're good. All right. Final thoughts here on the sports web.
Listen, final thoughts. I've been waiting 20 years in retirement for somebody to say, Chidi Hanatu, you are the greatest left defensive end in the history of the Buccaneers. And no one's ever said it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why does everybody else get pats on the back and I don't get any pats? I am the greatest left defensive end in the history of the Buccaneers. It's just stats and facts. I'm not bragging. I say that and they go, oh, you're bragging about yourself. Let somebody else say that instead of yourself saying it. Well, nobody said it in 20 years. So I'm going to say it, Peter.
Yeah.
And if you can bring up a better left defensive end, not a right defensive end, a left defensive end that's better than me, please let me know. But I am the greatest of all time.
All right. Senior Hanatu, thank you very much for your time here on the evolution of Sports Talk Television.
Thanks for
my
having
friend.
me, brother.
Absolutely.
Thank you, man.
Anytime, man.
All right, bro.
Great stuff. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings or anything like that. I promise.
I'm going
you.
to counseling right now.
I'm telling you, man. I'm putting people in counseling and everything else. All right. So on that
Can
note,
I go?
you can go
I
now.
can go off
yeah,
and
you can
just-
put your
okay.
take your headphones off.
Hey,
you can
go Tampa Bay. Go
there
Bucs.
you go. Let's
All
see
right.
if they can turn it around, okay? We'll talk
Definitely,
more about
definitely.
this. Yes, sir. All right, appreciate you. So we'll wrap it up with that right there. We'll read the rest of these comments, and then we will get out of here. I mean, I don't know what you guys want. Yes.
Before you wrap it up,
Yes.
Brett Phillips is coming. If you're
Okay.
with that.
Okay, Brett
All right.
Phillips is coming.
All right, Brett Phillips. We're bringing Brett Phillips on board.
All right, so Brett, when is he coming?
Right now.
Coming
You just
right
said
now.
wait to him.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. We'll bring Brett Phillips on. Stand by as we shift from football here. As we're live here on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. I'm your host, Peter Blake. I don't know how you didn't like that interview. We'll go back out to the comments here in just a moment. Let's see. Peter, you're the only one who tells all the stuff like it is. Don't ever stop. Fire the damn cannons. Appreciate
Fire
you.
the cannons!
Okay, no problem. Brandon says, great to see you, Peter. Great to see you, my friend, as we've been live all day long. I mean, just to recap, I didn't even really get a chance to eat my breakfast. I barely ate any breakfast. You brought me wings. I got to eat those in just a little bit. I will definitely work on that. I appreciate you
No problem.
standing in. We tried to get Sean King. We tried to get Ronde Barber. We didn't get them, but the guests that we got
Sean
today.
said just hit him up on X, Twitter.
All right. So we'll definitely work on that. Brandon, thanks a lot. A part of the Sports Nuts right there. Our Buccaneers are going to shock a lot of our fair weather fans next year. Have faith. Everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for this season. I love that comment. Let's go out to payday 3964. Great, Peter. That's why I give a ton of credit to Jason for the Emeka pick, even though it was probably mainly to not rush Godwin. Jason still knew to prepare for the future, and that's what it comes down to. Mike Evans getting up there in age, 32 years old. Chris Godwin at 29.
Let me keep it real.
Yeah.
We're going to come to a time when we don't have Mike. Mike Evans is not playing the league.
Well,
anymore.
there's always that time that you were going to come that you weren't necessarily going to have Mike Evans.
So we got to build for our future, and we got to invest in our future. And we got to. So I love Mike, but Mike made a business decision what's best for him and his family, and and I'm still a fan of the Bucs.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan because of one player. I'm a fan of the team.
Right. I want to go out to so agree with that. Let me go out to TikTok really quick. So Jamie, we answered your question there. Hope that helped. 22 people watching on TikTok. Appreciate you. Daphne says, love you, Peter. I believe that's Miss Jones, Daphne Jones there. Thank you very much. Jamie says he's not going to get sacked. He's an outside linebacker. You cannot make a defensive end into an outside linebacker. Bulls just drops them back into coverage.
Well, let me just go back in that. If you don't have inside linebackers that can go back in coverage and do the skills of Derek Brooks or Levante David, you're going to do that to compensate for that lack.
Which is what Chidi said.
Yep. So that's common sense,
right?
And that's why, you got to have the inside linebackers that can drop back into coverage and take care of sideline to sideline, and also the third level of the defense. But what that's not happening. So we're getting our edge rushers to do more than we should.
Right.
So that's just a common sense rationale. If you are a fan of the team, you try to go into deeper analysis rather than criticize.
Well, it's okay to criticize, but I get it. I understand it. Let's go out to Brent. Bella, some of you people are Baker Mayfield fans, so you guys will never hold him accountable for nothing. Brent, again, if he plays bad this year, you'll just say he was injured, laugh out loud. Again, we've talked on the show, Brent. I don't know what you're looking for, but we said that Baker played bad, and he definitely has to be accountable for the offense and their struggles. We said it over and over again. I think you don't listen sometimes and hear what I have to say.
All right, so we got our Pinellas County native and former Rays player Brett Phillips coming to promote the team.
Brett Phillips right there. Let's go out to Mr. Brett Phillips of the Tampa Bay Rays. Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television. Here, a part of the Rays organization, of course, World Series. Known for the airplane, I believe. What is that? Was that Game 5?
Game 4.
Game 4. Game 4 against the Dodgers. In that, let's start out with there. Again, welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television. I'm your host, Peter Blake. Talk about that moment.
Peter, thanks for having me.
Yeah.
This is great. Game 4, man. I wish we would have won the World Series.
I do too.
But what a special moment to have. I grew up a Rays fan. Born and raised in Seminole, Florida, 20 minutes from Tropicana Field. I was at the very first Fan Fest in 97.
Yeah.
And fast forward, 23 years, I'm getting to play for my hometown team in the World Series. And, we know the rest was history. I was flying around the outfield like an airplane. And,
loved it.
Like a kid in the
We call
candy
you
store.
Maverick.
That's my middle name.
There you go.
Yes,
there,
sir.
and worked
Yep.
out. It worked out for you.
Yep.
So, Brett,
Thank you.
So, you take back to that moment, exciting moment. Of course, Randy Arozarena, he nearly misses. He goes around third base, nearly misses, and then tags home plate. So, an exciting moment. You say you think they would have won the World Series. People always say, I know you're part of the Rays organization. Blake Snell.
Yeah. Well, what do you got on that?
Yeah.
People always bring it up, and what I say is, if you watch the Rays play baseball that year, then you knew that regardless of how well our starter was doing, our bullpen was going to come in and take care of the rest. So when we got to that moment, it was a lot of controversy.
My bad.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
There was a lot of controversy there because of, people who didn't watch the game or watch the Rays that season. So that's what we did. Our bullpen was nasty.
Yeah.
They were going to get the job done. And unfortunately it didn't work out, but who were we to say it wasn't the right decision when we got to the World Series by doing that?
Right. That's true. I mean,
As
it's
a
always focused on, you're right. You definitely had the bullpen at that time. The Dodgers, it was tough. It was a tough series. I mean, besides that moment, what's your other memory of before getting to the World Series? What's your moment? Because of course you're going through COVID that year.
Yeah.
It was a weird year. Talk about that year. Talk about before you get to the World Series. Give me some memories of that year.
Yeah, so to give you some context, I was actually with Kansas City to open up spring training there in March, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I was out of options, meaning I had to make the team or I was going to get DFA'd or traded. So then we know what happened next. COVID shut everything down. Well, fast forward, we had spring training 2.0 in July. So I'm with Kansas City. Mike Matheny was the manager at the time. We weren't very good, to be honest. I mean, it's public knowledge. You can go back and see that. But I wasn't playing very much. It's kind of just there for, one would say, moral support, you know, to be a good teammate for better terms. But, you know, things really took a turn for me when the Rays traded for me at the deadline, which was in the end of August that year because of COVID. It switched everything around. It wasn't July. And next thing you know, it was the best thing that happened to me because then I'm playing for my hometown team. And, you know, the Rays, they provided some of the best memories of my life. And so here we are now. I'm retired. I just retired last season. 13 years of professional baseball.
Congratulations, my friend. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. It was a blessing. And now I'm on board as the brand engagement executive. The Rays ownership group was gracious enough to bring me back in a role where, you know, quite frankly, I'm wearing a lot of different hats, working with season members, corporate partnerships. I'll be there during the games to kind of just walk around and bring a different experience, Rays fan experience to Tropicana Field.
Got to talk. You said about the memories. I want to get to those memories there. What's your best memory of being a Rays fan? Because it was tough. It was tough. You know, they had the World Series there in 2008, but you know, besides that, you know, being a Rays fan. So what's the memory that you carry on that you can think of being a Rays fan that
being
far
a Rays
back?
fan, you know, when you were younger, watching Evan Longoria and Carl Crawford and BJ Upton and Ben Zobrist and those guys play, you know, in the 2008, right? Was that 2008 World Series?
That's actually Evan Longoria's rookie year, where I think he had like 20 home runs. I mean, it's amazing. And David Price, and
we all know game one. Was it game 163? 162.
That was in 2011, I think it was. Yes.
You know, like Dan Johnson's big homer.
Yeah.
Just so many cool. Matt Garza's no hitter. So many really cool memories as a kid living in the area, growing up, going to those games.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. With that being said, you just talked about the new role here. How excited are you? And you said you're wearing different hats. Go ahead and expound on the different hats there, and let's talk about that ownership group here.
Man, Ken Babby's just doing a great job. What an awesome man. And his ownership team, they're hungry. You know, they're coming in. Again, public knowledge. We saw how big the investment was. So they care. They care a lot. They're enthusiastic. A lot of optimism. And, you know, I just really appreciate how they're coming in and doing things. And, you know, for myself, starting with season members, I've been reaching out to past and present season members, you know, just basically expressing my love and appreciation for them, just as they showed me as a player.
Yeah.
So having those interactions have been amazing. Also working with the corporate partnerships, kind of just bringing a different element to those conversations. And people want to talk to baseball players, you know, especially from around the area, kind of just see how those experiences were, maybe tell some stories. So I've been able to do that. During the game, I'll be in the lounge. So if you're a season member with us, I'll get to mingle around, kind of show my love and make myself available, hit up suites and party decks and, you know, wherever I can bring value, but also bring that fan engagement experience that maybe we've never had in the past. There's been ambassadors, but I don't really consider myself that because I'm doing more. I'm full-time in a sense where I'm on the ground level and I'm doing things. I'm not just showing my face. I'm actually going to be around. So, really, really enjoying that. And, you know, I couldn't be more thankful to be back with the Rays. This is full circle for me.
Yeah.
Being a fan, playing for them, and now working for them.
It's kind of surreal.
It's surreal.
It is.
You know, people say they're living the dream. I really feel like I'm living the dream.
It seems like there's an energy to it, and I don't want to kill the previous ownership, but I didn't care for it at all. I don't think they did enough of what you guys have done in the short amount of time that you're doing it. Do you sense that fans are have that energy. They're picking up on that energy. You had Fan Fest this year. That worked out well. Kind of talk about your experience with some of the Rays fans, and there seems like there's an excitement here. There's an energy. Do you get that, Brett?
Yeah, definitely. First of all, starting with Fan Fest, how many did we have? Like 40,000 people.
Yeah.
I'm sure 30,000 showed up, but still.
Yeah.
Down there, Tropicana Field, that's electric.
Yeah.
And that's so exciting as a fan now to see that, and to see that we are starting to see a generational fan base of kids who grew up in the area. Maybe their parents were fans of other teams, because yes, the Rays expanded in 98.
Yeah.
So my mom was a Cubs fan growing up. Well, now that I got to watch Rays games and go to those experiences, I became a Rays fan. And now that I have kids, guess what? They're going to be Rays fans.
Gonna be Rays fans.
So now we start to create this generational fan base that we're playing catch up to those other teams that have been around for 100 plus years, to have the grandparents were fans, the parents, the kids, the grandchildren. That's very exciting for us.
Do you think that's the key to Rays and growing this? Because we always talk about it here, being in Tampa. I'm from here, but it's a transient state. You have, hey, how you doing right there?
Can't reach.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Definitely an element.
Right. Because you have Yankees, you have Red Sox, you talk about Cubs, you have people from Chicago. Nothing against them. It's a great place to vacation. But at the end of the day, you've got to create your own fan support. Do you think that's the key of what you just said? I always tell people, my dad sat me down when I was 8 years old. I joke around about this, but it was true. He said, listen, you're going to be a Bucs fan. When there's a baseball team comes here, you're going to be a Rays fan.
Yeah.
You're going to be Florida State. You're going to be this or that. You're going to leave the house. You're going to be a Tampa Bay Lightning fan. You're going to leave the house. I mean, not to that extent, but is that really what it comes down to with building, with cultivating this fan base, with everything that's going on with the Rays right now? Is that what it's all about?
That's what it's all about. And I would agree, because think about it. If you're in a small town, let's just say in Idaho,
yes,
and you didn't grow up with a big league experience or an NFL experience right in your backyard, you're probably not going to be connected emotionally to a team.
Yeah.
And that's going to a game that, as a fan, you are attaching emotions to different moments.
Yeah.
Whether you're with, your grandpa or your dad or your mom, whoever's bringing you, your friends, and that's whatever happens at the game, good, hopefully good, it's going to stick with you the rest of your life, and you're going to want to share those moments with other people, tell other people about those experiences. And that's how we create excitement. And that's what sports is all about. If it weren't for fans, then we'd just be a bunch of talent on a backfield.
That's it.
And no one would know anything about the sport.
Right.
But fans are what make literally the sports go round like that. So at the end of the day, to provide a big league experience, I know we're in St. Pete right now, but say we move to Tampa, like at the end of the day, there's so many states and cities across the country that would love to have some type of experience like that, to be able to bring the family out or friends.
Yeah.
And so I just don't want to lose sight of that ever.
No, you definitely don't, Brett. You don't want to lose sight of that, because like you said, the fans, and I always say this about the sports web, they're the lifeblood of what goes on. I can talk to this camera all day long, but if you don't have the engagement, if you don't have the phone calls, if you don't have that going, and we love to talk Rays baseball on this show. It's predominantly a Bucs show, but we talk Rays on here. So talk about it, the excitement of going back to Tropicana.
Man, we need this, after the tragic hurricanes that took place, it destroyed a lot of people's homes.
Right.
And including the Tropicana Field. We saw the destruction, put us out for a season. But, to be able to go back, the resilience of the community and that ballpark, and the construction workers, holy cow, tip my cap to y'all. The amount of time and energy going back, working on holidays, overtime has just been a blessing. A blessing to everyone who's going to get to go out to the games this year and appreciate Rays baseball. So it's very exciting. It's a big win for the Tampa Bay area that the Rays are going to be back in Tropicana Field and bring that big league experience again.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talked about Tampa. I'm excited about that because I live in Tampa myself. I live in Citrus Park, only right down the street from Del Mabry. I think you guys are going to get that deal done. I think there's eventually we're going to have a it's going to officially get done there. I mean, talk about that. HCC looks like the location at this point. You guys seem like you're excited about that too, right?
Yeah, very excited. And I come from a place, I grew up in St. Pete, so I know there's a lot of fans that are upset that the Rays are possibly moving. And the way that I can empathize with them is saying, hey, I'm coming from a different angle, that I got to be a fan of this team. I've got to play for this team. And when we're not able to kind of sell out of playoff games and stuff like that, and we have 25 years of data to say, we're in the bottom 5 of an attendance, I say it's not the Rays fans' fault. It's just a logistical error. It's where it's located, right? And the way I put it is, if you were to draw a circle in 30 minutes in each direction of Tropicana Field, 30-40% you're going to hit water.
Sure.
So in Tampa, it's more central. We're talking about better you can just hit a lot more people, and it's a centralized, it's a way better logistically. And at the end of the day, those moments are going to be a lot more exciting when you have a lot more people in the stadium. A walk-off homer in front of 30,000 people is going to hit a lot different than a walk-off homer in front of 12,000 people.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality of it. It's going to make those moments and experiences a lot better. And 2, I'm native to St. Pete, so I can speak on this. I know it sucks, but it's what makes sense the most to move forward to continue to grow the Rays.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. Talk about on the field. You played the game. What do you see with this team? Of course, I think the face, everybody would have to believe. Love you too, man. You would be, Junior Caminero at this point, nearly surpassing Carlos Pena with his record last year, but he has to be the face of this organization, right? I mean, talk about the excitement of this team on the field.
Oh, man. Eric Neander and his team, Kevin Eibach, they've just done an unbelievable job over the years. What is it? Since 2009,
yeah,
the Rays have been top 3 in wins.
It's amazing.
So at the end of the day, that they're going to put out a product that competes how they compete. Junior Caminero, how exciting this guy is going to be and how exciting he is already to watch him play in the WBC and before. It's been great, and he comes at a great time. I know we've gotten rid of some fan favorites, but then again, you think back in 2021 when we got a guy like Junior Caminero, when you were like, we don't know who he is, but here you are a few years later. I know every Rays fan is happy about that.
Sure.
So we just have to trust the process as fans, and they've done a great job. So looking forward to it. I see a comment here. Love this new ownership. I know, me too. They're doing a great job. I love the last ownership group as well. They employed me, but this new ownership group is exciting.
There's an energy to it.
Yes,
there's a big time energy. I can tell by the way you talk about it and how you're a part of this team, and I love that. Besides that, we'll get you out of here because I appreciate the time. Shane McClanahan, this kid, he just seems like he keeps on fighting, trying to come back from injury, and this pitching staff overall. I mean, talk about it. It always comes down with this Rays team. It's not about hitting. We love to score runs, but if you can prevent those runs from happening when you play defense and of course pitch, you can win a lot of games. So talk about McClanahan. Talk about this pitching.
We need McClanahan healthy. We all know that he's an all-star. He's one of the best pitchers in the game when he's out there. He in my opinion, he's been down on his luck. And he needs a good win, and I think that good win is coming. And I just pray that he stays healthy, because when he is, he's nasty. He just lifts us up. He makes us a better team. The Rays are going to pitch well. We're going to play good defense. That's what we do. And at the end of the day, trust the process. Sit back. Let the people in position make the decisions and enjoy it. Enjoy it as a fan. So
well said. I know you were out here today doing some great things. Promote that really quick, and we'll get you out of here on the Sports Web.
Yeah, baseball is fun. My wife and we started an apparel company back in 2020, and here we are now that I'm retired. We're able to do stuff, community events like this, be down on the ground level, talk with people. But we're going to be partnering with local charities and nonprofits this year to provide Rays season tickets, our tickets in general. So we are very excited to do that, and the proceeds out here today and tomorrow we'll go to that.
If you ever need any help with that, you want to promote something, you're always welcome here on the
Awesome.
Evolution of Sports Talk Television. We love what you're doing with the Rays. We love you as a player, and we'll continue to cover the Tampa Bay Rays on the Sports Web, man. Appreciate the time as always, Brett.
Appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. There you go. Brett Phillips right there, ambassador of the Tampa Bay Rays. Guys, that's how you end the show right there. Let me get him his and we'll come back with Abraham right there. We'll wrap this up, but over 4-hour show.
Oh, another great show.
Another great show.
Oh my God.
I don't think we're going to be here tomorrow. I don't know.
I'm not going
We'll
to be.
see.
I doubt it, but
I don't think I'm going to be here tomorrow, but we did want to come out here today. We wanted to give you as many Bucs interviews, many baseball interviews as possible. So that's what we do here. We'll wrap it up. Give me some final thoughts here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television,
yeah,
my
there's
friend.
little Jay Pringle, man.
Little Jay Pringle. What's going on, buddy?
Chip off the old block.
Look at all these kids around here. This is the future right here. This is the future of our business. Go ahead. There's I believe that is that is Mama Pringle right there. Or yeah, there you go. So I don't know. She has Jay Pringle's hat on there. So hi guys. You guys doing good? Yeah? You have a good time today? Yeah, go ahead. Get in the mic there. Why'd you have fun today at the event?
Because I made a lot of money.
Made a lot of money. Okay. What did you have fun at the event here, little Jay Pringle?
Same thing as Ken.
There you go. You're all about money. I see. What about you? You've been on this show before. What was the highlight of the day for you?
Ronde Barber, meeting people and helping them make the money.
There you go. Helping them make money. Ronde Barber, all of that. You guys get a chance there to come out here to the expo. What was your highlight for the day?
Just being part of the show with you, and just we just do. Just every time we just take it up a notch.
That's it. Take it up a notch here. That's what we do here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. We'll wrap it up from the Florida State Fairgrounds, a part of the Tampa Expo here. We'll be here anytime they're here. Again, like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Friend me on Facebook at Peter H. Blake, as we got all these people around right now. I love that.
It's great being a teacher and having kids around.
I know. I love the kids because, again, the kids are our future.
Schools.
Again, like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Friend me on Facebook, Peter H. Blake. Facebook stars are open. YouTube Super Chats. We'll see you on Monday night on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. 3 things. Bring your passion. Bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. For Abraham V. Cherry, I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And for fans of the Sports Web and the Tampa Bay sports fan, especially you Go Bucs fans, it's your time. We'll see you next time on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. As we always say on this show to end it off, Go Bucs.